All right. Goddamn. All right. Let me see. Hold on a sec.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. You don't got the speaker on though. Where the speaker at? Turn it on. Okay. Here, let me plug that in right here. Do this right here. No, that goes to the speaker. That goes to the thing. All right. Welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. I'm finally
New
here.
Year edition.
I know that I haven't been present. I've been going through some stuff.
MIA.
I've been kicking it at home. I'm mad. I've been mad. Okay. So
MIA.
here, can you rinse this or to put this on my do something. Okay. I can't come over here because this guy right here won't. Hello. It won't make it. It won't make it happen. Hold on a second.
There you go.
To move this over here.
Blame it on me. You got comments.
I could see that, Jesse. Hold on a second. Jesus Christ. This won't just chill, man. Like, okay. All right, bet. Move this somewhere else because it's providing the static.
He's got to turn it down.
Turn the speaker down?
Cord down.
All right, I'll think about that. Okay, hello. I can't hear myself. All right, bet. Why you got it like this, nigga? Why is it all? Why do I leave my things? Okay, hold on 1 second, family. Tighten it up. Tighten it. Why is it moving around? What did you do? Why is it all wobbly like this? Tighten it. Yeah, tighten it up. Feel like it's all flaccid and shit. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Let me get in there.
Get in there, Che.
Move, girl. Move. All right. Me and Jesse gonna do the show together. As soon as he turned the camera a little bit this way or so. I'm just gonna turn it for a quick second. Hold on, Jesse got me using the motherfucking
Comments.
I can see that, Jesse. Jesus Christ. Yeah, tangibles.
You gotta get Twin a wrench.
What's up, Trent? Twin have a wrench.
No,
Why doesn't he?
because it's on your channel.
How do I do it?
You gotta go to your channel and wrench him up
Go where?
on your phone.
Oh, we'll handle that. Jesse, do that. All right, Twin. I'm sorry about that, man. I thought you had a wrench. Put your camera, your thing down. You know I'm on like 5 foot, right? That's good enough. All right, family. Let me get this. Can you hear me, Twin? Can you hear me clearly? Jesse got my shit all fucked up.
I can hear you clearly.
He's over here using my materials, and he's like 6 foot tall.
Yes, you can be heard.
Okay, well, Jesus, Jesse. Why you put the man grip on it?
Twin said you're all good.
Man grip this.
Twin said you're all good.
I know, I need this to go up just a smidge like this. Now tighten it up. Lord have mercy, child. Why is it like this? What did you do?
Anything.
It shouldn't be so motherfucking wobbly. Okay. I'm all cussing and shit. Alright, sorry about the hair. Alright, look, man, this motherfucking shit right here. Let me just tell you about this mixed hair. Ooh, Lord, have mercy. Alright. I'm tired of it. I was gonna have it done, but I've been scared. You know, I'm kind of a cheap motherfucker. I don't want to go fuck around and I can just do this shit myself. Anyway, I parted it. I had parted it. I've done it, and like, you know, nobody told me because I don't look in the mirror. Nobody told me that I got all this fine, silvery shit growing up at the front, and no rubber bands, and it's just kind of throwing off my parts, and I can't see nothing. So I was like, And I was like going on field and shit, and that don't work no more. And it's like whatever. And then look how long my shit just got. Shit's like outstretched. Look,
Yeah,
oh real shit. My shit's in a twist. Look, it's a twist, and by my own hand. Look, Lord, let me tell you. Let me tell you. I gotta tell y'all a funny story, right? I was having probably like let's say a lot of this man. I was over here on my way, right? I stopped talking up, chopping it up with my little friends on the street. Look, this is my real shit, right? They told me, look, how long this shit? Let me get in the camera.
You got a wrench now.
Look,
Wrench now.
twin should have had a wrench. My bad, twin. You know, let me just put it this way. Jesse don't believe my show, so I'll just be like slacking. So he don't believe in anything I do.
I promote
and
my show.
I'm just like, you know,
Those are lies.
nobody likes me. Nobody sees me. Boo hoo, I think I'm gonna get some motherfuckers. Because I was having light skinned issues. I was feeling some kind of way. I'm over it now though. I'm over it now. Now everybody can just eat a dick. I'm over it. It took me a minute. It took me like 5 years to get over it, right? Y'all remember? I was like Erica Badu on my sister's kind of sensitive. Anyway, so turn the volume down. Turn the volume down if you're gonna be doing all that. All right. So I'm on my way over here. I'm driving around and shit, seeing all my little homeless friends in the neighborhood, and stopping to talk. Everybody's like, we all done got old off the street, so everybody's like old, right? How did that start off with? I was over there like growing up on the old niggas. Today we're gonna talk about old niggas. We're gonna talk about bitches though, females, broads, old niggas. So we ride around shit. They're like, I'm riding around. I'm like, hey, Happy New Year. They're like, Happy New Year to you too, baby. What you been up to? You still with that one nigga? And I was like, that one nigga. I was like, no, man. It's like, oh, good. Glad you got rid of that nigga. Like that. I was like, yeah, They were like, yeah. And they started giving up the tea about, all the bad things about this one nigga, right? We was like the same. We was like the same mixture, except he was just more Reese's peanut butter. He was more he was more dark skinned, but light skinned, but dark skinned. Right? Same mixture, same mixture. Mama light, but from Mexico, light like my mama. Okay, daddy black like my daddy. Okay, daddy's a black skin. Anyway, his daddy was full black, so he's black and Mexican. Like black Indian and French Mexican, or whatever, black Indian and French, but it's the same shit, right? Okay, same shit. Except that motherfucker was like one beer. But keep in mind, I speak dual languages, so one beer, full nigga. Rest of the time, you can speak Spanish and you can actually talk to him. One beer, that motherfucker, full bread, 100% nigga. Straight ratchet. Anyway, you see this motherfucker doing crazy shit, and I had to get rid of him. Gotta get away from him. Or else. You know what I mean? Or else. I would have died. So that was a real serious relationship. Right? So, and then, it was just a grieving time and shit. And Jesse helped me get away from that. And then me and Jesse, like, were friends, whatever. It took a little minute. I had a little grieving time. Um, Plus, I'm shy, and so I have to show like I didn't really just hit on Jesse or nothing like that. Just don't think that like I'm shy. I'm shy. I was treating motherfucker with respect like a regular person. I don't even look. You like ask Jesse.
Facts.
Yeah, see, facts. She was trying to throw himself at me.
I was not.
He was too.
I just wanted to get away from that zero.
He was trying to throw himself at me and everything. Y'all just trying to show himself, and I was just ignoring him. No, it wasn't. I peeped it out, but I was okay. Whatever. We was out the street homeless. He got the job. He got the homeless activism going on. I'm just a homeless motherfucker. They try to tokenize, some shit like that. So I liked him because he looked like me. I just did look like me. Okay. So, and I thought he was like me. Apparently, I was wrong. Anyway, so I'm just kidding. So, 5 years later. So I'm walking around and shit, and it's just like, well, girl, so you with that one nigga, right? I mean, he's a good nigga. I was like, as I like, you got you a real good nigga, like that. That's how you're talking about. I said, I's got me a good nigga. Is that what you're trying to say? She's like, yeah. I said, yeah, I guess I do's got me a good nigga. Like that, like, yeah, like, he's just like, yeah, yeah, I saw him running for politics, see him out every Monday. He's a good nigga. You got choose, girl, you got choose a good nigga. I said, I guess, man, yeah, I guess you're right. I guess I've got me's a good nigga now. Right? And I'm laughing at myself. I'm like, God damn, like, this is what we're talking like, oh, oh. She's like, I mean, you wouldn't have known, you wouldn't have had got you's a good nigga if you didn't get, bumped up a little bit by that other nigga. I was like, oh, but you was there, you knew about that. You could have stopped. It's age before we gotta let you just live your life, baby. We gotta let you live your life, and you'll figure it out, baby. And hey, look, you just got you's a good nigga. Yeah. Nothing shabby about that nigga right there. He a good nigga. I was like, yeah, he's a good nigga. Yeah, he's a real good nigga, right? I mean, Osby is a good female to him too. You treat him right, man. Yeah, I treat him right a little bit. You know what I mean? I be doing my thing.
Oh my
You're
God.
like what? I be doing a little something, something,
This is Uncle Tom's.
I be as a good woman some days. Like that. You need to be a good woman. I just say, I'm just gonna make my ways to the liquor store. Oh, baby, you think you give me something? No, ma'am, I cannot. Why not? It's a new year. Because I've only got me a little bit of money for myself. I was gonna give me just a little double shooter for the new year. So, you don't think you can give me? No, baby, I don't think I can because I'm not that good of a nigga. I was like, I'll see what I can do, right? By the time I got back, there was right. I was laughing because I was like, what she want me to say? Like, is that what we talking like? She's like, you gotta fall, bump your head out, you gonna learn, child. How else you gonna learn? Now you don't fell off, bumped your head. Now you don't know you don't got that old nigga out your way. Now you just got to choose a new nigga, a little purpose. See, if we would have told you that, you wouldn't have believed us and you would have just stayed with that other nigga. I would have stayed, huh? I said, I don't think I would have lived long enough to stay.
Yeah, real serious.
I think he would have ended me by the East Side Safeway a couple times. I was like, yes, we saw that, but let's just gotta mind our own black business, baby. Mind our own business. I was like, would you mind your own business if you would throw me in the light rail? Well, no, I guess not, sugar. I was like, all right, baby, all right. Good to know. It's like, what you doing now? So I'm mind my own black business and go up in the liquor store. Like that. Go ahead. Go ahead, baby. Say hi. Don't do it.
Say hi, B1 kitty.
Say hi. I love you. I love you. I always wanted to twerk. Get off me, then punk. All right, enough of that. Yeah, no, I had to come see the good nigga. Just kidding. No. You want to come to the crib, man? Maybe come over here for nothing. Tell him I don't want to come over here. Maybe come over here. There's no weed over here. You did? Horrible. Anyway, I was at the crib. Everything finally started. Like I said, give me a minute. Everything was gonna start to come together. Now it all came together. Now I was just freaking out at the crib. Really, really not doing well. I was really sick. Couldn't hold nothing down. This is what happens when you have a star seed, fellas. Star seed, etheric being of another kind, right? So, in order for me to function correctly and heal, because I'm not healed, I have to be happy. May y'all's new year be prosperity, bring prosperity, good health, and wisdom. Twin, you want that for you too. I really want that for you. Okay, and it's gonna be good because listen, 2026 is the year of the Aries. So as long as you got one in your life somewhere,
horse, goddammit.
The year of the Aries.
The year of the fire horse.
Right, that's
that
me.
Means the Broncos gonna win the Super Bowl.
I don't know about that, but I just know that that's you want. It's the year of Aries. Well, I don't know what everybody else is
Damn,
thinking.
you're an Aries.
It's year of Aries.
No, it's Capricorn
It's
season.
war season. We at war, and the best thing to have at war is a motherfucking Aries. Yeah, we're gonna solve all the problems. We're gonna fix everything. We might talk a little shit, and you might think we're a little indisciplined or whatever, but that's just our personality. That's just who we are. You can't change nature. All of us are like this, okay?
Yeah, they really are.
All of us. I don't know anyone that isn't like this. So I'm gonna start doing little videos, like, because I want to catch up. I'm an Aries. Of course I'm obnoxious. No, I wanted to ask Jesse. I don't want that. Hey, you did get the little burn on that. Hey, you did a good job. Good. Put that over there somewhere. Like, see how, oh my God, I wish I could show you the desk. That's why. So I'm at the crib and everything's coming back, right? I'm telling Jesse I'm gonna come over here and get the podcast equipment and just go back home. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, ninjas. I don't have to say it, but if I could say it, I was qualified to say it. Happy New Year, ninjas. I hope you all have a good year. Stay fucking black and stay dangerous. And if you can't get blacker, you can't get blacker because this is our year.
The B1 kitties.
Yeah, the B1 kitties. Jesse has them doing whatever. I'm more disciplined. My dog, I was at home with the dog, so I'm trying to be at home more. My house is really bad. Like, now that everything is finally coming together for me, I have to do, because I was really sick. My body, since the surgeries and all that shit, my body isn't right. So, I have to. It's like New Year, new cleanup, new. There's a panther on me. There's a leopard. Hi, baby. Hi, handsome. I'm mad at you. Turn off the.
So big.
Look how big he is. He's like a fucking leopard. Wow, wow. I don't know. You want to talk to me? I don't know. He just decided he wanted to say something. Fuck him.
They're so talkative now.
Look, yeah, there's a lot of kissing and shit going on back there. But as soon as they see me, they all perked up. Look. Torties. Khalifa. Well, you just lay down like, touch me, nigga. Rub me. Look. Touch me again, nigga. See? Tell them no teeth. Look, no teeth and soft paws. Look, it's soft paws is a big thing. Everybody said they didn't respond to that, but they did. They actually did, because I told them I would duct tape their ass, their fucking feet together. I was gonna cut their fucking nails and do it again, because I can't any virus, anything. They in the kitty litter and shit. One scratch, take your girl out. What the fuck? They're to get it how they live and figure it out. Look at them. I can't look at them. It made me feel bad. It made me feel like I have to have a heart and shit. So I don't look at them. Fuck them.
Is that joy? Did your heart just grow?
A little bit.
2 inches bigger?
Yeah, no, they love him. I was like, leave him in the fucking bathroom and bring your motherfucking black ass to my crib. He didn't want to do it. Yeah, I told him exactly, step by step, he wouldn't do it. Yeah, he's like a big tiger. He's big. He's bigger than her. I don't think he's eating everything, because why isn't she that big? Maybe she's gonna have a growth spurt. Maybe. Anyway, so yeah, no. So everything got to come out the room, because I've been sick in there, and I felt like, the walls need to be clean and stuff, because, the walls just collect a lot of, smoke. I've been cheaping my ass off in the room, smoking big old weed and shit when I'm by myself, cigarettes and shit. I stopped smoking cigarettes. I could see. So I really haven't been smoking that much, and do smoke a lot of weed. So anyway, the walls is dirty, right? So I gotta clean the walls. So I've been making these little plans, right? I'm gonna throw my furniture out, get a new bed, and just because the room I have been really sick in. So there's been a lot of accidents and things like that when you can't control your body. Your body's just doing whatever. I can't hold food in, stuff like that. So back to the etheric moonseed being, okay? Now, in order for me to heal, I gotta be happy. So I don't give a fuck if it's a lie or not. I gotta be amused. I gotta be fucking happy. That's the only way I can heal. The way I get up and walk around, or, all kind of shit. If not, and I'm upset or whatever, my body breaks down. Like literally, you watch it break down. He fighting with me about whatever, some stupid semantics, some shit. Look, I just talk like this. I ain't gonna change. That's the way I am. Don't take it for ignorance. It's just the way I am. I like talking like this. Just like I like kicking it. I like talking like this. I could speak more eloquently if I wanted to. But what would be the fun in that? Anyway, so yeah, I mean, we had a job interview, guys. What you talking about? You know what I mean? So, the walls. I felt like, I felt like, I felt like the spirits is jumping off of the walls on me at night. The motherfucking shadows and shit. Because I'm psychic. I was like, motherfucking spirits jumping off the walls. Like, come on now. So I got to do all this stuff. Well, anyway, because I am a divine being, that's a real thing. Um, Power of manifestation, the actual motherfucking power of the universe is right here. It is a real thing. So I've been telling Jesse, Jesse just think I'm a regular nigga. Not a regular nigga. You're not going to sleep. They don't care. He just wants to be felt up. Look, now he's gonna roll his eyes and go to sleep. Touch me, nigga. Like, see, look, you ain't shit. Anyway, so yeah, so because I'm not a regular motherfucker, the moon, the moon, like, I want to say activates what my melanin does. So the sun is the moon, right? So I'm activated. Go outside, get a little fresh air. I'm driving around singing. All of a sudden, I'm loud, having fun. When just 2 days, I was crunched up in my room, couldn't hold myself in, couldn't hold myself together. Literally, could not hold myself together. Everything I ate just came right out. Like it was just nothing. Couldn't hold anything. Um, Everything was just nothing. I couldn't hold anything, not even water. That's how serious it was. So, and I was like that here. I'm getting like weird headaches and fucking my chest hurts. It's just weird. But as soon as I get outside, all of a sudden I feel better and I'm okay. So the room has to get adjusted. In order for me to do shows at my house about different things, like more spiritually aligned things, um, I need my space to be redone. And because everything had been, I don't ask for shit, I don't have shit. So I've been poor my whole motherfucking life, and everything's been fucked up. So I need a vacuum, and I need this, and I need that. So now that I have to get it, I can get it now. It's just I'm scared to get it. See what I'm saying? Because I couldn't do it before. Now it's like, oh, it's a possibility. You know what I mean? Then I want instant gratification. Like, can it come today, or I gotta wait 3 days? You see what I'm saying? So all those kind of things need to happen. And I was looking at it like I can't do no motherfucking shows in my room because you could see the devastation that went on the last. How long have I been? How long was it since the surgery?
That was back in April.
February, April. How many months?
March, April.
It's been a good minute. So
10, 11 months.
10 or 11 months of motherfucking sickness and despair and not being able to control myself or being able to go from one room to the next, so it's been really bad for me. Really fucking bad. Like to the point where I have to really work hard just to get from one space in my room to the other. Like, for example, from my bed to my desk is like a 10-minute episode. From there to the other side of my room to look for clothes and shit is hard when it wasn't really like that. So when somebody's fighting with me or fussing with me or nagging me or whatever the fuck I want to call it, it breaks my body down to the point where I can't do any of that. See what I'm saying? Really, really bad. And you can see it. It's like so clear. I guess just missing the signs because I keep telling about it. But now it's 2026, so now I'm not going to do no more telling. It's just like you can't see that motherfucker, we could fight for 20 minutes. All of a sudden now I'm coughing and my stomach's torn up and I can't fucking focus. My head hurts. chest starting to hurt, but I can't get up and move because my legs stopped working. Obviously, there's an issue. So now that's why I didn't want to come over. But now I'm over here, and it's New Year, new energy.
You're supposed to be over here yesterday.
I was supposed to be over here yesterday, but because, like I said, my body just broke down, couldn't hold anything. Tried to put in a cheeseburger. I felt like I earned one. Oh, cuz I even threw on some bacon. It was not. I couldn't keep it in. Like, it was 4 bites in. It was a wrap. So I decided to watch TV because I need to for a motherfucker like me. Look, all that shit that's being shown makes me activated. All I want to do is fight, 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 and do this, and you know what I mean, defend everything, whatever. So I have to watch mindless television. So I got a whole bunch of good reviews. I watched a whole bunch of movies. I watched a couple of seasons of shit. I just really sat down and just chilled. I also did some more, just watch some shit that on YouTube, caught up on the news. Woo, woo, woo. So today we were doing an RVA. This is how we do. This is the opening or whatever. And I'm here with Jesse. Jesse gonna do a little bit of the show with me because I'm here. I mean, why else? He can do it with everybody else and they fucking mama. Why can't he do it with me? Right. So, and I'm way more entertaining. So, here you have a shot. Little sip. Pace yourself. You're not ready for this. I had that. I wanted some moonshine, man. I wanted some moonshine, but I was afraid to ask these Arabs because they act like they didn't want to sell nothing. They weren't in a liquor store, but they act like they don't want to sell shit in there.
Same liquor store where we used to do
so, same with liquor store where Jesse used to be activism, and I was like, whoa. You know what I mean? Saying that was a good time in my life. So, homeless like a motherfucker. I was hugging people. I was like, ah. Anyway, so yeah, it was a good time. Let's get to it. All right, Jesse. So we put in a whole bunch of different shit. Sometimes I regret. Sometimes when I start the show, I feel like I made a mistake. Hold on a second. Let me see. Let's see. Whoa. Okay. Let's see. Hold on. Sorry, my fault. Yeah. What you say well for? Because I'm a spiritual being. You should see how divine I am. I have all divinities. No, all divinities. I don't need anything. I was psychic. I could prove I could just divine the future right now. Yeah, I know. Nobody asked me about anything about myself. It was very good to ask. I would have all kinds of shit to talk about. So I want to start doing. I want to see what this TikTok thing about, but I'll cuss a bitch out.
Cracking over there.
I'm gonna make all kind of little weird asses, but I want to do readings and shit. So I'm a palmist, so I can read the hands of palms. I read the rings of people's eyes, babies' hands and feet, and yeah. So my shit is super active right now. Like my whole hand every day. Like your whole hand, your map changes every goddamn day. That's the line in your hand. See, I know it's light skinned, but you can see I got full kinds of activities. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And me and Jesse, well, let's see.
Our pattern is pretty similar.
No, it ain't, nigga.
Yes, the hell it is.
I'm on a whole separate path, but our path is changing because I've been pushing away. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. It was very similar. It was like almost too similar, but I've been pushing away because I feel like I deserve some tangibles. But because I'm an Aries and he's a Capricorn, it's different. I have to submit. I have to submit as a lady or whatever. Because he said I talk back. Is it talking back or just I give you like a minor little protest? Just a minor protest. I know. All right, so we gonna watch a little
Shout out to the wolf.
We're not gonna watch this one because,
Whoa.
well, we could skim it. We'll see where it goes. If it says everything I need to say, then it's like whatever.
How do you want Joe Biden to pay you back?
Pay me out of this.
Black people, we're going to have a sit-down conversation, real talk. And we're going to have to realize that just because somebody is a black politician doesn't mean they can't be criticized. Does that mean that you need to stop the bullshit? White people talk about white people. Stop thinking they don't. Latino people be roasting Latino people. You just don't know it because you don't read Latino magazines.
Thank you, Twin, for
you don't read Spanish.
I just want to tell you, thank you.
There was an Asian video I played. I don't want to. I think he was Chinese, but I could be wrong.
It really helps me feel better.
But he was saying they had like a name for
people just think I'm
TAMs.
Like
I think they call them TAMs.
When I'm talking
there
about,
are Asians that grew up with other Asians,
not whatever.
Asians that grew up with other minorities / Asians, browns, black, etc. And then there are Asians who grew up around majority white, where they were the only ones, and they had to sneak and sublimate in order to survive. These are the Asians that you're seeing coming after this Asian H-Mart TikToker. They're going, hey, stop.
This is your moment.
Make sure they feel comfortable. We call that the Uncle Tams of our society. Okay, each society has one, each race has one, each ethnicity has one. They're the town, the village idiot. Ding, 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 ding. Watch out for your own.
So what I'm saying, other cultures have names of people that are sellouts.
I like the fact that
you call them Tams. That Tom's Uncle Tam. Yeah, man. There's sellouts in all cultures.
My eyes are
Fam, you cannot be like, oh, this person's black. Why are you talking about them? You know, we need to uplift each other. Motherfucker, if someone is bad for us and hurting us, we gotta talk about it. You can't be like, well, if they black, they get to hurt us because they black, so
4 minutes. Still going.
At least it's one of us killing us. No, dum-dum, that's not what we want. It's not good. Doesn't matter who does it. Doesn't matter who kills us, fam, if we're still dead. The white man's bullets don't hurt more. Black bullets hurt too. You know, we gotta pull the heads out of our asses, fam. If I'm calling out, for instance, Maxine Waters, I said if Maxine Waters was a solid woman, she was a real deal sister fighting for black people, they would have got rid of her out of Congress 30 years ago. The Black Truth Challenge is unstoppable. Next up, Maxine Waters. Maxine Waters, you've been in Congress for decades, but your actions speak louder than your words. You claim to fight for black communities, then why do you keep defending Democrats who fail us? Decades in Congress. Schools are still starving and black communities are still struggling. But you're not. When will you demand economic change instead of Democratic talking points? Right now, tag someone in the comments who's been dodging the truth with hashtag Black Truth Challenge. Let's make this trend, y'all. Let's get the word out. Let's put some pressure on the sellouts. You gotta use the hashtag Black Truth Challenge. Auntie Maxine, the clock is ticking. Answer us. Who's next? Tim Black Show. Out. Maxine Waters was a solid woman. She was a real deal sister fighting for black people. They would have got rid of her out of Congress 30 years ago. Just the fact she's been in there 30 years tells you she plays ball. Do you have a job? If you was rocking the boat at your job, standing up for employees that got screwed over, would you still be there? You understand what I'm saying? Why don't we think with common sense? Be realistic. Why we gotta live in La La Land, fam? See what I'm saying? It's that. Look, I will never tell you I'm a genius. I'm just very fucking simple. I got common sense. I've been on my own. living without my parents since I was 17 years old. I survived the crack era in the streets at 17. And you see my pictures of me and my family, you see that shit? It should speak for itself. You don't have to be a genius, man. You just got to use your common sense, which you already have. Our corporate media spends millions, billions, billions of dollars lying to Americans every month. Billions of dollars are spent to spin false narratives for you to believe the movie that they're running, the simulations that they're running. And every once in a while, people will come around that'll try to break us out of the simulations. That's all I'm trying to do, fam. It's not that Maxine Waters is the worst person on the earth. Nah, Nancy Pelosi is shit too. So is Ted Cruz. So is Mitch McConnell. Fam, would you watch a video if I was talking about Mitch McConnell? Be honest. When I'm deciding what I'm going to cover, what I'm going to talk about, I got to consider the audience I'm talking to. And it has to be people that are relevant to the audience. Just because I'm talking about Maxine Waters or Jim Clyburn or Jasmine Crockett doesn't mean there aren't 50 other politicians who are just as bad or worse. I can't talk about everybody at the same time. And if I had Mitch McConnell and Ted Cruz on the thumbnail, you crack your window of your smartphone skimming past my shit so fast. That's what you do. You say, why is he talking about those motherfuckers? I don't care about them. You say, oh, Tim, stop talking about brothers and sisters. Tell them to stop lying and stealing first. The truest indicator that Maxine Waters is full of shit is that she and Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer have been there 30 years.
In the next couple of days, like next week, family, for me.
Because you don't get to be in a system that's corrupt.
Like unrecognizable, you know, because I just want to bring that up. I got to say it because I have been going through it for a minute, a long minute. And I really didn't, Black people, we don't have outlets. This is our outlet. These motherfucking podcasts and all this extra shit that we be doing on the internet is pretty much our outlet. You know, that's why you'll see some little argument here, whatever, like in the podcast, some dysfunctions because we don't really have these kind of things in our normal life. Russia Square, come drink with me, cuz. I hate it with the cuz. Come drink with me for a second, just for a little bit. We don't have no outlet because, especially men, especially y'all, y'all don't really get a chance to talk about things, and you don't talk about things with your bitch because, it's whatever. But I don't know why, but I guess maybe some of the times we don't make y'all feel like you can. But there's times where I'll be like, all right, Jesse, like I'll be like this, like hypothetically, like you taking your bullshit out on me because it really ain't got shit to do with me. You just blaming me for some shit, but you really know they ain't got shit to do with me. Core reason is whoop. What's the problem? What's really going on? Because sometimes people feel like if you got a partner, it's not a therapy session. Like cuz he say, I'm not your motherfucking therapist, but you're supposed to be my friend. We're supposed to be soulmates. I'm supposed to be able to trust you with my feelings. But that's because, it's just whatever, right? People just, I don't know how to respect that kind of shit. Whereas we got to make it clear, like, I don't want you to do nothing. I just got to get it off my chest. But I don't want you to weaponize it or judge me for it later. Just this is what's cracking off, right? I think that's what the problem is the communication now. And we're in 2026, right? So, we're in 2026 now. All the negative shit that happened, like my father and parents would say, the first 5 years are the hardest. The first 5 years of a marriage are the hardest, right? Just like the first 5 years of a child's life are the most important, right? Because that's where they learn the most. It's where they get the most out of everything. They learn who to like, who to trust, what to eat, what not to touch, who to listen to, what's good, what isn't good. how to feel, when to cry, when to stop. You know, what's bad, what's not good, why these people fighting like this? Is this really how life's supposed to be? This tastes great. Why don't I like this? Why am I going to bed early? Is this how it's always been? You know, things like that. Why am I not going over here? Why are mommy and daddy over there? You see what I'm saying? And this is really important stuff. Really important things. Why am I always getting yelled at? Why am I always going in the car? You know, stuff like that. And I had these little dysfunctional conversations with my brother about these kind of things. And I have to say this, right? My brother and I'm 2 years older. My brother and I, right? I spent my whole life being free. Came in this world free, right? So in the freedom of being free, I've been oppressed. You dig? And in the freedom of being free, come and make my own motherfucking rules and go completely different from everybody in the family. I'm the one that they don't talk to or they don't really tell stuff to because I've been like this my whole life. It's reactionary, right? That's just nature. It's not a personality quirk. It's nature, right? So your nature, okay? If you ever had a baby or anything like that, you see your baby's nature and you either align with it and help it grow or you fight with it and then that kid hates you, right? Because you didn't acknowledge the nature of it, right? So, like, for example, if I had children, right? I'll give you an example. First child, my progeny, my first child, I knew was going to be gay. But I didn't know until he was like 4, 5. Only because he wouldn't leave my shit alone. I had a lot of nice things. You want to put on my little shoes, and mom around the house and be like, you're a boy. Boys don't wear stuff like that. Get out of mommy's shit. You know, touching my lipsticks and things like that. Boy, you know what I mean? Boys don't wear that. Get out of my shit. You know? I had 2 boys, and then I had a little girl. Then I thought, oh, finally, I'm gonna have a little girl. And I'm a girl. I'm dainty like a motherfucker. I wear dresses, makeup. I had my hair, nails, always done. I look good. I'm confident. I'm a plus size woman. Fucking mad confident. And ain't nobody can tell me nothing about me. Not even now. I'm not nothing shabby about me. I don't give a fuck how sick I am. Say something. You did? Say something. I can back my shit up all day 20 times. Got bars for days, cause nothing's wrong about my motherfucking confidence. People tell me I don't love myself. No, what I don't love is the drama, but I love me, right? Gotta love me because you come in a world where nobody loves you, right? So I'm a prisoner of war coming in trying to be free, right? So my brother would tell me things and I'd be like, look, I'm trying to remember, but I blocked out my whole childhood. I couldn't remember anything before 8. I still can't. That's how bad, right? And then from 8, I can't remember shit until I can't remember anything except maybe a couple little fine-tuned moments. They were really fucking really bad. And then after that, like everything's just blocked out in pieces, right? Because some bad things happen, right? So when I had my child, my little girl, I thought my little girl was gonna be like me. No, that little girl could fight. The little girl had that fight spirit. But let me tell you what isn't like me. First of all, I'm a motherfucking snitch. That's off top. Second, you don't put your hands on your motherfucking parents. Period. And man, my mama be asking for it. Lately, she probably should have got it. But I never even threatened her. I never said I would ever do anything to that boy. Never ever. Right? Never ever. Because I was brought up by a man, but I just know better, you know what I mean? And I never did anything. Like when I put my hands on somebody, that was the last time I put my hands on my father, and I earned every bit of that ass whooping. Every bit of that and everything that happened after that. Right? Because I did something terrible. I disrespected my household. You don't steal from your house. You don't disrespect your house. You don't disrespect your father. You definitely don't put your hands on nobody. You know what I mean? And I did it out of self-defense, but man, gosh, who am I playing with? My father's a boxer. That was stupid. Bare knuckle boxer. You know what I mean? So it broke my whole face, right? Anyway, so and after that, went into the system. I was a girl, okay, gang member, girl, like to dress like girl. I'm a girl. I thought I was gonna have a little girl. Nope. And the bad part about having a little girl like mine is that my little girl favors my mother. My mother is some sort of what did we say she was?
European.
Canadian. Some sort of native Canadian or some shit. Native Canadian. Like I don't know. I can't really say. Some sort of something, right? I don't know. Trying to figure it out. And but I do know that my mother was a racist. I do know that. And my brother's telling me some shit that he said that really bothered me. And I have to tell him that he don't know me. That he didn't know me. Like I thought he knew me, but I guess he never knew me. He did. When motherfuckers been of the culture since they were a little girl in front of you, then you know that that's what they've been in the culture. Meaning, the people they surround themselves with are basically of the culture. I shouldn't have to say they're black. That should just mean are they of the culture, right? If I knew what I would have thought of my father, my father is ratchet like a motherfucker, cause real niggerish. He's just not, right? But you wouldn't know, cause that motherfucker been making soul food and shit. Right? But let my brother tell it. He hates everybody. My mama, my father, my Uncle James. I tried to connect with my Uncle James. I was talking about Uncle James the other day. Right? Uncle James is straight black. And I called him, talked to him and shit. He actually was thinking about me. He didn't miss me. Talking about my brother. My brother like, he can't come over here. I'm like, this is my motherfucking crib, cuz. Yes, he can. But that's why we gotta do certain things. Cause, reason nobody come in my house because I've been really sick and I can't take care of my house like I used to be able to take care of my house. There was a time where my house was like really motherfucking clean. You could go and sit in the living room. I could have guests in the living room. You know what I mean? We sit on the couch, chill and shit, drink, smoke some weed, kick back, be up in my kitchen, listening to music, crip walking in the kitchen. You know what I mean? There was times where I could just walk and I could stand straight. Now it's like all fucked up, right? And it shows. And because I can't take care of my responsibilities, I need help. Well, my brother's like, nigga, I take care of this portion. And he's sick too. He got his own shit going on. That little motherfucker though. Let him tell you. Daddy didn't. We were doing this. Don't you remember? Blah, 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 blah. Daddy. I'm like, I don't remember. I remember Daddy cooking meals for us, and we had to warm them up when we got home in the stove. I remember us making chicken after school and shit. Me washing chickens and skinning potatoes and cutting up carrots and shit, putting them in the fucking stove, cooking this shit at 375 motherfucking degrees for fucking an hour. Come on now. A whole 12 pack of chicken thighs? Nigga, no. We were barely lucky if we got 2 each. You serious? They come in 12s. What you talking about, cuz? I was like thinking like that. Let him tell it. It's like, don't you remember? Let me remind you that you be drinking. Cuz, come on now. See what I'm saying? What up, Jay? So sometimes I have to think about it, right? And I told him, I said, look here, man. So you still in your chains, bro. I said, check it out. I said, you don't like them, you don't like this, you can't let go, you can't forgive, whoop, 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 you can't talk to them. Shit could happen any day. We don't even know if our mama's still alive. Blasey, blah, 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 whoop, whoop, whoop. Right? Because, I'm so sensitive about my motherfucking billing. That's my motherfucking billing, but you'll get stabbed. You get cut up, you fucking with me right about my motherfucking billing. Right? That's Jesse.
She made me a blanket.
She did. She has moments, right? But she's an asshole. She's a liar. And she did the wrong things. That's what you don't do.
She was nice to
Don't talk shit and lie on your family. That's a cultural thing. That's rule number 4, baby. Don't snitch on your brother. Come home with your motherfucking brother. You know what I mean? You better do these. You don't snitch on your brother though. And if you snitch on your brother, that means you complacent. You getting whooped too. You know what I mean? Those kind of things. You don't bring problems to the house. You know what I mean? You don't bring the applause to the crib.
Yep.
And you don't tell on your folk.
Yep.
So, you
Yeah,
know,
all of that.
I had a little girl. My little girl looked like my mother. Little girl did the wrong shit. I had to put hands on her. I don't really remember her being a little girl. All I remember her was doing something terrible, putting hands on me, and I had to handle her like I would handle any other bitch in the street. That's just that. But what she go do, right? And then she get taken away and get all the fucking life experience I never got, right? So I get taken away too, but I gotta live in the system, right? She get adopted by a whole motherfucking white family, old fucking white person. I had to cut that girl off like I cut my mama off. Satan, devil, the devil, okay? Devil's in the
Raised by
details.
the folks.
Raised by them folks. I don't recognize her no more because she seemed to forget that she was raised in the culture, with the culture. Shouldn't have to say everybody's black. That should just be a no, right? So my brother trying to tell me that I wasn't so pro black and militant
That's a lie.
until Jesse, and I said that's a goddamn lie. That's a lie if I ever told if anybody ever lied on me. I come from California, right? So that's a whole separate issue. Californian natives, Californian born, bred natives are built different than Colorado natives.
Yeah.
We a whole separate breed. And then we Gen Xers, so we the latchkey kids for real. We outside. We don't use phones. We over there. You home? Can you come outside? You whistling, throwing rocks and shit at windows. You know what I mean? We out there, right? Stealing and shit because we can't, we doing the most. So I was like, I know that none of my children were going to be like me. And they all hate me. So what I do, I said, fuck it, man. You can't respect me. Everybody kick rocks with no socks. Right? Because I didn't have a chance to raise them. I didn't have a chance. When you got a mother that's just more like, nah, fuck that. You go over there, like, just make decisions for you because you're too sick or you just out there in the street. You can't get stable. I couldn't get stable. You know what I mean? Because I just couldn't. And then the fact is that, like, I forgot. That's how much I don't see my children as my children. Once you cut the lines, the vessel that you separate, it's because they done something that's so unforgivable. You can never go back. If they don't want to fuck with you, it's too late. They're never gonna fuck with you. They're up in age now. Once you get to, like, I think 27, 25, 27,
25.
you've made your decision that person, that your parents are somebody you're not gonna fuck with. Once they disrespect you and tell you some fuck shit or talk about you bad and lie on you to strangers, knowing good and goddamn well they're lying on you, you can never come back from that. There's no forgiveness. And when you fuck with a motherfucker like me that's from California, loyalty is everything. That's off top. Okay? Loyalty is everything. You're going to be with me. You're going to ride with me. You're going to be loyal to the end. We're going to be friends forever. Okay? I got friends that I've been friends with for like 30 motherfucking plus years. We friends forever. But if you're going to turn your back, then turn your motherfucking back, kick rocks and socks. Don't give no fucks. I'm from California. That's just the way it is. I don't have to be home to know that spirit lives mighty deep inside. Right? So I could be home, I can show up and it just still be like that. Just mob around. No check in, I don't give a fuck what's going on. Stop me if you want to. See what happens, you hear me? Just like that, right?
Mhm.
Ain't no pussy up here. That never has been. But in the same time of being oppressed, right? I told my brother, now that you ain't gotta, talk. You don't care about father, mother, you know, Uncle James. Now you could cut them chains, cuz, and you can free yourself of all this shit that you feel has been bothering you. Daddy made you work. Daddy didn't do this. Daddy did this. Daddy was abusive. Woo, woo, woo. Daddy da 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 da. Okay, cuz, well, I didn't have the same experience. Keep in mind, I was there for 2 years beforehand. That motherfucker was, yeah, he's whatever. But that motherfucker still loves me.
It's cool now.
He's been fine. We don't talk about it. There's nothing to talk about. I forgave him. I let it go. Why? Because I'm the one that fucked up. Did I make it better? No. But we ain't got to talk about it no more. I grew up. I tell him I don't want to talk about it no more because in my mind he's gaslighting. How the fuck you gonna tell a motherfucker what they remember when they're 2 years older than you?
Right.
How you gonna tell them where they've been when they were 2 years older than you? That means they was out moving around before you even was a twinkle in the eye
Right.
or a thought. You see what I'm saying?
You asked for a brother.
And I asked for a brother, and I got one. My brother's still acting like my brother at home. He's like, no. I don't know who you talking to like that. But
He act like he's your big brother.
and that's because he's smart.
Yeah, yeah.
My brother doesn't do drugs or drink or anything like that. He's always been smart, but he's conniving. And when mother said we're little sociopaths, she wasn't lying. She wasn't lying. But that means that if you're my little brother, where you think you got it from? Who you think taught you how to do all that?
Right.
You know what I mean? If they didn't want you, who you think did? Who you think don't play behind her fucking brother?
You.
So, that shit got the proper little burn on it.
Yeah.
I say that because he tried to give me this. I wasn't this and I wasn't that. When I'm out on the street and you living in a good little house and shit, you get to stay home because you don't. I can't go home. Because I ain't got no father apparently, and my mama didn't come get me, so obviously I can't go home. I stay in the system. It wasn't the same for the little girl, but the last time I seen her, she don't make me put hands on her, because she tried to put hands on me. I paused, not that I wasn't challenged, but because I wanted to put hands on her. But then I felt like I would go to jail again, so I'd be beating the same little white girl, because she was raised with them people. So what you think gonna happen when the peoples get there? She gonna be hollering and snitching. Well, I'm gonna be like this. And she's gonna have all the evidence in the world, but who do you think they're gonna believe? Right. So I had to kick her out the thing. He said I wasn't doing no militant pro-black shit. And I said that's a lie. Because I was advocating for a school program in our middle school to talk more about black history. Because, you just can't tell us anything about this Martin Luther King. We had so much more. So, me and my sister Keisha was over there advocating for that until she went to Lake Charles. I don't want to hear it. All right, fine, don't hear it. Now look, there's motherfucking colleges that have whole scholarships about this. You know what I mean?
Cuz said he cut off a whole 30-year friendship because they turned their back on him and cruised in the building.
My family. Yep. Yeah, look, you can't tell a motherfucker if they've been militant and they've been on some pro-black shit. You can just look at them, see that they not telling no lies. At all. At all. I am what I am. I am what I am. I probably didn't want to be this. I probably did. Probably was supposed to be something different, right? But I saw something, and there was a. I'm not racially homeless. Let's put it that way. Mm-hmm. Hey, Ray, Jay. Did you catch up on the force yet? Mm-mm-mm. So much to talk about with that. But when he said that, I look at him like this. Me and my brother have different daddies, and he was raised by him, and he stuck by him, and so I mean, so he grew up in the house still. He didn't leave till he was like 20 something. You know what I mean? I was outside. He still has. He's still with us, but I mean, he's still with us. He's just on some other shit with it. Like he don't like to hear. He's on some other shit with it. For me, I'm just like I don't want to hear nothing. I am doing what we do, and at the end of the day, I got a job to do. You know what I mean? I'm on a black agenda. We got a job to do. My brother's a big conglomerate of gaslighting. Mm-hmm. Telling motherfucker one thing and then 6 months later changing it up. And then acting like it's all me, right? And then get mad, cuss me out, call me out my name. And I'd be like, why you call me that? I don't call you them names, man. I don't call you no names. But that's when I know people are lying. When they immediately start going like that. Gaslighting, talking loud, and then calling you names. Out your name. You know what I mean? Like the B word or something like that. I'm like, you call me no motherfucking what? You know what I'm saying? And he's too big now for me to put my hands on him. And I just didn't want to. There's a time where we used to fight like that, but we don't fight like that. We was tussling, we was little. You know? We're strong as hell. The other day we was doing a hand test. He's like, your hand's always been bigger. I was like, let's just acknowledge how pretty my hands are. How brown I really am. As we put them up against the skin test, cuz you just saw, man, I was like 5 shades darker than him. The whole arm all the way up. He said, I can get a tan too. I was like, what? Man, make me a believer. Yeah, my mama's skin. But I was like, can we just acknowledge it? No. And I was like, oh my God. He didn't want to acknowledge that we got the same hands. He didn't want to acknowledge that he looked like his goddamn mama. He didn't want to acknowledge anything. I was like, all right, cuz. I was like, okay, you say I look like her. I said, maybe one wear my sunglasses. All right, sure. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I could imagine so. I mean, she did bring me in the motherfucking world. She's just a vessel, but I can imagine. Not like I have other notes to compare to. God. Anyway. I say this because he said, when did you get so racist? He read the article. I'm racist. I mean, what you talking about? I said that. I was like, what you talking about, brother? I said, racist is against immigrants. I forgot, to tell you the truth, the person I had my children with, I forgot. That was so long ago. Was from Mexico. I forgot. I said, I forgot. But if you reckon, I said, but if you remember, I like this cousin who was the same color as Jesse. He looked like Jesse. Except with hair like Miguel. I said, I forgot. I said, was it racist? I said, what's racist about it? I said, they came in the country like that. He said, but you wouldn't. I said, there's a difference, cuz. I was like, there's a fucking difference. Try to do comparison notes. Like when we talk about tethers and whatnot, okay? he tried to throw my best friend in the mix of the conversation. And I said, she's not tethered, first of all. And I said, she came here during this time, and it took her forever to get to being nationalized. I was like, that's when you follow all the rules. You come in with your parents. They're like, come on now, like, are you serious? They did all the right things, the proper way. So how the fuck is that the same thing versus a motherfucking caravan of 8 million motherfuckers bomb rushing our fucking border?
Right.
She didn't come walk over here. She took a plane with her brothers and sisters and her mother and father. What the fuck you talking about? Like, and that was such a. I was like, you know what? Cause I couldn't fathom. So I said that because the narrative is like fuck motherfucking immigrants. No, the thing is that when you have vitriol in your heart, we gotta turn our back on you. When you standing in the way of us getting our reparations, then yeah, I gotta turn my back on you. When you do a fuck shit, I gotta turn my back on you. But if you marry a whole FBA man and you have a whole family and you raise them out either in both cultures, right? Both cultures with both languages, and they know that their father is a motherfucking FBA fucking brother, an entrepreneur at that, right? Whole FBA fucking man that we see regularly in the street, then what are we really talking about? It's not the same thing, right? Let me ask you guys a question since I got three of you in it. Let's talk about black love real fast. Is it black love? Is me and Jesse got black love because uh, I'm a mulatto? Is that still consistent? Is that still considered black love? And I say that because the man is what the man is. Eerie, we follow the line of thought on that. Eerie, and I'm like, multiracial or whatever. Black first, obviously. He said, why? I said, because everything is black first. Black, Indian, and French. Black, Indian, and French, because black was first. Stop being stupid. Is that still considered black love? Because I say it is. But let's just ask the question because Jesse was showing me what Afro Lee was getting hit on today. That bitch called him a nerd like 4 times. I would have checked that.
Yeah.
I said, I'm not no nerd just because I wear glasses. I'm clean and motherfucking speak eloquently. So trying to get our people aligned and not be a degenerate does not mean I'm a nerd. That bitch was ratchet because you could tell she was ratchet.
She was trying to holler super hard.
No, she wasn't. She was trolling because we could tell. No, because you really weren't listening. I'll break that whole conversation down. She was trolling. Listen, from a girl's perspective, that bitch was trolling. First she said this, but she was really being disrespectful. Really, because you don't say things like that. We done with the thugs. We just want a nerd square looking like you. First of all, it's called him a square and a nerd. That's not gonna get you no dick. Be honest. Bitch, you ain't getting no dick cause when you call a motherfucker a square and a nerd. Right? I'm like, I like your square nerdy ass. Now whip it out. No, cuz we were like, excuse me? I ain't no square bitch. I mean call you a bitch, but I ain't no square. If you wear glasses, I can't see. I know square. And you want me to give you all this good pipe. Let's stop it. That's how you get no good pipe, cuz. I call a motherfucker a square and a nerd, and we just want to know what you thinking so we can get along. First, now you gonna conform, bitch. You can't change that ratchet shit. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me. That's speaking from experience. You can't change that ratchet shit. I don't give a fuck what you say right now. A motherfucker ratchet all day regardless. I have to turn it off. They can't turn it off. It's like turning black off. I'll turn around like that, put this shit on mute, turn around, say something really like to Jesse. He'll blush. Don't believe me? Hold on, let me try it. Let's turn it off on mute real quick. Hold on a sec. Get in the camera, Jesse. You see Jesse, right? Thought I said, let me turn off the mute. See? Case in point, you see it? Look. See? He got to cover his face. You didn't need to hear that. It's grown folk business.
It was very ratchet.
Right? So that bitch is like, I just want to know, because I mean, we're looking at them nerdy square type. Bitch, off top, that's off code, cuz. Like, he's like, I want, I'm looking for somebody who shares my passion. Like, what? Everybody know after like 5 o'clock, everybody get that sexy voice on. Stop it. Stop it. I've been like, bitch, I like to listen to. First of all, you want to talk about this motherfucker, right? You want to talk to him and like try to hit on him or ask him whatever, right? But then you gonna bring up a broad that he brings up on the Twitter spaces. Ugh. I don't care what anybody says. That broad is not for me. I don't give a fuck. I don't care, crew. I don't like BX.
Oh, BX is rude.
BX is rude. Oh god.
Natural is even ruder.
I don't like that broad either. I don't like rude mannish bitches, cause with man voices. Or like, look, if it's a man show, why are you trying to run it like that? Like, I don't know, but I don't know. I got a little dainty voice. Bitches hate me, but that's because this is whatever, right? Normally, I just stand on my business. I don't fight with women.
You Aquarius and Elena got dainty voices.
I don't know who they are. I don't study what other broads do. The only reason I don't study what they do is because I have my own confidence and I can just be myself. I don't really need to be like, because that's a sign of a hater. Like, ooh, I just don't like how they speak or they talk or maneuver. That's it. That's all. Not that they're not saying what is correct and right. It's just not for me. They're not my type of females. Like the females I hang out with are pretty much, I mean, they get down with the business. They gotta get down with it, but they're not like mannish. Like you see, Sister B don't talk like no man.
Right.
She just be saying she can go smooth the fuck off because she's in the right about what the fuck she's talking about. Right, so she can just go off. Like Sister, how nobody likes or nobody fuck with Sister, what's her name for the Springs?
Hasset.
Sister Hasset. I love Sister Hasset. She's a real sister, but you can tell she's feminine. I like Sister Ashita.
Yeah.
Sister Ashita, real feminine.
Desiree.
Sister Desiree kick rocks with socks, cause that pride is just way too much. That's Shabaka's friend.
Yeah.
That we fucking with all the time. I just tell you Shabaka wear bad things. Yeah. Shabaka's like, no. They're like, you need to knock the dust off that, cuz. Put an arch in your bag to break that bitch down. She just needs some long and strong, cuz. That's all I gotta say. Sometimes that's what a motherfucker need to get right.
I remember
but
Sister said,
listen. I'll just tell you the truth. That broad who was hitting that motherfucking Afro Elite cuz was not gonna get no pipe in that manner. That's not how you get no dick. Just answer the question. Is that how you get dick? By calling a motherfucker nerd and lame in a square? She called him down the first little bit. Let's answer the question. Just go ahead. I don't care. Just say yes or no. Look, I'm gonna call you I don't even want to talk to Jesse. But like, if I was a man, I'm like, you ain't getting none of this good pipe.
Right.
Bitch. I don't like hoes.
Oh.
But I ain't giving you none of this good pipe. I don't know what you gonna do with it. Oh man, next thing I know, I'm gonna have to train you, bitch. No.
Mm-hmm.
No. I don't like hoes. I don't want wretcheds. You dig? I want a square bitch. What? Then you gonna get into a whole little thing, you know what I mean? So no, I'm like, shit, no, you ain't getting none of this. You call me a nerd, I ain't giving you nothing.
Right.
Nerd. You call me any kind of thing off-brand nerd. I'm like, you ain't getting none of this. Beep. beep beep. Those are the words that we use.
Mm.
Then you hear the beep. And you get none of this motherfucking beep beep. Yeah, you keep thinking about this
Yeah,
beep.
Crew was there. He seen that shit.
Crew, she got the sexy voice on her. She called him a lame, a square, and a nerd, all in the same fucking sense. Cause
I like you.
she's like, I just want to know what y'all thinking about. But I mean, what type of woman would you look? First of all, let's stop right there. You're not gonna be it.
Right.
Because if you asking those kind of questions, you haven't been paying attention to the show.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like off top, you don't even. Are you just looking at me because I got glad I'm a nerd because I'm clean because I got a clean shirt on, and I don't want the degeneracy. I want my people to get like an example. Like that's how I see Afro Lee.
Yeah.
Like I got a clean shirt on. I got my face is clean. I'm wearing little glasses.
He hit the south part of my mistake.
What my fault? You did. I got clean little glasses on. Woo. Jay wear glasses. Jay. If somebody said you was a nerd, cuz would you give him the pipe?
He's engaged now.
Okay, so that means okay. Let me shout out Jay for making that type of commitment. Thanks. Good job, cuz I hope and I pray we get an invitation to the motherfucking shenanigans.
Yeah,
Cause we're gonna throw some little gifts at you and your bride. And yeah, we're gonna take you, separate you and shit from, you know what I mean? We're gonna throw little gifts at you, throw little gifts at your bride. Hopefully she with us on the same alignment. So yeah. Good for you. I heard about it and I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to respond. I heard about it when you said through the live. I was in the background. So congratulations to you in the future. Yeah, congratulations. So many questions, not enough answers, but hopefully, and let's pray that it stays militant and full of love. Yeah, and prosperity and all that good shit, abundance and all that good shit, and that it could be something that can be a team building project. You mean because that's what we need now.
Right.
The reason I ask about that black love shit is because we need motherfucking black love builders.
Right. Cool. Wrench too.
Okay. Let's get back into this.
I'm gonna wrench you up.
So yeah, we gotta call out our sellouts. Now in Colorado, that's everybody. Except for like 5 people. Real shit, 10 people. We're gonna be generous. Real generous. Everybody's on that boule sellout shit. It's only because there's a precedent set in the points, with what the culture is here with the points. That's what I was saying. And we don't fit that mold. Sometimes when you're too black, they want to downplay that because then they want you to be doing respectable conversations and shit. And then they want to pull you aside and be like, I love that black shit about you. Right. And then they be like, whatever. And nobody likes this relationship that me and Jesse got. And it's because of light skin.
Remember when that broad called?
Because of light skin. Huh?
Remember when that stupid bitch called? Like, mad that we had got together.
About what?
When we first got together.
What'd she say?
Talking all kinds of shit.
What'd she say?
Oh, yeah, I always go for that light skin one.
Not that light skin. Just because, look, certain parts are. The other parts just resonate like a whole sister. So, yeah, I don't really pay attention to that because when people point that out, it's because they don't really have nothing to fall back on. That's just like being a hater. Like, if that's all you have to say is because of fair skin or whatever, then you really ain't got shit else going on for you. If that's what it really is, that's all you have to say to me. That's your win. Then you ain't standing on shit to me. And if we're gonna talk about this and that, and I'm culturally more blacker than you, then shut your mouth, get like me. You see what I'm saying? I'm not gonna turn down for what? That's not in my nature turn down and placate no more, because that's what was the confusion. The confusion when you recodify is you got to kick that placating and pacifying and doing what other people want you to do and be out your system. And that's the confusion. Like they say, well, you look like this, then you should be like them. I can't help how I came in the world, and I can't change how I look. That ain't got shit to do with me. That's just what it is. I'm not ashamed of me. I love me. So you can't like me because I'm too light. That's a you problem. I didn't say nothing about anybody being any more melanated than me. I'm a starseed. I'm an etheric being. So all this other shit is like mundane surface shit. It's generational trauma. And trust and believe, being an etheric fucking being here suffers the same generational motherfucking trauma of being a mulat. You see what I'm saying? And there's motherfuckers that are ashamed of that. They call it what? Tragic
mulattoes.
Right. There's a whole dude that runs a whole thing, and he says that people like me trying to be too pro-black, we're doing too much, or we need to go figure it out. Well, there's nobody to figure it out with, because if you know intentionally, internally, that these motherfuckers are colonizers, and they pilferage, rape, and kill, and violate, and steal, and all kind of extra shit, then why in the fuck would I want to have a conversation with any of them? Right. Should have just let nature take its course when they got to the nation. Should have just not fed them, clothed them, and gave them blankets. Should have just let the winter kill them.
Yeah.
You dig? It was us giving them having a little heart and shit, teaching them how to survive the motherfucking winter. That was our detriment.
Yeah, they were sewing themselves up in bodysuits.
You see what I'm saying? That was our detriment. We should have just let them fucking make it through the winter. They would have ate themselves and fucking died off little by little, and we wouldn't have caught any of the fucking infections and germs that they brought with them. See what I'm saying? And then we wouldn't have had to fucking sign this or do that. Should have just let the winter kill them, and if the winter didn't kill them, then we would have killed them. You know what I mean? But instead, we had to be a welcoming people, a loving people. You see what I'm saying? A forgiving people. It's to our detriment, and that's now here we are, fucking not knowing what the fuck and where the fuck and who the fuck. You know what I mean? And now we hate each other. We talk about each other. So it's like, come on now, cause we would just let them die off, we wouldn't even have these problems. We'd still be black and native, and we'd still be intermixing and fucking running in the moonlight and hunting motherfucking animals and fucking wearing fucking fur and just living it up. You know what I mean? Nation building within ourselves. You know what I mean? Instead of all this other shit going on. Now we gotta worry about them. Come on now. I have lots of questions. I don't want to figure it out. So, yeah, we should just let the winter do it. They don't want to hear that. He said I'm racist. My brother said I was racist because I said should have just let the winter kill him off. He said then they wouldn't have made you like that. I said, because maybe you're right. Maybe you're not. Who knows? You see what I'm saying? Who knows? Who knows if I'd have been light skinned or not? Who knows? Nobody knows. See what I'm saying? But yeah. Let's get back to this. Calling out the sellouts. It's a real thing. No more passes given.
Up for 30 years if you're truly fighting the system. The Democratic Party is an organization.
The Party died.
They don't have to let you in.
Oh yeah, just had out rent.
You know, you realize that? Yeah, you can voted in by voters. They don't have to let you access Act Blue, which is how you raise money. They don't have to caucus with you. They could run other people against you. They could help fund your opposition. It's a lot of shit they could do. They could take you off committees. They could ice you out. Nah, they couldn't fire AOC. They didn't hire her. She got elected by the people. but they can make life very difficult. And then there's other ways to give it to people. So I'm saying we got to wake up out of the bullshit. We can't be walking around just seeing colors.
Colors.
And thinking, oh, okay. And that's one thing about white people. White people know. White people know. When white people walk into a store and see another white guy, they don't go, oh, great. I'm going to get all free shit. They know white people screw over white people all the time. They know white people go ballistic and shoot up places all the time. See, some of us rely on comedians too much. Yeah, I saw the Eddie Murphy skit with the white guy. He dressed up like as a white guy for the day and he walked around and life was different.
Sure.
It was a joke. It was a joke, fam. White people been screwing white people over. What do you think's going on in Ukraine and Russia right now?
Oh my God, let's not.
White people are blowing each other's brains out. And they live 5 minutes from each other, fam. These motherfuckers get up in the morning, look across the street, and then go to war. You understand this? People are killing each other that grew up next to each other's high school basketball teams. What? Most smart white people know that because they're the ones that you'll think it's a bunch of black people with some insurance companies going, Mr. Cody, that's when I said, oh man, this is crazy. Yo, they all know what I know. They just won't say it, fam. Money. A lot of the people in the media, a lot of the media heads are very much content. They're willing to play games. They're fine with jokey joke. Our media is not serious about Black America.
How do you flip Latino voters in a state where, I mean, nationwide, 55% of Latino men?
First of all, let's talk about this real quick. Do you really trust anybody that's shooting a podcast like these two bitches? One is like supposed to be a representative. The other one that used to have a job from their own apartment, and they're having a whole discussion. The Joy Reid show. Like, are you serious? Cause you used to have a job. And you's a motherfucking representative. Why aren't you at your office? Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, Joy Reid, like, let's keep it real. I feel like she needs to get with motherfucking what's her name? Lisa Cabrera, and get some hair products. Like, for real. Like, her shit looking dry as hell. Doesn't that shit look dry? Like, I better take Jesse's hair out. There's that. Like, look my little man, oh my baby. Definitely don't know how to sleep pretty, man. I gotta brush that shit out. Comb it out, I'm gonna do the job. That shit's all, he's having it all wrapped up. So upset. It takes you, I got it faster. It take me like 40 minutes to do Jesse's hair if he participates. And now he says, I'm just like, move this way, sit this way, do this way. I'm like, oh my fucking God, I'm gonna beat you up. Because it's easier. It's just like it's easier. You won't sit down for it. Like, I don't know how anybody else does it. For me, I could just go, my shit's in plaits right now. Literally, I got 4 plaits. Wait, I don't know. This little piece right here, easily break down in like 3 more. I just did it because I was trying to get out the fucking way. It's in my face. This right here is like, look how long my shit's on stretch. Look how long my shit is. Bam. It's on long. And this motherfucking shit won't stay in a rubber band. It just wants to be out and free. I'm trying to lock this bitch down. Right. But like, if you really don't want to trust anything they gotta say, like, she had a podcast. I'm like, look, man, your forehead ashy. What is going on with your motherfucking wig, Jasmine? Like, I mean, come on. We really gotta trust anything. I mean, don't take my word for it. I'm in a hoodie and shit, but I mean, come on. Like, for real.
Voted for Trump. Those numbers have dropped nationwide, but his people are still his people. And pulling out more Latino voters in Texas, getting them to come out, that doesn't necessarily mean they vote for the Democrat. They might vote for the Republican.
The biggest thing that I actually did as a freshman was not going off on Marjorie Taylor Greene. It was just the most viral thing that I did.
It was the most fun thing you did as well. But go on. BBB is going to live forever. Bleach blonde.
Forever, because it's trademark, honey. But yes, the best thing that I did was actually...
Even the Black-owned media be on some bullshit.
Immigration policy is immigration policy, but treating immigrants humanely, that's the point that he was trying to talk about.
And I think we do in the United States.
And I think we do. I don't think there is an inhumane process underway right now. Someone broke the law to get here and we're sending them back.
I'm not a good God person. I'm not. I have a strong,
there's a cure for that.
Unwavering belief that God is real. And that belief causes me a lot of shame. Sometimes I can see God looking at me and I wonder what God sees. But there's one thing that I try to do in all the other ways that I fail. The greatest gift that God gave to humanity is for treating the least of his people, at least as defined as this society, like they're by God.
So I see through the
regime.
Only if we fight for the country we love. And listen, that's another piece of this, which is I really want to remind people of the light that is in each of us, even in these moments of darkness, especially in these moments of darkness.
The playbook is to ignore Black people's real problems. They don't focus on the issues of white America, Black America, any America. It's all about roasting Donald Trump.
President of the United States is a killer. I am outraged. I am outraged.
95%, if not 99% of the problems Black people have, they had them way before Trump took office. I know because I was doing his job. If you were doing content before then, you know that. Trump was in office, shit was bad. Trump was out of office, shit was bad. Some say worse. Trump back in office, now they say it's Armageddon. Most of the time, the Democrats spend most of their opportunity joking about shit. Now, Reese Waters is I guess, progressive. Look at his channel. Everything on Reese's channel is shitting on Republicans. Nothing about uplifting Black people, about closing the racial wealth gap, closing our borders, making our schools better. He just makes a lot of money shitting on Trump because that's where the money is. People think I should go do that. They don't want to make Democrats accountable. They'd rather I just do what he does, which is make jokes about Trump and J.D. Vance and Vivek. And don't get me wrong, fam, I make jokes about them. I roast them. My audience wants solutions for Black people. Call out the Democrats for what they're doing to Black Americans. That's my audience. His audience, which is bigger than my audience, wants him to do this shit. Talk about how bad Trump is. And once again, I like Reese. Reese is a funny guy. But Reese, in my humble opinion, Reese isn't on shit. And it's not just Reese.
Recent polls show that Americans are not satisfied with how Trump's administration is handling the Epstein story. Juanita, how do Democrats seize upon this?
Problem is, we got people that say that they talk shit about Black this, Black that, Black the other thing. And then when I say, but dog, we got to close this border to save Black people, they say, that's white nationalism. The play with media is to ignore Black America. So I think the number one job of Black media is to prioritize Black America.
Exactly.
So what you're seeing are these constant and direct attacks from so-called progressives, because a lot of people are bots. Like earlier this week, there was some dude from New Zealand who was trashing Crockett. I was like, your ass ain't even American.
Black America making their team better before they focus on the other team. In fact, preseason was always about getting in shape. You weren't even practicing or training. That's when I said, oh man, this is crazy shit. Yo, they all know what I know. They know what I know, they just don't want to say it. They just won't say it, fam.
But let me be clear. Donald Trump is running the most openly racist immigration regime in modern American history.
BS detected.
Look, we're going to play like 10 minutes of this. And I just was like, first, when he first started talking, I was like, what in the fuck is Tim Black talking about?
Racist immigration regime in modern American history.
Folks.
I did, cuz that's as big as it's going to get.
Exhibit A. Exhibit A, Jasmine Crockett, lying again. Right off the break. See, to catch her, to be able to detect her BS, you have to be willing to stop her every sentence. You got to be willing to pull the plug. Because if you let things slide, you'll be fooled.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I'm serious, family. If you want to see behind the curtain, you got to be willing to slow down, Johnson. Because by slowing down, you see this. Here's my graph. I created this from data. When she said Donald Trump is overseeing the biggest, most racist, whatever deportation thing in history, in modern world, I wanted to put together for you Obama's first term versus Trump's second. And I want you to see the number and the difference in numbers. There's a big difference there. Obama's first term through 2009 to 2012, the numbers are heavily disputed. Some say 527,000 deportations. Others say 300,000 deportations the first 10 months. Yeah. But this is what we have. Because when you go for the total 4 years for Obama, we have 1.5 million, almost, might as well say 1.6 million deportations. And we see that that's a far cry from where Trump is now with 300,000 projected, 360,000 projected deportations. There's a difference, a humongous difference. So what I'm saying here is that it's really obvious. If you want to be upset about the number of deportations just based on that alone and say that Trump is spearheading the biggest, most racist deportation spree in American history, well, Obama was just president. He wasn't president long ago. You think that Jasmine Crockett with a staff of, 5, 6 overworked shoe kissers will be able to pull up the information to give us accurate information? I mean, if that's going to be your opening line, that Donald Trump is supporting all these people like hotcakes, at least you could do is be right about the opening line out of your speech. But see, she's counting on no one in the media on CNN or MSNBC or MS Now or NPR, and none of the talking heads who are now independents, like Joy Reid or Don Lemon or Roland Martin. None of these people who don't even work for the system have the guts to even hit pause on her video, hit pause on her bullshit and say, hey, obviously, if you want to say Trump is the biggest deporter, you would have to say this week, he's the biggest deporter since he's been elected in the last year. Because he's the only person that can deport from America. It's under his office that deportations are happening now. Maybe that would be an accurate statement. It would be dumb because there's only one president at a time. Maybe you could say he's deported more people than Nancy Pelosi. And maybe then it would be an accurate statement. But to say it's the most, it's a pretty definitive statement to make, don't you think? Wouldn't you have to have those numbers right? Shouldn't they have to have the numbers right? I think they should have to have them right. When Democrats prioritize complaining about deportation over complaining about the issues that affect paying citizens, particularly Ms. Crockett, who is so wrapped in blackness, everything she says it under the guise of she's fighting for black people. And it's working with a lot of black people. I see it. I see morons on my timeline on every platform across the internet. But number one, I answer tough questions. They say she hasn't been in Congress long enough. Why are you holding her accountable? She doesn't. You don't need to take a civics class. But you're basically saying is she's useless. But shut up about talking about her because she has brown skin and she talks like you do. Damn the information that comes out of her mouth. Whether their lies are true, fabrications or propaganda, gaslighting or insults, you don't care. In fact, throughout this speech that we're covering here, Jasmine Crockett, with immigrant coming out of her mouth, insulted all of Black America who are conscious enough to still have their own opinions,
for like
their own self-pride, their own dignity. Gaslit. Black folks being gaslit for 2 years for complaining about the immigration situation in America, for complaining about cities being overrun, for complaining about bad handling of cities, for complaining about Democrats not living up to their BS words. Listen to them. The Black frustration is cross-generational. I'm proud to say I'm seeing older Black Americans just as pissed off as some of the more engaged Black Americans, young Black Americans, old Black Americans, middle, all across the spectrum. Boomer to Gen Z. Tired of the nonsense.
I've said it once and I'll say it again. Donald Trump's mass deportation system makes me think of what a modern day slave patrol would look like. Slave patrols were armed groups empowered by the government to control, intimidate, and terrorize people solely based on color. That's what's happening now. Donald Trump is sending mass agents without warrants into communities of color to terrorize the people who live there. And the reason that I want to make sure that I draw out this link, because we heard Maxine say that Black and brown is coming together. I want to be clear about this. This should not just be the immigrant community. This should be all of us united, because we know united we stand, divided we fall. This should be all of us united, because we know united we stand, divided we fall. And unfortunately, this last election, we allowed ourselves.
I want my Black American people, I want y'all really to take a deep breath right here. Please take a deep breath right here. It's going to be very crucial. Oh, it's going to be super crucial that you pay attention right here, man. Yeah, this is what we need to slow down and savor this, because I need to make sure that we're crystal clear about what she just said. She said, Maxine Waters said, Black and brown people are coming together. My mic must not be working.
Jasmine Crockett shit needs,
because my chat ain't going off the Richter scale.
Blues. We ain't
Look like the regular number of comments to me.
for a motherfucking thing.
Damn. My internet connection must be funky.
These must got anti-black hatred.
X didn't break.
Bro, I was sitting up here talking about we need to come together.
I didn't get a retweet. No notifications or retweets on that post. Facebook, I didn't get any repeats on that post. I'm not getting notified. Buck ain't texting me that the chat is gone bonkers. The woman just said, black and brown people are united. Because Maxine Waters said, which to me denotes a sign that she ain't altogether sure she should be saying this shit. Because you're putting it on Maxine.
She's a crock.
Maxine ain't sitting here talking though, is she? I don't care what Maxine said. It's what you're saying now. Don't put it on her. Maxine, 85 years old.
Yeah, she said her ass.
That's somebody great grandma you putting it on. Nah, this stays with her. Black America, I need you to lock in with me. Lock in with me. Mike Tyson, lock in with me. Jasmine Crock is talking a whole crock.
Good shit.
She said, we need to not just be immigrants, man. All of y'all need to be mad. Who's she talking to?
Yeah, I'm sure ain't talking to us because we ain't no fucking immigrants.
Then she went on to say, black and brown. Folks, what I'm trying to tell you is, it ain't nothing new what I'm about to tell you. We already know it. The Democrats want to use black people. Where the bullet catches, the heat catches, the movement leaders, the fall guys, the ones left holding the bag.
Yeah,
and she trying to sell you on.
So the hell with
everybody's in this. For some reason, I don't think it's a whole lot of Asians. For some reason, I don't think it's a whole lot of indigenous people. I'm just guessing that are really like losing sleep at night.
Oh, they getting deported too.
Because some people cross the border and now they getting deported.
They getting deported too.
I mean, I know some of y'all feeling a certain kind of way right now. I know you are. You feeling a certain kind of way because you good people. You don't like her saying that to you. She's saying you need to stick up for other people. Why are you always worried about yourself? We got to rise together because we all know rising tide lifts all boats.
Fuck all that shit. We got a hole in
We need to ride together. We can't, look, united we stand. Divided we fall. You know what, guys? Last time I checked, when it comes to unemployment rate, when it comes to home foreclosure rate.
Right, we're not coming together for a motherfucking thing. All right, I'm gonna move to the next topic. That is Melania Trump captures the MAGA Christmas spirit.
Skim through it.
So this is from Lady Chase Boy Reese. I'm not a fan of him, but to each their own.
Twinkling lights on the tree will make enough light for Santa to see.
That girl is adorable. That girl is adorable. Was this a reward or punishment to be on stage like that? Shout out to all the subscribers and the members here on the channel. Don't forget to like the video. My name is Reese Waters, and I'm trouble.
Chill.
So this how y'all want to start the holiday season, huh?
Thank you for opportunity to read story to children for Christmas. How does Santa do it? A story. How does to Santa do it? Go down chimneys with fat belly? He probably do not fit like husband. But Christmas is about two magic happen one day a year. But if you ask me, Walter Reed be having magic happen intervention all the time. Stop my magic from happening is my one Christmas wish.
What would Cindy Lou say? Grinch. You looking like a Grinch. You looking like a Grinch. Didn't even have a regular book. Just wrote Christmas on there. Christmas. Now go ahead and play Melania. Let me hear.
Can Santa see in the dark?
Yeah.
Does he wear night vision goggles?
Christmas.
She said night vision goggles. Is this a Christmas story or the script to her documentary?
Does he wear night vision goggles that make everything green? I bet he'd like that because Santa likes green. Or heat vision goggles because he might like red better.
Can we adjust the camera? Because the kids in the frame, the kids in it, they look uncomfortable. Girl, same.
Should we leave out carrots, not cookies, on Christmas Eve, since they're good for his eyesight? No, the twinkling lights on the tree will make enough light for Santa to see.
What the fuck?
That girl is adorable. That girl is adorable. Was this a reward or punishment to be on stage like that?
Tiptoeing past chairs without bumping his knee, to leave a present or two or three and get a kiss from the dog, if it's a dog that licks, and take a cookie or two or three and then leave.
What's Santa doing? Even he was bored up there. Look, was he waving off Rudolph? What was that?
Santa goes up the chimney the same way he comes down. And I have no idea how Santa does that.
Yeah, her talking is annoying.
But I'm so glad he can.
Now, wasn't that nice? Wasn't that nice? Hey, yo, clap. That was nice.
Probability that a sample contains no more than one unmarketable tomato. No more than one unmarketable tomato. First,
Came down here to read the kids for the holiday, and here y'all go. Pretty much our entire reaction to the Trump presidency and watching Melania read a book.
Hell no.
That girl don't know nothing about the Trump presidency.
Can Santa see in the dark? Does he wear the night vision goggles that make everything green? I bet he like that because Santa like green, like the money. Or heat vision goggles because he might like red better.
Really torturing that baby.
Should we leave out carrots, not cookies, on Christmas Eve, since they are good for eyesight? No, the twinkling lights on the tree will make light for Santa to cease tiptoeing past the chairs without bumping knee. To leave a present or two or three and get a kiss from the dog if it is a dog that leaks. And take a cookie or two or three and then leave.
For her along with Nicki Minaj.
Santa goes up the chimney the same way he goes down. And I have no idea how Santa do it because he is fat. But I am glad that he can. Okay, that is the best Christmas reading I do. So peace on the world, hell, Christmas.
She didn't do her eyes like that. I don't believe she did her eyes like that. But she did sign off like that.
Like hell Hitler, hell Christmas.
You know, Melania, it would have been helpful if you, because I've read the kids before. Like if you show them pictures, that normally will help. I've gotten better at that as a parent. You know what I mean? It was obvious by the fact that Melania never turned the book to show children the pictures that she has never read a book to a child in her life. Well, that's not fair, because she in public and it's a lot going through her mind. And, you know, with the gravity of her position, anybody else in that situation.
His nipples, how merry. His cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry.
When you read a book to children, you show them the pictures. Look at Jill. This is how you do it. I think that was a better book. I think that was a better book. You know, Dr. Biden has a way with kids. You know what I mean? I can't say that anybody that occupies the White House would have got that reception from kids. Obama, I bet Obama did.
Oh, who's that? Who's that good looking guy?
Came in the room and their eyes just lit up like stars.
The girl's eyes lit up for Melania too. They lit it. It depends on what you mean by lit. Her eyes changed when Melania came in. Her eyes changed.
And turning
that's what I saw.
You guys like reading?
Yeah.
Come on, everybody, let's just pile in. Are you guys all trying to be good for Christmas? You're on the nice list? Flying Free, how Bessie Coleman's dream took flight. Bessie said, oh yeah, you just wait and see. There'll be a black female pilot and it will be me. So look at her, she's flying a plane and she climbed on top of the plane.
He showed her the pictures and everything. He showed them. Melania, why you ain't copy Obama? You know, I know you can do it.
My
Barack and
parents
I
impressed
were raised
me
with so many of the same values.
That you work hard for what you want.
You
in
work
life.
hard for what you
that
want.
your word is your bond.
That your word is
and
your bond. That you do what you say you're going to do. That you treat people
with respect.
With
they
dignity and respect, even if you don't know them and even if you don't agree with them.
I know you can do it. Why you ain't copy Obama? That's why they acting like this. Barron is starting to make sense. Melania Trump's visit goes left as children in the background react to her struggling delivery. What began as a familial seasonal appearance, one carried out by first ladies for decades, quickly became a conversation about delivery, pronunciation, and a larger history of how Melania has been received during moments tied to the holidays. One person wrote, I have thoughts, none of them are nice. She couldn't be bothered to take off her coat, but I have a special appreciation for whomever chose a book that forced her to try and pronounce the word chimney multiple times. For whatever reason, whoever chose that book gonna be in some trouble.
Who gave Melania that book to read?
Right.
Who seriously was sat up in the back like, yeah, night vision goggles. Yeah, kids will love this one about Santa. Who gave her that book to read? I'm not even tripping that she has an accent. I don't know why people are mad that she has an accent. She's allowed to have an accent. My question is, who chose that weird, horrible book? Like, I'm sorry to the author, that is just not a Christmas story. It's weird. Right. Y'all, oh my goodness, talk about esoteric. Y'all need to go check that clip out. That book is out there.
Dobby Mommy Melania read A Christmas Story to kids, and she chose violence. Literally. How does Santa go down the chimney? Proposes, shocker, a variety of ways that Santa could go down the chimney. And they're all how do I put this? Hardcore. Sat on a red throne with legs oiled up and crossed, feet adorned in red snakeskin 6-inch Louboutin socates. Melly purred her way through Santa's torture.
Like Arnold saying, California.
Does he choke himself?
Yeah.
Or stretch out like taffy?
Stretch himself out?
Does he go head first or feet first? Maybe Santa can turn into fire.
But here is the literal kicker.
Does Santa ever get stuck partway down and need one of the reindeer to give him a kick?
That demonic laugh about kicking Santa down the chimney? Dommy Mommy Melania knew exactly what kind of message this would send, which is that she can't resist an opportunity to inflict pain on an old man.
That wasn't the reason I was going for. Inflict pain on an old man. But we've already registered our objection to the book choice. We're good on that. Taking a jab at other Trump family members who struggle with reading, one person added the entire family can't.
I'm a rule. Leave mommy alone. This is horrible. I'm telling you, it's worse than when George Bush was reading to the kids.
Hey, Melania, you're the best one. This is your second language. You know what I mean? This your second language. Hey, Eric and Don Jr. don't got the excuses you got. Or your husband. Hello? Yeah, no, you got the wrong number. But I'm lonely. What's on your mind?
Oh my God.
Our government is panicking right now. The president and all his yes men are worried about the files and information they don't want exposed, and they're doing whatever they can to stop it. Meanwhile, they're doing nothing for you when your personal information, like your phone number, address, bank account data, are being attacked by data brokers. When the government does think about you, it's because they're killing a bill that would have required these same data brokers to get your consent before selling your information. They want you to feel hopeless and stuck. And this is where today's sponsor, Aura, comes in. They do the hard work for you, constantly scanning the dark web and submitting opt-outs on your behalf. Give Aura a few weeks and you'll stop seeing your information on these sketchy sites when you search yourself. They don't just opt you out of data brokers, however. Their app includes other features like dark web monitoring.
Okay. Here she comes.
I don't even know where it is.
That shit was horrible. Melania should not be reading to fucking kids. Period. Melania Trump.
She can't speak English correctly.
He ran over something. You're running over something. I can't see what you're running over. You're running over something. Oh shit, you are running over the dustbin.
Alright. Okay. She's probably dragging something. But
Alright, so I'm gonna switch gears to Candace Owens.
we're gonna skim through it because y'all know how much we don't like her. But I thought it was funny.
She comes out of the meeting, a whole different attitude. Erica's the best. It's innocent. It's just some people in Turning Point might be bad because, you know, we don't know, but we know it feels off. What happened?
You know, I'm starting to think Nick Fuentes got women troubles. You know what I mean? That's a lot of energy.
Such good English. Such beautiful. Where did you learn to speak so beautifully?
It's completely unacceptable to see fat generals and admirals in the halls of the Pentagon. I know it's tough doing what's hard, but we could use more men like you.
Is your eye okay? What happened to you?
Turns out even a 5-year-old punching you in the face, actually.
Extra doing.
Shout out to all the subscribers and the members here on the channel. Don't forget to like the video. I'm Reese Waters, and this is the Reese Waters Award Show for 2025. Today, we'll be handing out the MVP trophy for the Let 'em Fight banquet. You know, the kinds of people, I'm going to punch you in your effing face, Scott Bessent threatens an administration rival. The Treasury Secretary's quiet tensions with Housing Finance Chief Bill Pulte exploded at a private dinner last week. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Can't even have a private dinner. You can't even have a private, and they fighting. They fight. You know what I mean? Can't go nowhere. No, that's not it, Scott Bessent. That's not it, Scott. I know you like to fight. I know you like to fight. I saw what you did in the Oval Office. I know you like to fight. That's not what this is. This is an award. Okay, you know what? If you're going to sit there and threaten security, you got a certificate you can give him. Give him a certificate. Well, hand him some of them SNAP benefits that he all right, give him, there you go. All right, we taking care of him. This is for the people that have sown the most discord within MAGA. The people that have had me yelling, let them fight! Let them fight! Let them get it out their system. The most times in 2025. You get a full point for every let them fight and a half point for yeah. They squabbling out there now. Yeah. They squabbling out there now. Yeah. That is worth a half point. So without further ado, who's our first nominee? Piers Morgan. What did Piers Morgan do?
Are you actually attracted to women?
I am attracted to women.
You're not gay?
No. But I will say that women are very difficult to be around.
I'm here.
Okay.
So there's that.
And do you think they should have the right to vote?
I do not. No, absolutely not.
They should stay at home?
Had to take care of that little situation.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
So basically, you're just a misogynist old dinosaur, aren't you? For a young guy. Yeah. I mean, I know I'm the boomer. I know I'm the boomer here, but actually, you're a 27-year-old dinosaur, aren't you? Aren't you, Nick Fuentes? All women.
I am.
All women are annoying. All women grow old. They all get fat. Says the guy. Have you ever had sex?
No, absolutely not.
Wow, says the guy who's never got laid.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. He did air out Nick Fuentes. That's right.
I had to change.
Okay.
So this is much more authoritarian than Putin's Russia.
No, it's not.
What? How is it not?
That's ridiculous.
If you have 3 times as many arrests for speech crimes, it's more authoritarian.
I've not seen that stat. If that is true, it's because we have been so appalling in protecting free speech.
Well, you're appalling. I'm not no debate there, but I'm just saying, as a how do you define authoritarian?
The idea that we are living here in a more authoritarian state than Russia.
If you're come on, those are the numbers.
You don't believe that.
Look, I believe in science.
I believe in science. You think England is more authoritarian than Russia?
I think you're more likely to be arrested for a speech crime in Great Britain, indeed 3 times as likely.
What would happen if you criticized if you went on the airwaves here tonight?
I'm an American. They're not going to mess with me.
No, but if you went on the airwaves here tonight and you start abusing and hammering and mocking and criticizing our prime minister, which, by the way, many people are doing.
I'll give you.
Let me question. If you did that, what would happen to you?
Nothing.
And Tucker Carlson? All right. Okay. Now we getting hot.
And I think we're going to see the same thing with Brigitte Macron and you, is that he was weaponizing deliberate lies for money. And I think you
Brigitte
did that.
Macron has a penis. I really want you to know
Macron
that.
does not have a penis.
Brigitte Macron has a penis.
No, she doesn't.
I'm sorry.
She had 3 children.
Did she get it removed?
She had 3 children.
Yeah, you can have adoptive children. You can call somebody, but Brigitte Macron was born a dude named Jean-Michel Trogneau. And I just feel, I want you to know that. I want you to know that Brigitte Macron probably stands peeing up. Probably peeing standing up is what I want you to know.
The beauty is we have a big bet.
I think
we have a big bet, and we're going to find out because it's going to court. And you know, you will lose that court case. I think you know you will.
Yeah. I am not going to lose a court case because Brigitte is presenting evidence that Brigitte was born a woman, because that's never even been offered. That's just their PR coming after and saying these things. Nobody believes that Brigitte Macron is just unable to present any pictures. Nobody's asking for blood.
All right, well, let's wait for the court case. Let's wait for the court case.
Okay, great.
So I'm with it. Okay, Piers Morgan. Now, Piers, you really, you've gone at a lot of people, but you didn't left Trump. Oh, he went at Trump too?
Yeah, Rob Reiner was murdered last night by his troubled, unhinged son. And to make political capital, and what angers me about it is there was all the outrage from Trump supporters, rightly, when the left mocked Charlie Kirk after he was murdered. And I thought we'd reached a kind of consensus that this, whatever side of the divide you're on, this is just unacceptable. That when people get murdered, you just show basic respect. And it's just happened as we came on air. And I just thought we've got to start with this, because when you're the most known Trump a long time, but this is one of the times when many times he's been like this when big public figures have died. I remember it with John McCain. I remember it with Colin Powell. And each time I just wince at the lack of basic decency.
I think Piers Morgan might be on that Marjorie Taylor Greene program. He might be on that. I think he looking for life rafts. That's what I think. I think he looking for life rafts. But first, you got to make sure that they seaworthy. You got to get all the rats and stuff up off of there. See, there go one right there. Our next nominee, Laura Loomer.
Who would you fire if you could? Like, who would you tell him to fire next if you could?
I don't know. It's probably not appropriate to say that on air. Should probably
you just suggested that
best.
someone who was involved in the terrorist operation.
Well, I mean, look, it is kind of stupid, don't you think? I mean, you and I'd say, are probably on opposite ends of the political spectrum. Don't people think it's kind of stupid that somebody working for President Trump told him to enact 10% tariffs on a bunch of penguins? I mean, I don't think that it makes you anti-Trump for admitting this or saying it. It's just basic things like this that people try to brush under the rug and act like, oh, it's no big deal. We're all just one big happy family at the White House. Everybody gets along. It's just not true. They don't get along. The advisors don't get along with each other. The heads of agencies don't get along with each other.
All right, Laura, you didn't name no names. You got to come a little spicier than that.
Who are we uniting with, though, to designate the Muslim Brotherhood?
We can unite with many elements of I just want to spend 4 days in Texas. The people in Texas are prepared now to step up and take a hard stand against the Islamification of Texas.
Right.
They're out there.
But
you got to reach out to people. You got to work with them.
How come Marco Rubio hasn't designated the Muslim Brotherhood? We're 9 months into the administration. Steve, you told me yourself, you pushed so hard for the Muslim Brotherhood to be designated during the first term, and you said that they tried to bite your head off for it. You said that the one thing that you received the most pushback for was trying to designate the Muslim Brotherhood. You and I have had so many private conversations about this, Steve. You told me that the one thing that it was like a no-go zone was the Muslim Brotherhood. So I just want to know what the hell is going on.
By the way.
Okay, Steve Bannon. I'm with it. Now, Laura, you are the same one who attacked Charlie Kirk right before he passed, ain't you? Oh yeah, but you don't want nobody to see that because immediately afterwards they went into censorship and you can't say anything. But that was you when he was alive that said that. Oh, the hypocrisy is deafening. Yes, it absolutely is. Now how's TPUSA doing right about now, Laura Loomer?
But I had an actual meeting at Turning Point USA headquarters in August. And so this was right before Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And the purpose of the meeting that I had, and I saw Charlie while I was there, was because Turning Point wanted to talk to people who had been outspoken as it pertains to the threat of Islam in America, and also people who had been outspoken against the woke right. And so I was like, oh, we got to be really quiet about this. We got to have this meeting. We're going to have a conversation.
And that is That is well done, Laura Loomer. That will be those are the
hysterically tweeting, like 40 or 50 times in one day. Who listens to a person like that? Like no one. For example, this $40 billion bailout for Argentina. That's probably one of the grossest things I've ever seen. And I have no idea who is telling our great president, our America First president, that this is a good idea. Because it's a punch in the gut to all of our American cattle ranchers, and they are furious, and rightfully so. And at the same time, I can't think of another country that's further away from the United States of America than Argentina. It's literally at the bottom of South America in the Southern Hemisphere, and we're all the way up here at the top. I don't know how that's America First.
Hey, MTG, she didn't register. She didn't register as a foreign aid. I know that's a thing that but let's push that some more.
All social media influencers, they should have a badge or an icon or a different color check mark that lets the American people know that they take money for their posts, whether it's political, corporate sponsorships, or on behalf of a foreign government. I think these paid social media influencers need to, it's just like on TV you have to talk about who is sponsoring your program. Broadcasters have to say this message is brought to you by XYZ. I think it should be the same for social media influencers. But the biggest part, Matt, is when it comes to them taking money from foreign governments. They should have to disclose that. It should be made available to the American people, and especially our MAGA influencers that are so-called America First. The biggest message they need to hear is they're not America First if they're taking payments by a foreign government.
Hey, and Trump called you a traitor. You gonna respond?
I've watched stupid people like Marjorie Trader Green, or some people call her Taylor Green. Some people call her Taylor Brown, because green sometimes turns to brown, which isn't nice. But I've watched her say that he spends too much time on foreign. I only have one place in mind. It's the United States.
I feel very sorry for President Trump. I genuinely do.
They're squabbling out in there.
It has to be a hard place for some. The cost of living. We aren't doing anything.
Let's see.
That was solid right there. And you know what? You can give you be in touch with Tucker. Tell him he also got a nomination. Our next nominee, Tucker Carlson.
Thank you very much. Oh yeah. I just got here and I feel like I missed the first part of the program. I hope I didn't miss anything meaningful. But I just want to say, I don't think I did. No, I'm just kidding. I watched it. I laughed. That kind of bitter, sardonic laugh that emerges from you when like Upside Down World arrives. When your dog starts doing your taxes and you're like, wait, it's not supposed to work this way. To hear calls for like deplatforming and denouncing people at a Charlie Kirk event, I'm like, what? This is hilarious.
Stay on his helmet, Tucker. Stay on his helmet.
If you're intentionally killing civilians, you probably shouldn't beat your chest and brag about it. Maybe you could make. I agree with that. Maybe you make the case that we had to do it or whatever, but you should. I agree. You should weep, and that's evil, and you should just say it's evil. And I know it's really threatening to. Is it evil? Ben Shapiro to say that or whatever. But is it evil to kill civilians on purpose? Yeah, it is. I think it is. Really? Kids and children. Well, how is it not actually? In a war. We can call it whatever you want. How is it right to kill women and children?
I think he wants some more.
This morning from Tucker Carlson, 10:16 a.m. I'll read it to you for verbatim. Good morning, he writes to me. The leadership at Turning Point has asked me to debate you at their event in Scottsdale in December. The guy is desperate. He's taking a hit on his podcast. He's fighting like hell for his career. He's fighting like hell for his reputation. People are awakening to what scum he actually is. And he thinks I'm going to platform him.
Oh, my God.
He thinks I'm going to help him kick up his podcast ratings. What would Charlie say? What would Rush say?
Oh, my God.
The Republicans, the Speaker, and the Republicans
He's fighting like hell for his career.
Congresswoman Green specifically said that Republicans do not have a plan to deal with healthcare.
Congresswoman Green does not serve on the committees of jurisdiction that deal with those specialized issues, and she's probably not read in on some of that because they've still been sort of in their silos of the people who specialize in those issues.
Now, I'll be honest. Mike Johnson is really only here due to his sheer incompetence. his sheer inability to hold his caucus together and infuriate literally anybody that he ever comes in contact with is worth a nomination. I'll be honest. That's worth it. Hey, you tell me what infuriates MAGA more than having to deal with Mike Johnson.
Speaker, she's saying that the Republicans aren't doing anything to address the health care issue here that Democrats are arguing about. Are you saying that there is a Republican plan and you're just not talking about it?
No, I'm saying there's lots of discussion about it, but we don't relay it on a conference call with hundreds of people listening in. Doing this and requiring this to come out could ruin the reputations of completely innocent people, such as those who may just have known Epstein but knew nothing of his crimes, or whose names he exploited. Think of this, innocent people whose names he exploited and used to try to get close to his intended victims. Their names may be in these files, and they had nothing to do with this. Certainly understand the president's frustration about the colleague you named, and he and I talk about that quite a bit. Can't quite understand what the rationale is, but if you're here and you're wearing one team's jersey, and every single time you vote with the other team, you know, people begin to question what your motive is and what your philosophy is. I want to say this tonight, and I think this is a shame to a lot of the Hill Press Corps. I'm not going to name any of you by name, but I haven't seen many stories written yet about the fact that we put the discharge up for unanimous consent on the floor tonight. The Republicans, the Speaker, and the Republicans asked for unanimous consent to just go ahead and pass the discharge because I think it's a moot point.
Mike Johnson, I'm solid. Honestly, I wouldn't have asked for more. As a Democrat, I couldn't have asked for more than what a mess you have made of things. This particularly, just, you know what I mean? You got people that are funny, and you got people that are like, don't even have to try. It just spills out of them. That's Mike Johnson. You know what I mean? That's Mike Johnson, just the sheer anger that he infuses in other people. He don't got to try. He just be Mike Johnson, and they just are infuriated. It's been a pleasure to watch. It's been a pleasure to watch. I'll be honest, you don't do as much as Nick Fuentes, but the reaction to you is Fuentes-y. Yeah. You know him. Y'all connected on the apps. Our next nominee, Nick Fuentes.
Everybody loved it. But as always, and this is how it is in America now, two Americans will get together and have a conversation about our country. An American audience will love it. But then there's always this other group that says, hang on, time out. Is there somebody you forgot to ask? Me and Tucker, I consent. I want this conversation to happen. The audience, I consent. I want this conversation to happen. I want to watch this.
All right, I got it.
And then you have Mark Levin, Sean McGuire, Josh Hammer, Ben Shapiro, Bill Ackman, Laura Loomer.
Uh-oh.
Is there somebody you forgot to ask? It's terrible. It's horrible. It's horrible. We forgot to ask the Jews for permission to do the show.
And by the way, this is the same Tucker he tried to call out as CIA.
Now let's look at Tucker. Tucker says that he, like Vance and Kent and Dave Smith, he's another one of these non-crazy, non-hateful America firsters. Let's look at Tucker. Let's in particular look at his father, Dick Carlson. He said that I said that no one should listen to Tucker because his dad was in the CIA. Tucker said he saw this years ago. And he said, that's ridiculous. My dad isn't in the CIA. And then he learned upon his father's death in March of this year that in fact, and he was surprised to learn this, Dick Carlson, his father, was in the CIA. Now, as I said at the beginning of the show, that is a lie. Tucker Carlson knew that his father was in the CIA. Tucker Carlson said in June of 2024, a year before his father died, in an interview with Sean Ryan, that his father was in the CIA.
And so when I applied to CIA, and I've taken a lot of crap, including from Putin, and like, oh, you're from a CIA family. Well, yeah, obviously my father worked in conjunction with CIA. I mean, that's what that is.
But maybe the seminal moment of Let 'Em Fight this particular year might have been Nick Fuentes coming for J.D. Vance's life.
All right. Why would we let this fat guy who's married to a Jeet and works for a gay CIA Fed, why would we let him grow? It's like so insane. The J.D. Vance operation is in full swing, man. Think about it. Andrew Tate and Bronze Age pervert and all these people for years, all they talk about is going to the gym, being a vitalist, fighting the Matrix, India smells bad, all this kind of shit. And now they're all in favor of a fat race mixer who's married to a Jeet who named his son Vivek, who was mentored by a Jewish neocon and a gay Fed, Peter Thiel, and the guy's in bed with Israel. And that's your guy? And I'm the controlled opposition, really? Your guy is literally a fat gay race trader who married a Jeet, who works for a gay Fed, a Fed informant, a CIA contractor, mentored by a Jewish neocon, and the dude's in bed with Israel. And he wears eyeliner. You know, so Andrew Tate said the Groypers need to go to the gym. Dude, J.D. Vance needs to go to the gym. He's fat and it's disgusting.
And he kept that same energy with Candace Owens and Erica Kirk.
To borrow a phrase, the whole show was pretty fake and gay. Fake and gay. She sounded nervous. She sounded not confident. It sounded like she knows she's full of shit. It was confused, rambling, non-committal, wants to maintain the facade that there's some conspiracy, I'm still on the case, but at the same time, walking significant parts of it back, and in the end, only spending about half the show talking about it before she launched into a bunch of other stuff about Tim Pool and other drama. And here's what I think happened. So what happened to the big bad Candace Owens? I think that's what everybody's wondering. What happened to that cockiness? What happened to the swaggering Candace Owens? For 3 months, this negress, this uppity black woman, has been going on her YouTube and bobbing her head. I'm going to name names. That doesn't work for me.
Because
what you mean? What you mean? That ain't work with my timeline. What you mean? The whole show was pretty fake and gay. Fake and gay. She sounded nervous. She sounded not confident. It sounded like she knows she's full of shit. It was confused, rambling, non-committal, wants to maintain the facade that there's some conspiracy, I'm still on the case, but at the same time, walking significant parts of it back, and in the end, only spending about half the show talking about it before she launched into a bunch of other stuff about Tim Pool and other drama. And here's what I think happened. So what happened to the big bad Candace Owens? I think that's what everybody's wondering. What happened to that cockiness? What happened to the swaggering Candace Owens? For 3 months, this negress, this uppity black woman, has been going on her YouTube and bobbing her head. I'm going to name names. That doesn't work for me. What you mean? What you mean? That ain't work with my timeline. What you mean? I got the names. You don't want to f with me. That we've been hearing that for 3 months. We have been hearing this uppity ignoramus for 3 months. And here's what I think happened. So what happened to the big bad Candace Owens? I think that's what everybody's wondering. What happened to that cockiness? What happened to the swaggering Candace Owens? For 3 months, this negress, This uppity black woman has been going on her YouTube and bobbing her head. I'm going to name names. That doesn't work for me. What you mean? What you mean? That ain't work with my timeline. What you mean? I got the names. You don't want to f with me. That we've been hearing that.
You know he's lying because she don't be acting black at all. First of all, she don't be black at all. Secondly, when has she said the N-word? A lot, like ever, like GGA. That's not her. He got her confused with somebody that's black. Oh my God.
For 3 months, we have been hearing this uppity ignoramus for 3 months, bobbing her head, cocky. Hey, yo, I got names. Don't you try. Don't play with me. Where'd she go?
You know, I'm starting to think Nick Fuentes got women troubles. You know what I mean? That's a lot of energy that he pushing at at Usher Vance and Erica Kirk and Candace Owens. Did he ever say anything about Megyn Kelly?
This is Megyn Kelly. She says, yeah, I mean, personally, I have watched videos of him questioning the Holocaust, likening it to baking cookies in the oven. The horror. Oh my gosh, he said those things. What has come over this country? Like, seriously? She says, and there's no way you could have gotten to 6 million. That seems to be his theory. He seems to think that we've way overstated the number of Jews killed in the Holocaust. How absolutely dare you? She says he's ripped on poor Usha Vance in the most offensive terms. I mean, I called her a cheat.
I like that. I like that. I'll be honest. I like that. Hey, any enemy of Megyn Kelly's a friend of mine. Hey, keep going.
Megyn Kelly introduces a subject. She goes, I'd like to talk to you, Ben, about Nick Fuentes and Tucker. But first, I'd like to show the audience this clip where Nick Fuentes is playing Grand Theft Auto and he runs over a character who appears Jewish and says, that was Ben Shapiro. And then they play like a 3-minute clip from a 7-year-old stream where I'm giggling and saying, ha, 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 I think I just ran over Ben Shapiro. Ha, ha, ha. And then everybody boos. Then the audience goes, boo. They go, boo, boo. Your boos mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer. You people cheer for genocide in real life. We have reached, by the way, the pinnacle of fake outrage. Talk about fake outrage. I can't wait for my Megyn Kelly interview. You've called Jewish people fat pigs, slobs, disgusting animals. Only Ben Shapiro. In fairness, it was more than Ben Shapiro. We have reached the pinnacle of fake outrage. So let me get this straight, Megyn. Megyn with a Y. Let's get this straight, Megyn. There's a genocide on right now in Gaza. People are being shot in the back of the head. Starving, hungry people on the brink of death are traveling miles by foot in a war-torn area to get food. They're shot in the back of the head. Children are being shot in the head. Prisoners of war are being raped to death. Refugee camps, evacuation zones are being bombed directly. Civilians murdered. You're showing a clip of a video game?
Oh, my name is Brandy too.
That's cartoon violence. You're showing a clip from a video game from Grand Theft Auto. We're supposed to be offended. We're supposed to be shocked. That's supposed to shock our conscience. Randy Fine says all Palestinians are demons. Kill them all. Kill them all. I laugh when children starve to death. That's Congressman Randy Fine.
I thought they would take the space out. I would have took the space out.
Are you going to show that screenshot before you talk to Ben Shapiro? Are you going to show those screenshots?
That was solid. That was solid. Now we got JD, we got the administration, we got the Jews, we definitely got the blacks. We definitely got the Muslims. You kind of go on. You kind of. All right.
And now he says, if you're not on board with the Epstein cover up, oh, I don't want your support. You're a weakling. F you. F you. You suck. You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid. You are not funny. You are not as smart as you think you are. You are, and honestly, and if you watch my show, you know I've been very critical. I've never been this far. This just goes to show this entire thing has been a scam. When we look back on the history of populism in America, we are going to look back on the MAGA movement as the biggest scam in American history. And the liberals were right. The MAGA supporters were had. They were.
There it is. There it is. That's what I...
Too late now, bitches. Ride with it. Ride with it. All right, family. We're gonna move into some fun shit right now. Not really fun, but interesting. Okay. I found this because we are moving into a state of, we just need to be more vigilant. And since we are the most appropriate people to, oh shit, my bad. What was that? All right. Okay. These are very important, family. Pay attention. Okay, pay attention. This is what we need to learn.
You are imagining it wrong. When you picture a second American Civil War, you probably imagine two distinct armies marching into a field, flags waving, lines drawn clearly on a map between blue and red. You imagine a declaration, a moment where the switch flips. That, with a fire chain, doesn't look like Gettysburg. It looks like Syria. It looks like the...
Listen, family. I want you to pay attention, okay, because it's important. And I want you to listen with your black ears and really pay attention to what's being said. Really pay attention, okay? Because right now, they're going to give a whole bunch of scenarios, right? This does give a whole bunch of scenarios. And it's really important because this is the type of shit my brain be on almost all day. And I say that because, I'm disabled, really disabled. Okay, so right now, and that leads me into what I was talking about earlier, trying to heal and what it takes for me to heal. Like I'm an etheric being, so like I'm from the universe. This shit is just, I keep touching it because everything is on this motherfucker desk. That's the sound cat. That's the sound, the pod thing, the sound card. Okay, I want you to pay attention to what I'm saying and listen, really listen with your black ears and your black eyes, and really pay attention because this is what we're gonna have to be on if shit really goes awry. And we're in a state where we are being severely monitored and shit like that, right? Overly policed, whatever, right? But there's a lot of things that are happening. And on the RVA, that's what we usually cover. We usually cover I usually cover a lot of things. I go over whatever they're talking about in the, in the media with certain black stuff, and then I switch over to the white shit, and I talk about the environment, and I talk about, data centers and all this extra shit that's happening, because that stuff is not being talked about. And if we're going to prepare our people as well as do God's work, then we really need to be on the same page. And that means we really need to not just become internet friends, we need to become real life family. We need to make real life plans. Because if shit happens, we need to be able to reach each other and utilize each other's skills. And if you have skills, these are the times where you need to access them. I'm giving you another little instance. My brother having a conversation, right? And there was a time where I was doing a lot of nefarious shit. And if a motherfucker thought they were going to be a drug lord and make all kinds of motherfucking drugs and do it, I had a plan and I had a fucking method and I knew what I was going to do. and I was gonna do this, and that, and I was gonna be fucking 15 ways out. You think? And I was all about motherfucking building this and that. Okay. When I was just to do work for certain things, you know, you can come to me and I'll draw you a motherfucking map, like 5 different ways in and out, how you can go through this and that. You think? So a motherfucker like me knows what it takes to turn on the water, what it takes to turn back on the electricity, what it takes to do certain things. Okay, because I wasn't always sick. My fault. I'm touching the sound card with my body. My hand is touching it. My fault. What it takes, because I had a lot of male friends that had trades. They were coming out of prison, so they had trades like plumbing, electricity, things like that. I couldn't go to school. I didn't have those resources or options like everybody else, and so I just was learning from them. So that means I'd be hanging out, or doing stuff or whatever, and I might need something, and I have something to trade or whatever to get a certain service. Like, for example, I was fixing up a house, and the plumbing was all fucked up. So I had to trade for the plumbing to get fixed. Whatever I traded was enough that the value was like $700. So the plumbing could get fixed. You see what I'm saying? Just on one restroom. Because letting motherfuckers have a trap house or treating it like a trap house, you just can't have one restroom and you just keep going to the same motherfucking restroom. It's just fucked up. And the shit's broken and it's not going nowhere. And you just got, you know what I mean? It's fucked up. And so I know for a fact how fucked up it is. Even now, in its own conditions. So I had to learn certain skill sets. Now I was having a discussion with my brother. I was talking about, like, I don't understand why you don't think that there's tunnels under this motherfucking city. Because, like I was telling him like that. Like, there's people living in the motherfucking tunnels. Like, there's tunnels everywhere in this motherfucking city. You could just climb down and just go through the tunnel system. There's piping and everything. He's like, no, it's not like that. What? And I was like, cuz, why don't you just believe me? I'm just telling you what I know. Because I know. I could tell you right now that there's a motherfucking cadaver school that just be dropping fucking cadaver bodies in the middle of the fucking sewer system. Okay? So, motherfuckers don't want to listen to me. I'm like this thing I'm just talking out my ass. Like, I'm stupid. I don't know nothing. Okay? But I'm like, really, that's like my thing is environmental racism. Environmental shit, right? I'm really about the environment, because once you start seeing that we don't got normal little animals, there's no real birds, you know what I mean? There's no, your warning system is the motherfucking animals. Think about it. Just really think about it. Okay? If you don't see all the birds flying motherfucking south or north, where do you think the birds went? You don't see any foxes? You just see motherfucking mice and rats, but you don't see no raccoons. Overabundance of cats, but no dogs. Think about what I'm saying. Hardly any squirrels. They said a squirrel would come to my window for no motherfucking reason. I call him Henry. That motherfucker be looking all in my windows, peeping on me shit. I said that motherfucking squirrel. No birds chirping. No little animal squeaks. You don't smell like motherfucking lilac and rain in the morning. Think about what I'm talking about. Okay? I'm glad to see you back, cuz. Happy New Year. Speaking of that, Happy New Year, everybody. See what I'm saying? So I'm all about this. But pay attention to what's being played, because this is how we're going to have to be. Really be. Okay? Really, really be. And what's really going to matter. Because I think about it because I'm disabled, and that's why I'm like trying to exercise myself and get myself right. And it's fucking difficult right now because I'm sick. Like, there's something wrong. I think it's just the because I'm not happy, so my body's breaking down. So pay attention, because I'm paying attention, and there's gonna be a time where we're just not looking at it through the movies no more. This is real life shit, and it's really happening. Okay, here we go. Pay attention.
Troubles in Northern Ireland, but scaled up to a continent. It doesn't start with a bang. It starts with a flicker. It starts when the power grid fails, not because of a storm, but because of a rifle shot at a substation. It starts when you can't trust the GPS on your phone because the data is being spoofed by a rogue state governor. Today, we are walking through the 10 stages of escalation, from the first political riot to total balkanization. We aren't talking about storing beans. We are talking about surviving a timeline where your neighbours become combatants and your government becomes a question mark. Let's drop you into day zero. It's November. The election results have been stalled for 3 weeks. There are accusations of massive cyber intrusion in 3 swing states. You're sitting in a coffee shop in the suburbs of a state capital. The TV in the corner is showing a split screen, one network declaring a winner, the other showing live footage of a burning counting centre. Suddenly, your phone buzzes. It's not a text, it's a localised emergency alert. But the wording is strange. It doesn't tell you to evacuate. It tells you that the Federalised National Guard has been deemed an occupying force by your governor. Outside, a convoy of up-armoured police vehicles screams past, but they aren't marked with city logos. They're flying a militia flag zip-tied to the antenna. The barista drops a mug. It shatters. That sound is the last normal thing you're going to hear for a decade. The Wi-Fi cuts out. Not just the shop's router, but the cellular data. The signal bars vanish. You look out the window and see people running, not away from a fire, but toward the bank across the street, desperate to pull cash out of a machine that just died. Here is how 90% of the population dies or gets detained in this first 48 hours. They try to verify the truth. They freeze. When the data cuts and the conflicting orders come in, the average person's instinct is to go home, turn on the TV, and wait for the adults to fix it. They treat the outbreak of civil conflict like a blizzard. They stock up on milk and bread. They post angry status updates if the internet flickers back on. This is the fatal error. In a civil conflict, the adults are the ones shooting at each other. By staying in a contested zone, specifically near state capitals or major federal buildings, you are positioning yourself in the crossfire of the opening moves. While you are waiting for the news anchor to tell you it's okay, the highways are being barricaded by heavy equipment. While you are debating who is legally right on Twitter, the supply trucks have already stopped rolling. The people who die in stage 1 aren't soldiers. They are civilians who insisted on normalcy while the rule of law was evaporating around them. Survival in the spark phase is entirely about mobility and information hygiene. You need to leave high-density political targets immediately, but you cannot look like you are fleeing. A car packed to the roof with supplies makes you a target for the panicked masses and the opportunistic gangs forming in the vacuum. You need a grey man vehicle loadout. Supplies go in the trunk, under the mats, inside the spare tyre well. The back seat remains empty. You look like a commuter, not a refugee. Second, you need a pre-downloaded offline map of your region that highlights choke points, bridges, tunnels, and interchanges. In a civil escalation, these are the first things to be seized or blocked. You need tertiary routes, back roads that don't appear on the main GPS algorithms. And finally, cash is king, but small bills are God. Nobody can break a $100 bill when the credit card readers are dead. If you don't have $500 in ones and fives, you aren't buying gas to get out of the hot zone. You're walking. But here is the twist, specific to a modern American conflict. The danger isn't just physical, it's digital targeting. In a civil war driven by polarization, your digital footprint is your uniform. If you are fleeing a blue city into a red rural area, or vice versa, your license plate and your phone's unique ID are broadcasting your origin. Checkpoints set up by local militias or breakaway police units won't just ask for ID, they will demand your phone. They will scroll your social media history. They will check your voter registration database, which was leaked months ago. If your digital history doesn't match the ideology of the guy holding the rifle, you are an enemy combatant. Before you move, you sanitize. You burner phone your life. You wipe the device, or better yet, you leave your primary smartphone at home and travel with a dumb phone. In 1861, you wore a grey or blue coat. In the 2020s, your coat is your search history. We are only at stage 1. We haven't even gotten to the drone swarms or the starvation sieges yet. If you are realizing right now that your plan for a societal collapse was just go to the woods, you are already a casualty statistic. You need to understand the structural anatomy of this disaster to survive it. If you want to survive the next 20 minutes of this breakdown, you need to lock in. Secure your spot in this briefing by hitting the subscribe button. We are going deep into the nightmare scenario, and I need you to be here for the rest of it. Fast forward 3 months. The lines have hardened. We enter stage 3, the infrastructure war. It's 2 a.m. on a Tuesday. You are asleep. The power has been flickering for weeks, but this time the cutoff is violent. A concussive boom rattles your windows. A transformer station 3 miles away has been hit by an IED. But it's not just the lights. Within 10 minutes, the water pressure in your taps drops to a dribble and then stops. The pumping stations run on electricity and the backups have been sabotaged. You go to the window. The city skyline isn't just dark, it's dead. No street lights, no ambient glow. Then you see the fires starting. Without electronic security systems, the looting begins instantly. But the scariest thing isn't the dark, it's the silence coming from the refrigerator. You have maybe 4 hours before your frozen stockpile starts to thaw. And you realize, with a sinking feeling, that this isn't an accident. This is a siege weapon. The other side isn't trying to invade your city, they are trying to dehydrate it. The common failure here is the wait it out mentality. People assume the utility company trucks are rolling. They assume FEMA is setting up water stations. They don't understand that the utility workers are on strike or have been threatened with execution if they repair the grid powering enemy territory. Civilians drink their remaining water in the first day. They eat the salty canned soup because it's easy, accelerating their dehydration. They flush the toilet with their precious bathtub reserve, wasting gallons on sanitation when hydration is the only metric that matters. When the realization hits that the water isn't coming back for months, panic sets in. But by then, you are already physically weak. You are headache-prone, lethargic, and making bad decisions. You venture out to find water, carrying empty jugs, making yourself a visible target for snipers who are watching the local ponds and fountains. To survive the infrastructure war, you have to decouple from the grid before it falls. This means the rule of 3 sources. You need 3 ways to get water that do not depend on a tap. 1. A collection system for rain. 2. A filtration system capable of handling biological and chemical contaminants. Not a Brita filter, I'm talking high-pressure ceramic filters. 3. A map of forgotten water. Industrial parks often have fire suppression tanks. Abandoned commercial buildings have water heaters full of 40 gallons of drinkable water. But the physics of this stage is about energy conservation. When the heat goes out in winter, or the AC fails in summer, your calorie burn skyrockets as your body fights to thermoregulate. You need to shrink your living space. You don't live in the whole house anymore. You live in one room. You insulate the windows with mattresses. You build a microclimate inside your home. This preserves your body heat and hides your light signature from the outside. The twist in a civil war scenario is that infrastructure attacks are rarely total. They are selective. This is weaponized inconvenience. The red faction might cut power to the blue urban centres while keeping the rural grid active to power their logistics. Or the blue cyber warfare units might brick the tractors and trucks of the agricultural belt. You might find yourself in a grey zone where you have power for 2 hours a day at unpredictable times. This is psychological torture. It forces you to stay glued to your appliances, waiting for the juice to charge your batteries. If you rely on that intermittent power, you are tethered. The survivors will be the ones who go full analog. They treat the intermittent power as a luxury, not a lifeline. They don't wait for the grid. They assume the grid is enemy territory. If the lights come on, they tape over the windows so the neighbours don't know they have power. Because in a blackout, a lit window is a beacon for a Molotov cocktail. We are 6 months in, stage 5. This is where the uniforms stop meaning safety. You are driving down a state highway, trying to get to a relative's farm. You see a roadblock ahead. It's manned by men in camouflage with military-grade rifles. They have a Humvee. They look like the National Guard. You feel a wave of relief. You slow down, roll down your window, and prepare to show your ID. As you get closer, you notice something off. They're patches. Some are wearing the state flag. Others have put Velcro patches of a specific political militia over their unit insignias. The soldier approaching you isn't asking for your license. He's asking for your travel authorization issued by the Provisional State Council, an entity that didn't exist 4 months ago. Behind him, you see a federal FBI SUV in a ditch, riddled with bullet holes. You realise too late, this unit has defected. They aren't enforcing US law. They are enforcing the law of the local warlord governor. And you are holding a passport from the wrong side of the line. The deadly mistake here is appeal to authority. We are conditioned to believe that if we follow the rules and speak respectfully to an officer, we will be fine. In a fragmented security state, there is no single authority. The rules change every 10 miles. If you try to quote the Constitution to a sheriff who has just declared his county a sovereign sanctuary, you are not making a legal argument. You are identifying yourself as a threat. Civilians get killed in this stage because they hesitate. They see a roadblock and they stop, assuming it's legitimate. Or they see a raid happening next door and they call 911, not realizing the dispatch center is now controlled by the same faction conducting the raid. The police, the military, the feds, they are now rival gangs with better equipment. Trusting the uniform gets you detained, your supplies seized, and your vehicle commandeered for the war effort. Navigating a fractured security landscape requires visual agnosticism. You need to look like you belong nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. Your vehicle should have no political stickers, no patriotic flags, no university decals, nothing. It should be a ghost. Inside the car, you need a document cache. This is dangerous but necessary. You might need fake papers or valid papers for multiple jurisdictions. If you are entering a separatist zone, you show the ID that lists a local address. If you are stopped by federal loyalists, you show your federal ID. You are playing a shell game with your identity. Furthermore, you need to learn the OODA loop of checkpoints. Observe from a distance. Orient yourself to who is running it. Look at boots, weapons, and discipline. Are they smoking and laughing? Probably militia. Are they standing rigid? Probably regulars. Decide if you can turn around without being shot. Act immediately. Never drive into a checkpoint blind. If you see brake lights a mile ahead, you get off the road immediately. The twist is the blue-on-blue chaos. In a civil war, identifying friend from foe is a nightmare even for the combatants. You might get caught in a firefight between two units that look exactly the same. Same camo, same AR-15s, same helmets. The only difference is a strip of coloured tape on their arm or a specific radio frequency. As a civilian, this is terrifying because there is no safe zone. You might think you are in loyalist territory, but a sleeper cell within the local National Guard unit decides tonight is the night to flip. The barracks explode. The streets turn into a war zone instantly. The danger is perfidy, combatants dressing as civilians or opposing forces to conduct attacks. This means that nobody trusts you. If you approach a soldier for help, they will likely treat you as a suicide bomber first and a refugee second. Keep your hands visible, move slowly, and never, ever approach a military convoy on foot. Year 2. The front lines have stalled. The war has shifted from moving armies to open insurgency. Stage 7. You are walking through what used to be a safe suburb. It's quiet. Too quiet. Then you hear it. A high-pitched mosquito whine. It's not a bird. It's a commercial quadcopter drone, modified in a garage 3 blocks away. It's hovering 20 feet above the street, its camera scanning for heat signatures. You freeze under an awning. Suddenly, the drone dives. It drops a 3D printed payload casing filled with explosives onto a passing fuel truck. The explosion knocks you off your feet. This is the new reality. There are no safe rear areas. Every neighborhood is a potential front line. The enemy isn't a soldier you can see. It's a teenager with a VR headset controlling a swarm of suicide drones from a basement 5 miles away. The sky has become an eye that wants to kill you. People die here because they don't look up. They build walls, they board up windows, they sandbag their porches. They think in 2 dimensions, but the threat is 3-dimensional. A 6-foot wall is useless against a drone that can fly over it and drop a grenade in your lap while you're cooking dinner in the courtyard. Another failure is relying on cover instead of concealment. You hide behind a car thinking you are safe. But the drone has a thermal camera. It sees your body heat glowing bright white against the cold metal of the car. It knows exactly where you are. It loiters, waiting for you to move. Panic fire is also a death sentence. People try to shoot the drones down with shotguns. All this does is reveal your position to the operator, who then marks your house for a mortar strike or a follow-up raid. You cannot fight the swarm with buckshot. Surviving the drone war requires defeating the sensors. You need to understand thermal camouflage. Regular camo netting is useless if you glow like a light bulb in the infrared spectrum. You need mylar space blankets, not to wrap around yourself, but to suspend above your position. The air gap between the mylar and your body disperses the heat. You need to break up your thermal outline. Walking under thick tree canopies is better than open streets. Moving during the thermal crossover times of day, dawn and dusk, when the ambient temperature of the ground matches your body temperature, makes you harder to spot.
My fault. The shit was on mute. Remember the first Predator when Arnold got in the mud and he was all covered up and the Predator couldn't see him? I feel like that's how it's gonna have to be. You have to be in like, temperature and shit. These are all things we need to get like our hands on just to be on equal footing, I think. Yep, radio jammers. I'm telling you guys, I'm gonna be taking that shit out the sky. Motherfucking slingshots and shit like that. You're taking them bitches out the sky like that because that's all relevant. You know what I mean? So yeah, like radio jammers, all that shit. Like this is really important stuff. You know?
Inside your home, you need overhead cover. You hang heavy wool blankets or carpets horizontally from the ceiling. This acts as a blast catcher for small drone munitions penetrating the roof, and also blocks the thermal signature from looking down. You essentially build a fort inside your living room. And you listen. Your ears become your primary radar. That buzzing sound is the Reaper. The twist here is the double tap. Insurgents know that when a bomb goes off, first responders and neighbours rush in to help. So they send a second drone, or they plant a secondary IED, timed to detonate 10 minutes later. In a civil war insurgency, altruism is weaponized. If you see an explosion down the street, your instinct screams at you to run and help. You must suppress that instinct. You wait. You watch. You scan the rooftops and the sky. If you rush into the kill zone, you become part of the body count. Additionally, the drones aren't just for killing. They are for psychological warfare. They might fly over your house at night, playing recordings of screaming or political propaganda at full volume, denying you sleep, driving you to the brink of insanity so you make a mistake. They want you tired. They want you reckless. Don't give them the satisfaction. Year 4. The United States exists only on old maps. We are in stage 9, the breakup. You are living in a region now controlled by a Regional Defense Council. It's a fancy name for a warlord. You need antibiotics for an infection. You go to the local market, which is set up in a gutted football stadium. You don't use dollars. Dollars are toilet paper. You use silver, ammunition, or labor vouchers. But before you can trade, a truck pulls up. It's the local boss's men. They aren't enforcing laws, they are collecting protection tax. They take 30% of the food on the tables. A merchant argues. He is beaten in front of everyone. Nobody intervenes. The police are gone. The courts are gone. There is only the guy with the most guns and the guys who feed him. You realize that your survival isn't about being right or being hidden anymore. It's about being useful to the monster in charge, or being invisible enough that he forgets you exist. The failure in the warlord stage is lone wolf syndrome. People think they can hole up in a bunker, shoot anyone who comes near, and ride it out. In a warlord scenario, a lone wolf is just a loot drop. If you have a stockpile and no friends, the local warlord will simply burn you out. He has more men, more time, and heavy machinery. He will park a bulldozer on your bunker entrance and wait. Survival now is social. It is feudal. You have to form a community, a tribe, that is large enough to be a prickly target, but small enough to feed. The other failure...
This is where we need to be. This is where we need to be right now. Like real shit. Right. This is where we need to be right now. Like skills, okay? So let me get back on the camera. This is where we need to be right now. This is what we're always talking about, right? And I'm talking about, I'm like, well, you can't come up in my motherfucking Zion or Mecca. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna be standing at the gate with a motherfucking, like, nah, I'll shoot you. I'll give up. This is where we need to be a collective, a fucking community. Not talking about it, but actually being about it. Because that's how we're going to get through it. We got to be able to connect and actually be in one spot. Be in one spot to be effective, but enough to be a real fucking, we're gonna have to be like enough to where we can go and do what we need to do. You know what I mean? Being able to grow food, turn water on, we'll fucking, protect ourselves, we'll protect us, shut that shit down, fence ourselves in, whatever the fuck we gotta do. Because that's where we need to be right now. All this other shit is like whatever. But if we get together now, we do it now, then it ain't nothing but to get there. You see what I'm saying? Ain't nothing but to get there, meet up, and we already know what our positions, our roles are, what we offer each other, blah, 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 and we just really stand on it because there could always be a family member or somebody that ain't with the rise. You know, they ain't with the motherfucking they ain't with the group. So, you might have to shake them. Think about it like that. We at war, and at the end of the day, somebody else's motherfucking conscience might kick in. You dig? So we need to be like, look, if you ain't with it, like on this, it's not on, it's like on a, right now we're talking about it on a micro level, like, you know what I mean? Sorry, my eyes leaking. Broken face. All right, so we're talking about it on a real life level. That, like, say hypothetically, let's just say hypothetically. Let's just say hypothetically. Some of us got land, right? In the state of Colorado. Let's just say that. Some of us got like a whole 2 acres or something like that. They're already invested. They've been lowly cultivating the land, okay? Little by little whenever they can. But the land is just the fucking land. It's just land. It's not really been messed with, hasn't been built on. It's just land, and little by little, motherfucker get a chance to go. They clear their little spots, they pull weeds, they bring a little thing to start gathering, a little rainwater, they start harvesting bees, little shit like that, okay? Little things that's been going on for like a decade or so. Let's just say hypothetically, right? So in this hypothetical little adventure, let's just say it's me. I'm like, look, all right, check it out. We at war. We in a major motherfucking war. I'm not trying to die. Ain't nobody here trying to die for no motherfucking white man, motherfucking greedy motherfucking politics and propaganda. We at war, so we are really at war. That means it's all about us. So, with it, you got a conscience, I don't know, dual alliances. You might have a change of heart midway. I don't need you. I don't want you. I don't need you to have a conscience or fucking, let's just let him stay. No, motherfucker, everybody's a motherfucking enemy till further notice. Not every sob story is a good sob story. It's a motherfucking con. Do you dig? I can sense a fucking villain a mile away. I'm a villain. But you're a marauder, I'm a marauder. You know what I mean? I like that. That's just why I am. You think I want another marauder in my fucking cap? No, there's only room for one of us. You dig? Only room for one of us, motherfuckers. I'm a real jack girl. You think I want another jack motherfucker? Nah. You think I want another motherfucker that kicks doors in with me? No, because I can't trust you. Because you just like me. And I'm like that. And I get that. I'll be that. Because I need to do it. However I got to do it. By any motherfucking means necessary. You think I'm not another motherfucker like that? Nope, because your interests are not aligned with mine. Think about it like that. Okay? Can't have too many motherfucking robbers. Then we just on some villainous shit. You dig? Can't have too many murderers with us. Then we were some murderers. You dig? So you can't just have that. You can't have too many motherfucking drug dealers. Because then we won't have anything else to trade. You feel? You know what I'm saying? And nobody's on the right thing about let's turn on the motherfucking water. You feel me? So, because there's only room for 1 or 2 maybe people like that. And that's only because they got to know each other beforehand. It can't just be meeting up midway on the motherfucking road. Hey, man, I love you. Me too. It's in jail. You dig? No, we got to have a thorough understanding ahead of time of what type of motherfuckers we are and what we really need to do to survive. Those are the kind of conversations we really have to have with each other, because motherfuckers know who they are internally and what they're capable of doing if they have to, because they've already experienced it, already probably have pushed that motherfucking envelope so hard that they're lucky they ain't in jail. You know? That white Jesus got to save the day for some motherfucker. You know? But it's real shit. So we already know what type of motherfuckers, that we are naturally, internally, what kind of code we live by, what kind of, things, moral compass we have. Now keep in mind, family, when I say this, people evolve. So if their moral compass was when they had children, it's by any means necessary to feed their kids, that then now they don't have no children, and all they care about is just getting through and taking care of themselves and whoever they gotta take care of and protect. Then their mentality has changed a little bit. You dig? You might be a whole different type of asshole at 20 than you were at 46. You're just a more well-rounded logistical asshole now. Now you're just a regular monster. You see what I'm saying? But keep that in mind when you're doing these questions, because if, let's just say, hypothetically in my mind, I'm like, look, I need this person, and reach out and be like, look, family, I got this little piece of land, I got this little right there, and I'm starting to, think I'm gonna go ahead and move this, come down this way, and I need your skill sets because I know you got the skill sets to help me, This is what I'm offering. This is what I bring to the table. Okay? Keep in mind, resources are resources. Not everybody's willing to share their resources. So we need motherfuckers that will be able to get their own resources if need be, or collectively build and protect the collective. Meaning, if we have an understanding and agreement that we all farmed and built and grew all this food and shit, then that means it's for the collective in the group. That means there's not one motherfucking, there's no power structure. There's no power structure. However, if a choice has to be made, then there's always going to be that one motherfucker that rises to the top. Like, look, this is what I would do. Because you have natural leaders. You dig? But the natural leader doesn't always necessarily want to lead and will follow. You dig? I'm a natural leader. Do you think I want to lead all the motherfucking time? Fuck no. Make some decisions too. You know what I mean? I'll listen. To see how much they behoove the movement. You dig? So you got to think like that. Like, for example, we can't have a whole fucking camp of 20 Aries, right? That ain't, then we just running shit. And next thing you know, we on some warlord shit because we built like that. You so no, we gotta have some grounded individuals. We need some motherfuckers that can do certain things that we know we can do them. We'll just outdo everything. We need to let other motherfuckers do it and just follow the lead, because leading is a fucking full-time job for us. And we're tired. Sometimes we just gotta let motherfuckers just take the reins until we're seeing some fuck shit, and then we gotta be, all right, man, let me grab it from here for a quick. Let me get it right back on point, and then you go ahead, take the motherfucking lead. You mean go ahead. Don't make me come get it again, because I'll have to come get it and put it right back on the right frame of things. Now, me and my brother, again, natural marauders, right? I always said, I'm a motherfucking marauder. I'll go get it how I live, right? That's just naturally who I am. Like, if I'm kicking doors, I break into shit, be any artist all day. Steal your motherfucking whip. I don't give a fuck. You see what I'm saying? Is that conducive? You only need one or two motherfuckers in your crew like that. That will go and grab a motherfucking SUV. We'll go and siphon some motherfucking gas. We'll go do certain shit. We'll go snatch up an ATV or two. You know what I mean? You only need one or two motherfuckers like that. You don't need a whole bunch. You just need enough to get what the collective needs. You see what I'm saying? And that has to be an understanding. So, like, there's certain discussions that need to happen. Because, like I said, not all of us want to be leaders, but we all want to follow too. See, the right thing is we can lead and follow. Aries are naturally like, let's see where it goes. We need to sit back and watch. You know what I mean? Shit, don't ask me an opinion because I got one. But let's just see where you're gonna take it. You know what I mean? You motherfuckers that know how to grow food, even in the worst conditions. You motherfuckers that know how to work in the moonlight. But I like this. We're gonna have to get back into our ancestors' frame of thoughts. Except ain't nobody fucking whipping us and killing us, because we the ones holding the whips and the killing. You know what I mean? We ain't gonna let nobody do all that. We shouldn't have to do all that either if we live away from motherfuckers and off the grid, and we ain't doing the most to draw attention to that type of shit. You know what I mean? Because that's the last thing you need is to be killing all kind of motherfuckers that break into your camp through a fence or something. You know what I mean? Because nobody's guarding their shit or on their tasks. So everybody has a role to play in this, and you only need, 15, 20 motherfuckers. You're gonna need that many because you need skills. So we need motherfuckers that have skills like trades, plumbing, wind turbine, know how to make corn oil, gas, things like that. These are all things that are being shown now. We have the luxury of looking at YouTube and taking motherfucking notes, okay? We have the luxury of watching people on TikTok and stuff make things and build things out of nothing, like whole igloos and motherfucking shit under trees and whatever. So these are things we have the luxury of looking at, and we don't need a lot of money. We just need to know how to barter and trade. Certain things are going to be necessities for people. People are going to need. Like for me, example, I'm the motherfucking medicine. You need medicine because I got the medicine. Right? You need antibiotics? I got you. But I want some. I got I've been stocking up on fucking medicine and shit like that, and machines and gauze, tape, IV, how to start an IV, motherfucking everything. I could a fucking wound vac. Anything that you could take away a motherfucking infection. I'm not a cop, man. Don't make me cut your motherfucking leg off if I have to, to save your motherfucking life. I will. You dig? Shit like that, like antibiotics, like prime antibiotics. I got a fucking couple of big ass motherfucking containers of antibiotics, right? Because I'm like the motherfucker to get sick all the time. One little cut could take me out the game. I got a fucking a thing in my bloodstream that I can't ever get rid of. Like it's like MRSA, but it's worse than MRSA. And then not only that, but I got a necrotic blood thing. So any infection I get will turn fucking necrotic. And I can lose things. Like you saw my body's cut up and scarred up. I had like 8 or 9 motherfucking skin grafts. That's a lot of skin grafting, you know what I mean? From fucking infections and things like that. So I'm the doctor. I'm the motherfucker that got that kind of skill set. Why? Because I played the doctor in the street. And I could take care of myself. And right now, like if I had to, I can take care of myself. You know what I mean? I got machines, I got all kinds of shit. I got oxygen tanks, I got motherfucking respirators, I got everything. You see what I'm saying? I got a whole condenser, I got everything. So for me, I've been stocking up for real because that's gonna be vital shit. You never know when you're gonna come into some sort of fucking thing. I used to scrap metal. We get like fucking high and just go scrap metal, tear down a whole motherfucking trailer. You know what I mean? And while I'm over there tearing down the trailer, I'm selling mad motherfucking dope and making shatter and shit. So I'm doing all that in ugly ass conditions that could catch serious illnesses. That's like I said. You know what I mean? I was in a fucking grimy ass condition. Real filthy ass condition. I had to be in there for a minute. And I was fucking getting out. I was taking down motherfucking copper like nobody's business in the middle of the night. So, you know what I mean? In the middle of the night, hiding from the police in the fucking country. You know, tripping, cuz tripping. So, real life shit. For me, these are vital things. So, I have medicine. I'm a medicine person. Also be saving up on shit. Motherfuckers like coffee, cigarettes, liquor, drugs, things like that. Things that they're not gonna be able to get. You know what I mean? Also be saving up on those kind of things. I stocked up. Why? Because those are for trading later. Beans, rice, canned goods, water. Right? Water. not just any kind of water. Like you gotta be able to filter and siphon it. You know what I mean? So for a motherfucker to drink lives in my area, it's sort of got heavy lead and pollutants. I don't give a fuck what they say. I drink a lot of tap water, and that's because buying water is like a fucking I don't know. It's propaganda, I think personally. So, but knowing where your water filtration system is, in your area, and going on a tour is like vital. So all these things we could do right now, we need to go do them. Like I've been trying to get on a tour to see the water filtration company in my city. Why? Because I want to know what the fuck they're doing. I want to know why the jail in Arapahoe County is always getting flooded. I have questions. Plus, we share water for like 5-7 states. So these are things that are like really important. And a real life warlord would shut the motherfucking water off. What you gonna do if I shut the water off? See what I'm saying? Right. So these are things that are really important. You need motherfuckers like me to know how to turn that shit back on under the city. You need motherfuckers like me that know how to do certain things. Just because I'm sick don't mean I can't direct you on how to do it. Because I saw it done, I know how to do it. These are things that are like we're gonna be able to have to convert. Like I'm gonna have to convert some of this shit from plugs to solar. Plugs to solar. You see what I'm saying? All this shit is like a mistake. Like when they try to convert our city from taking away all the regular vehicles and making them into electric vehicles. Well, that's just another thing for them to turn the motherfucking electricity off. How any of them motherfuckers gonna do anything? If you watch certain movies, you see motherfucking vehicles that are electric just pause on the highway. See what I'm saying? Like, what am I gonna do? Like, I have to go back to the basics of it all. The basics is like, well, my shit got batteries like a car. So, what do you need? I need a fucking jump start kit. Simple as that. You know what I mean? Something that I could keep charged up or whatever. Plus, now things are starting to become less plugged and more gas operated. So there's a lot of shit. A lot of shit we could really be looking into, taking motherfucking notes and whatever. No. It's just I have to have medicine. Medicine is going to be vital, like what Cuz is talking about. Like you get a cut, like, let me give you an example. My sister, I just seen my sister like literally 4 hours ago. My sister, we was living on the street in I call it the island. We were living on the island. And you know, if you're living with a whole bunch of motherfuckers on the tents, it's called a tents, right? There's like 20 tents on one sidewalk, right? And we're self-policing, so that means you get out of line, you do some crazy fuck shit, we're gonna kick you off the island. I ain't never been kicked off the motherfucking island, let alone out my neighborhood or let alone anywhere, really. Like, I'll just excuse myself, or they'll come to arrest me right in public after they shut the city down. They'll shut the streets down and come get me. That's how they do it, right? It's a fact. It's a fact. They'll block off shit just to get me, okay? It's a fact. So, my sister had broke up with this dude, right? And she was cleaning out her big ass tent. Cuz went around her and tried to hug her from the back. And she's a little petite thing. Tried to hug her from the back. She went, snatched off her little knife on her hand, off her little pants, and turned around and cut his motherfucking his finger, cut his fucking thumb damn near off. He was screaming and shit. He's like, call the ambulance. Call the ambulance. I was like, not right here, because you're going to have to walk 2 blocks. You don't need to make the block hot. We ain't doing none of that. You want to go get some help, go back 2 blocks up. Fuck that. Right? Let me see it. I said, let me see it. So, as he's sitting there crying in front of my tent, I'm sewing his shit back up, wrapping it up, taping it with some duct tape, making it able so he can mob 2 blocks and make a phone call. And I stitched it damn near up. It was like, good luck. Right? And you know, this is a fucking whole brother, cuz. And I'm like, just calm him. You shouldn't be grabbing no bitch like that, cuz you know we're from the street. You know we're from the street. She done kicked you to the curb. You ain't trying to pick up no from the back like it's all good. She wasn't feeling it because she turned around, she got scared or whatever. Who knows what the fuck went on? But that shit was so quick. That motherfucker was bleeding all over my tent. What happened? I fixed him up, told him go 2 blocks. Nobody calling nothing over here. They ain't coming over here. Because you come call them, then the block gets hot. And people can't function. Why? Because people are doing other shit, try to feed themselves or whatever. When you live like that, it's like a community. So a motherfucker might be moving something, and whatever he's moving, we might have traded it or whatever for some food or for some shit that the motherfucking block needs. So we ain't doing none of that shit. And then I'm over there like, because I was disabled like a motherfucker, worse than I am now. I was over there, because you have to bathe in your tent, you gotta, do certain things that women should never have to fucking do, but gotta do what we gotta do sometimes. Eye leaking like a motherfucker. I was over there, had some water and some soap and stuff, because I was gonna wash up. I said I took that shit out and rinsed my motherfucking tent down, rinsed all the motherfucking bleeding and shit he was doing while he's sitting there crying and stuff, all down the fucking sidewalk, wiped down my tent. I was like, this motherfucker right here, just in case. You see what I'm saying? Just in case. Motherfucker, there's all this blood right here. You know what I mean? And motherfucker come to my tent, I'm not coming out. I'm like heavily armed. What the fuck you talking about? Like you come in my shit, there's a motherfucking big ass motherfucking sword hanging from the tent, like in the inside. I don't play. I'm not trying to fucking get any more ugly situations happen. You know what I mean? I'd been outside long enough to know. You know what I mean? So yeah, I already knew. You just don't make that shit hot when you know that there's people out there doing certain things, and it's probably for the betterment of the fucking island. You dig? So I'm saying that. Yeah, I got the medicine. I got all the shit I need. I got all the shit I need in case I have to do it. Why? Because I could get sick. Like I said, the cat could scratch me. I can get a whole motherfucking virus. It could turn necrotic in a matter of fucking days. And next thing you know, they're cutting out half my motherfucking intestine. You see what I'm saying? That's what happened. That shit was all necrotic. I didn't even know. That's how a motherfucker got to it. Now, oh, everything's all fucked up. But it's like whatever. But I got a whole wound vac. On a wound vac to suck the infection out. I got fucking foams, tapes, fucking suction. I got everything. A way to start IVs. The only thing I don't have is liquid medicine. But not because I haven't tried it. I haven't tried to get it. It's just that I don't want that shit. I don't want that shit. Because then that requires you have to get like sharps and things like that. I don't want that shit because I had 10 years of, or not 10 years, but 5 years of motherfucking doing heavy drugs with sharps. So I don't want to do that. I don't like to have those kind of things around me. However, so I don't have that. But like I can definitely tell when a motherfucker's diabetic. I could bring you back out of a diabetic coma, all kind of shit. Especially if you're type 1 diabetic. Type 2s, man, this is diet, exercise, and work that shit out. What else? There's certain shit I can't fix. Like, you lose your mind, fuck it, I can't help you, you know? But I got medicine for all kinds of things. I got heart medicine. I got thyroid medicine, shit like that, because people like me, I have a low thyroid. It's been like that since 2022. I got all kinds of medicine, sleeping medicine, and I even got the motherfucking the last resort medicine. You think? The last resort, like, ain't never gonna get better, man. It's the last resort. Good night. Let the angels take you home, type of shit. You dig? And I'm one of those type of people. So don't ask me for that because I'm one of those people like, you sure? All right. So you dig? It's all kinds of things. So those are kind of stuff that you need to have. I got tobacco. I got all kinds of shit that's vital. I got fucking packs of noodles. Know how to start fires. I know how to cook without gas. I know how to live off the grid, like for real, with no electricity. That's a gift of being outside. So no electricity is like, no biggie. You know what I mean? Really, what you just need is a couple good ass books. And I was talking about getting off this motherfucking phones and shit, because that's what dude was talking about is like majorly important. Ain't gonna be you're only gonna have a certain amount of time to get wherever we go. So, like hypothetically, I say, okay, I'm gonna make a call to so the fucking shit's acting stupid. I saw too much news and read some shit. I've been outside. You got exactly 10 hours to get over here to Colorado. Over here, you dig? This is where we're gonna be. This is the longitude, latitude. This is how you're gonna get here from that direction, that direction, that direction. Good luck. I'm gonna leave the light on. Look for the flare. I don't know, fucking something. You dig? But when you get here, this is what we're gonna have to do, and you're gonna have to, I don't want to have to put you down. So, you see what I'm saying? These are real life conversations that we're gonna have to have because everybody has something to contribute in that sense. We're gonna need somebody to be able to know how to do compost, know how to. We're all gonna have to know how to deal with waste. My bad. We're all gonna have to know how to deal with waste, personal waste. You dig? So all these things are vital. These are very fucking vital. And if you're not on the program of like we all have a set rule, look, hey man, the motherfucking drones is over here. You can't get down with the fucking rules of how to operate. Then you're gonna know from jump that you can't get in the motherfucking fort. Okay, whatever. Think about it. You gotta be on all kinds of this prepper shit. They didn't prep for these preppers only thought about building motherfucking a box for kicking in. But it might not be like that. You see what I'm saying? It could go in a whole bunch of different directions. Yeah. Oh, I got copper too. There's certain things that you're gonna have to be able to trade that are gonna be able to be of use. Batteries. These are things like when I was out in the street, when I was homeless, these are things that were like crucial. Candles, hand sanitizer, lighters, fuel, shit like that. Toilet paper, paper towels, products, lady products and shit like that. Like stuff like that you're gonna need to be able to do. Soap will be a fucking commodity of trading. You see what I'm saying? Even you ever see motherfuckers get to like me with like, man, I'm nothing but a fucking 2 boxes of motherfucking little ass soaps that you get from the hotels that I don't personally jack. You see what I'm saying? And those will become high dollar commodities. Coffee, soda, shit that you can't get. Anything a motherfucking can. You know what I mean? I saw my brother breaking down a fucking pack of soda. He had, like one of each 12 pack. And he'd been collecting for like 2 years. I was like, where you get that can of soda? Don't even worry about it, pumpkin. I was like, oh my God. You see what I'm saying? Socks, gloves. You see what I'm saying? A blanket. These are going to be things that are going to be collectible. Fucking knife, shit like that you're going to actually need. Screwdriver, ratchet, a hammer. These are things that, you're going to have to be able to trade for, like, stuff that you need. A fucking transistor radio. Stuff like that. See what I'm saying? Okay, let's see. I recommend everybody watch that 40 Acres. It's going to be like that.
Is moral rigidity. You will see things that violate every ethical code you were raised with. Slavery, summary executions, extortion. If you try to be the hero in every situation, you die. This is the hardest pill to swallow. You have to make calculated compromises to keep your family alive in a world devoid of justice. Logistics in the breakup are about soft power and skills. Bullets run out. Gold draws attention. But skills are renewable. Can you repair a radio? Can you stitch a wound? Can you distill alcohol? Can you grow food? These are the currencies that keep you alive without making you a target for robbery. If you are the town mechanic, the warlord has a vested interest in keeping you alive. You become a protected asset. You need to build a skill monopoly in your immediate area. Also, you need to understand the new geography. Borders are no longer state lines. They are ridge lines, rivers, and destroyed bridges. You need to know exactly where the warlord's influence ends and the no man's land begins. The no man's land is dangerous, but it's the only place you can travel without paying a tax. You map the anarchic corridors. You learn to smuggle. You become a conduit for things people need, and that makes you valuable. The twist is the return of medieval problems. With the collapse of central authority comes the collapse of epidemiological control. Cholera, dysentery, measles. Things we defeated a century ago return with a vengeance because the sanitation plants have been offline for years and nobody is vaccinated anymore. The warlord might have guns, but he can't shoot a bacteria. The death squads, only to die from a scratched leg that goes septic. Your most valuable weapon in Stage 9 isn't a rifle. It's a stash of broad-spectrum antibiotics and the knowledge of how to manage waste. You have to be ruthlessly clean in a filthy world. You have to quarantine new arrivals. You have to act as your own CDC. The warlords will fall eventually, usually assassinated by their own lieutenants. But the diseases they allowed to fester will kill people for a generation. Year 10. The fighting has largely stopped. Not because anyone won, but because everyone is exhausted. The ammunition has run dry. The fuel is gone. You are sitting on your porch. You look 10 years older than you are. A convoy of white UN trucks rolls slowly down the cracked asphalt of the highway. They are handing out rice and satellite phones. A provisional treaty has been signed. The country is split. You are now a citizen of the Pacific States of America, or the Free Republic of the Gulf. You have a new passport. The borders are hard, razor wire and minefields where the interstate used to be. You survived. But you look around. Half the houses on your block are empty ruins. The power works for 6 hours a day. The internet is a censored local intranet. You aren't free, but you are alive. The war is over, but the peace is cold, bitter, and armed to the teeth. The final failure is believing that post-war means back to normal. It never goes back. The economy you knew is gone. Your pension is gone. The stock market is a memory. People who expect a return to the 2020 standard of living will fall into deep despair or radicalize again. The danger in the settlement phase is the purge. When the new governments solidify control, they hunt down the collaborators of the losing side. If you were too friendly with the wrong militia during the war, the new police force comes knocking at night. Peace treaties are signed by generals, but they are enforced by vengeful neighbors. The survivor knows that the end of the war is just the beginning of the reckoning. You keep your head down. You don't brag about what you did to survive. You bury your guns, but you don't destroy them. You assimilate into the new grey reality. Surviving the peace requires reintegration. You need to legitimize yourself in the new system without exposing your secrets. This means getting the new ID papers immediately. It means registering for the new rationing cards. You play the role of the tired, compliant citizen. But logistically, you are looking at a scavenger economy. The global supply chain is shattered. You aren't buying new clothes, you are mending. You aren't buying new tech, you are soldering old circuit boards. The most valuable assets in the settlement phase are seeds, tools, and raw materials. The person who can build a solar array from scrap is the new millionaire. You shift your mindset from defense to production. You start growing not just for yourself, but for the market. You rebuild trust slowly, but you verify everything. You teach your children that the peace is fragile and that the map on the wall is written in pencil, not ink. And here is the final twist. The war didn't just change the borders, it changed you. You look at a grocery store shelf in a movie and it looks like a fantasy. You hear a loud noise and your heart stops. You are part of a trauma generation. The twist is that the conflict moves from the battlefield to the mind. The United States of America was an idea, and ideas can die. The physical land is still there, but the shared hallucination that we are all on the same team is gone. You are now living in a world of us and them that is permanent. You survived the shooting, but can you survive the hatred? The real survival curriculum wasn't about the water filters or the ammo. It was about keeping your humanity intact when the world wanted to turn you into an animal. That is the hardest prep of all. This timeline isn't a prediction, it's a warning. The cracks are already in the pavement. You've seen the polarization. You've felt the anger. The slide from stage 1 to stage 10 can happen faster than you think. But here is the thing. Knowing the roadmap is the only way to change the destination. We have covered the Civil War scenario.
See? One more.
Stop buying ammo. Put down the E was written in the 80s, while the actual planet is running a very different, very specific simulation. The data does not point to a sudden nuclear winter or a fungal zombie outbreak. It points to a slope. A slippery, jagged slope of rising heat, shifting water, and economic strangulation.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna play this real quick, okay? I'm gonna play this real fast, and then we're gonna go right back to that. This is what's happening here in the city, okay? Just listen to the news.
The Trump administration says it plans to dismantle the National Center for Atmospheric Research in Colorado. Russell Vogt called the center, quote, one of the largest sources of climate alarmism in the country. NCAR, as the center is known, was founded in 1960 and has facilitated generations of breakthroughs in climate and weather science. The announcement has drawn outcry from meteorologists and climate scientists across the country. Earlier this week, I spoke with two of them who are very familiar with the center's work. Brown University's Kim Cobb is a climate scientist and director of the Institute at Brown for Environment and Society, and Matthew Capucci is senior meteorologist at MyRadar. Thank you both so much for being here. Kim Cobb, to you first. What is NCAR, and why, as a climate scientist, is it so important and seemingly precious to this community?
Thanks for having me, William. NCAR is a really historic institution in our field. It's, of course, dates back decades now, and over that time, it has really woven itself into the fabric of both weather and climate science across the country and around the world. We're talking about unique, one-of-a-kind facilities like supercomputers, ticked out airplanes, and most importantly, a staff of over 800 people who are at the top of their game in innovating in weather and climate science for public good, putting out data that is on every single climate scientist computer around the country, if not around the world, and a nexus of collaboration as well that is important training grounds for the next generation of leaders.
And Matthew Capucci, as a meteorologist, how important is NCAR to your profession?
I mean, NCAR is really the birthplace of all the tools we use, both technologically and really the discoveries that are made at NCAR are crucial to our understanding of how the atmosphere works. You know, that's where we first learned about the MJO, the Madden-Julian oscillation, one of the biggest overturning circulations in the atmosphere that governs how so many things. For example, hurricanes behave. It's where we first created a special product used by airplanes when they're landing to avoid wind shear, disruptive change in winds with height that could cause plane crashes. They invented a system there to prevent that. That's where dropsondes were invented. Those little probes that are dropped out of the belly of airplanes in the middle of hurricanes to figure out how strong the hurricanes are. So many different tools and discoveries have come from NCAR. In addition, the modeling is incredibly important. And if we're sort of putting the brakes on that, I worry about the implications for weather forecasting.
Kim Cobb, well, what more on that? Well, let's say NCAR is broken up. What are the impacts, both for the scientific community and for Americans who benefit from its research?
I think what's really important to remember is that NCAR focuses on the entire continuum from weather that ranges over hours and days, that's designed to aid the forecast that keep people safe and protect infrastructure in our economy. But they also go all the way out to looking decades into the future and really understanding that most important intersection right now, how weather is responding to ongoing climate change. It's these kinds of questions at the very forefront of our field that they're focused on right now. And these are innovations that are going to reap absolutely untold dividends through time. So by breaking these up in its component parts, if you will, first of all, the administration has made clear that it's the climate portion of the portfolio which they are taking squarely in aim. And of course, that is the portion that is right now so important to invest in as we seek to understand more about the coming threats and impacts of ongoing climate change. 2025, of course, wrapping up to be tied for the second warmest year ever.
And Matthew, the White House has argued that NCAR and its undertakings and its work is somehow contaminated with woke ideology or climate alarmism. Is there research or data that is coming out of NCAR that is politicized or ideological in any way?
Truth be told, no. You know, the atmosphere does not possess a voter registration card. I think it's important to remember that scientists do science, and the only people doing the politicization are, for the most part, politicians and the general public and the media. It worries me, though, that this fits into an overall pattern of the demonization of both science and academia. The idea that we're trying to shut down science that produces results we don't like. It's a very worrisome trend, and we've seen this other times in history, and it never really ended well. And I'm just very concerned about the tone that's being taken, that simply because one political party or even one political person doesn't like the fact that we're learning about the atmosphere.
I mean, Kim, as Matthew is saying, we know that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. He believes it's nothing that we need to focus on. He has directed so much of the administration to move away from climate research, from renewable energy, doubling down on fossil fuels. I'm just curious as to are you worried similarly about the future of climate research if we continue to chip away at these foundational projects?
Well, obviously, as Matthew said, we turn our backs on science to great risk and peril. And I think most Americans get it right now. In the headlines every year are these horrific climate-fueled disasters that have taken such a toll on communities and our national economy to the tune of billions of dollars per year. So this is not a controversial subject in that regard. People do want the best available science and information to protect themselves. And that's exactly what NCAR and its scientists are focused on. And I think the Trump administration is just not understanding how long an investment has been made to get us to this point, and the many dividends that we've already reaped, and that once you break something like this, it's really going to be hard to put it back together again. That's my concern.
Matthew, the OMB director in his announcement said they'll do a systematic review of the work that NCAR does, and critical weather information and research will just get sent somewhere else or done in another location. How confident are you that a breakup of NCAR could still keep some of the critical elements intact?
I think so many times this administration has historically put the cart before the horse. And what I mean by that is it seems like just a year ago, they were cutting a huge chunk of National Weather Service forecasters. And then after they were laid off, the government realized, oh, wait, we kind of need them, and brought them back. This seems like another really short-sighted decision made by the administration without realizing or fully researching the potential implications of what could happen. And I also just sort of think this strikes the wrong tone for just about everybody. Weather and climate affect everybody. And realistically, you're much more likely to be hit by a tornado or hurricane in a red state. And so I'm surprised of Trump and his administration doing something that could potentially have negative impacts on his own core audience and following.
All right, that is Matthew Capucci and Kim Cobb. Thank you both so much for being here. We really appreciate it.
Stop buying ammo.
So, like, you see what he's being said. Like, they're trying to shut that down. Science and the weather, like, come on, cuz, like, come on. Like, there's more fucking other shit you could fuck with. Don't fuck with the scientists that deal with our weather. And, you know, for somebody like, for example, Jesse's like, I call him the fucking weatherman, the fucking GPS. Like, come on. You're really fucking with shit now. And to destroy it or take it down, calling it motherfucking like it's like a propaganda. Like, the weather isn't a propaganda. What's propaganda is fucking pollution and the gaslighting, the fucking high fees at the fucking the energy company, and the pollution and all this shit. That's some real shit. Like, now you don't want to talk about it. Now you want to fuck with the weather and you don't want nobody to know what it is. All right, because before we had any of that, now we're going to have to go back to basics. Looking at the fucking sky. You know what I mean? Looking at the weather, the wind, and all that shit. Whether or not, I don't know, let me throw some blades of grass with my fingers, see if it's going to be windy today. That type of shit. Now we're going to have to go back to that. That's fucking crazy. So much advancements for nothing. You see what I'm saying? Just for it to be torn down in 3 years, and then we got to wonder if it's going to be replaced. See what I'm saying? So there have to be a whole bunch of rebuilding after all this. And that, I would think that you should stop fucking with scientists. It's not political with the science. You see what I'm saying?
For the zombie apocalypse. Put down the EMP shield and listen. You are preparing for a movie script that was written in the 80s, while the actual planet is running a very different, very specific simulation. The data does not point to a sudden nuclear winter or a fungal zombie outbreak. It points to a slope. A slippery, jagged slope of rising heat, shifting water, and economic strangulation. The scientific consensus has mapped out 3 distinct roads we might travel down in the next few decades. We call them scenarios, but for you, they are survival environments. Scenario 1 is the 4-degree nightmare, a systemic collapse where geography decides who lives. Scenario 2 is the managed struggle, a 1.5-degree world of high taxes, hard choices, and expensive safety. And Scenario 3, the most likely path, is the messy middle, a 2 to 3 degree world of chronic stress and uneven chaos. Today, we are not talking about general prepping. We are running these 3 simulations. We are going to drop you into each timeline, look at the specific threats like wet bulb heat and supply chain failure, and figure out the exact physics of staying alive in each one. This is not about fear. It is about calibration. Welcome to the curriculum. Here is how this works. We are going to treat these 3 scenarios like distinct video game levels. Each level has different enemies, different rules, and requires a different loadout. If you bring a bunker mentality to a managed adaptation scenario, you will go bankrupt. If you bring a paperwork mindset to a 4-degree collapse, you will die of thirst. For each scenario, we will start with the sensory reality, what it actually looks and feels like to wake up in that world. Then we look at the failed reaction, the mistakes the average person makes that gets them killed or displaced. Then we hit the logistics, the hard skills you need. And finally, the twist, the specific, nasty detail about that climate reality that most people miss. Before we start the first simulation, I need you to understand that the most likely outcome, the one we are currently tracking toward, is the third one. But to understand why that middle road is so treacherous, we have to look at the edges first. We have to look at the nightmare scenario. Let us load Simulation 1. Extreme warming. 4 degrees Celsius by 2100. This is the failure of all mitigation. This is the edge of habitability. It is late July in the year 2060, and you are living in a region that used to be considered subtropical, maybe parts of the American South or Southern Europe. The forecast called this a once-in-a-century heatwave, but you have had 3 of them this decade. The air is not just hot, it is heavy. It feels physical, like a warm, wet blanket wrapped around your face. You step outside at midnight to check the generator, and it is still 95 degrees Fahrenheit with 90% humidity. Your sweat does not evaporate, it just pools on your skin, hot and sticky. This is wet bulb territory. Inside, your neighbours are quiet. Too quiet. The power grid buckled 6 hours ago under the strain of 1 million air conditioners fighting a losing battle. Now the silence is heavy. You can hear the hum of a drone overhead, scanning for thermal signatures of bodies that have not moved in a while. The heat isn't uncomfortable, it is metabolic poison. Your body's internal cooling system has shut down because the air outside is wetter and hotter than your lungs. You are cooking from the inside out. In this 4-degree world, the masses die because they treat heat like an inconvenience rather than a predator. They rely on active systems. They think, I have a great AC unit, I will be fine. But in a 4-degree scenario, the grid is the first casualty. Infrastructure melts, transformers blow. When the power dies, the house they built, a glass and concrete box designed for a climate that no longer exists, turns into a solar oven. They retreat to the basement, but in this scenario, the heat often comes with extreme humidity and flooding. The basement is a mold trap. They try to drink water, but they do not account for electrolyte loss, so they flush their systems and go into seizure. They wait for emergency services, but the ambulances have overheated engines, and the triage centres are overwhelmed. The failure here is a lack of redundancy. They bet their lives on the switch on the wall working forever. When it clicks and nothing happens, they have exactly 4 hours before heat stroke sets in. Survival in the 4-degree band is about passive cooling and geography. First, geography. If you are watching this channel, you likely have some ability to choose where you live. In this scenario, living in the wrong latitude is a death sentence. You need to migrate toward higher latitudes or regions with reliable water tables and moderate climates. Do not buy property in the Sunbelt if the models show it becoming a furnace. But if you are stuck, you need physics on your side. You need a home that cools itself without electricity. This means exterior shutters, not interior blinds. Once the sun hits the glass, the heat is already inside. You need cross-ventilation designed to pull cool night air through the structure. You need radiant barriers in the attic. And for the body, you need low-tech evaporative cooling that works when the grid is dead. A simple wet sheet hung in a doorway with a draft can drop the temperature by 10 degrees in dry heat. In wet heat, you need a stockpile of chemical ice packs or a designated safe room that is super insulated to hold the night's lower temperatures through the day. Here is the twist for the 4-degree world. You might nail the heat survival. You might have the shutters and the water systems. But the real threat in this scenario is systemic isolation. In a world with 4 degrees of warming, adaptation limits are breached. This means roads wash out and are not repaired because the state is bankrupt. It means the internet goes down and stays down. You are not just hot, you are alone. The government retreats to protect core assets, usually the capital and key industrial zones. If you are in the periphery, you are in the grey zone. Security becomes the primary survival asset because desperate people migrate. And they migrate to the places that still have water. Your survival plan must include a social element. You cannot defend a homestead alone in a systemic breakdown. You need a community that functions as a microstate. We are about to shift gears to the managed world, the 1.5 degree scenario, which brings a completely different set of headaches involving money and bureaucracy. But before we switch simulations, a quick note. If you want the raw data maps showing which specific regions fall into these wet bulb danger zones, I have linked the resource packet below. It includes the hazard maps for coastal inundation and the heat stress projections. Don't guess where to live. Look at the math. Secure your spot on the email list while you are down there, because that is where we share the intel that doesn't play well with the algorithm. Okay, let's cool things down. Simulation 2. Reset the simulation. Now we are in the optimistic timeline. Scenario 2. The world got its act together. Carbon emissions plummeted, governments coordinated, and warming was capped at roughly 1.6 degrees. It sounds great on paper, but let's look at your Tuesday morning in this world. You wake up in a city that looks green. There are trees everywhere to combat urban heat islands. But you open your mail, and it is a notice from the insurance conglomerate. Your premium just tripled because your neighborhood has been reclassified as a Zone B flood risk. You are not fighting zombies, you are fighting actuaries. You drive to work in an electric vehicle that forces you to charge at specific times to balance the grid. The seawall protects the city, but the cost of maintaining it means your taxes are astronomical. This isn't the apocalypse. It is a world of intense, managed friction. Every decision is regulated, priced, and monitored to keep the biosphere stable. You are safe, but you are broke. The failure mode in the managed world is financial and legal drowning. People panic in the wrong direction. They buy guns and gold, thinking chaos is coming. But in a strong mitigation world, the government is powerful, not weak. The danger isn't a marauder kicking down your door. It is a zoning board condemning your property for managed retreat. The person who fails here is the one who ignores the hazard maps. They buy a cheap house on the coast, thinking they got a deal, only to find out 6 months later that the area is being decommissioned and services are being cut off. They try to fight the climate adaptation measures instead of aligning with them. They become uninsurable. And in a modern, hyper-connected economy, if you are uninsurable, you are invisible. You cannot get a mortgage, you cannot start a business, and your asset value goes to zero. Survival in the managed 1.5 degree world requires a different toolkit. It is less about bushcraft and more about adaptability and financial literacy. First, you need to understand climate gentrification. Safe land, high ground, temperate weather, good water access will become the most expensive asset on Earth. Your survival strategy involves getting a foothold in these resilient zones early, before the prices lock you out. Second, you need to retrofit your life for regulations. This means your home needs to meet the new strict efficiency codes to be viable. It means water retention systems in your garden, because water rationing will be a standard municipal policy, not an emergency measure. Skill-wise, you want to be in industries that plug into the transition. Renewable energy maintenance, adaptation planning, resilient agriculture, retrofitting construction. The economy will pivot hard to these sectors. If your career is tied to industries that are being legislated out of existence, you are vulnerable. The twist in the managed world is that the crisis becomes invisible to the privileged and crushing to the poor. We call it the resilience divide. If you have the capital to upgrade your home and pay the green taxes, life is good. But if you fall behind, you get pushed into the sacrifice zones. The areas the government decides are too expensive to save. The seawall stops at the rich neighborhood. The flood pumps prioritize the financial district. Your survival depends on staying on the right side of that line. It is a class war disguised as environmental policy. You need to be hyper-aware of local municipal plans. Attend the town halls. Read the 20-year development plans. Know where the new flood defenses are being built and move there. In this scenario, information is more valuable than ammunition. Now, wipe the slate clean. Forget the total collapse and forget the utopia of perfect management. Let's look at the data.
Real shit, like, you know, that's like my thing is environmental racism. That's like my little thing. Shout out to all 5 eyeballs peeking and not speaking. I see little eyeballs. Thanks for watching. Say hi, don't be weird. Welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. What I'm going over is actual scenarios that could possibly happen. That I was talking about that we should really stop talking about and actually be about, because we're like living in it right now. You know what I mean? So things that are really happening. So if you're up to date on what's going on in your fucking city, then you know that, you know, shit's happening with the environment. They're building, you know, they don't have no regard about it. They don't care about anything. So, you know, them meaning it's all about money. So pay attention, Black family. Really listen, because this is what we're faced with, and this is what we're going to have to do as a collective, as a people, as us, you know what I mean? So just pay attention. It's very serious. I'm saying that because, you know, they don't care about the water that's going on. Put that like right there, like pause right there and just show you something else that's going on in my city. What's going on in my city right there. Just pause right there about the water, because that's very important. You know, we have electric as well. It kind of depends on it. But Trump's like, I don't know what Trump's up to, but really like fucking with Colorado right now. And, you know, granted, I think that people were fucking with him over here. So, you know, I don't know how to really explain it. I guess it's taking his little vengeance out because of Peters. You know, he can't pardon Peters because she's to the state or whatever. So I don't know. It'll get to that, but this is important. Like, this is what's really happening, like right now with the water.
It looks like Marjorie Taylor Greene is not the only former MAGA faithful to learn the lesson that everybody in Trump's orbit eventually learns, that loyalty to Trump is a one-way street. So here's what just happened. Trump used his very first veto of his second term, but it was on a bill called the Finish the Arkansas Valley Conduit Act, which passed unanimously in both the House and the Senate, and importantly, was introduced by Lauren Boebert. It would fund a pipeline project bringing clean drinking water to 39 communities on Colorado's eastern plains. So again, introduced by Lauren Boebert.
Sorry, my eye was leaking. Go ahead, Brian. Come on, tell us about it. What in the hell? Hold a second. It's not fucking on. Is it Wi-Fi? The Wi-Fi good? I can't tell. 1 second. Okay. Let's see. Hold on a second. For some reason, Motherfucking YouTube wants to be weird right now with this. Hold on a second. Give me 1 second, buddy. Wants to act stupid. That's okay. That's all right. Just give it a second. I said the page is unresponsive. Well, we can't exit it, so we just going to have to wait. Give me 1 second. Okay, stay engaged with me for a minute while I figure that part out. Yeah, so you see, he's going this bill is for like 39 rural areas. Okay. Sorry about that. So sorry. Shit just got crazy real quick. Sorry about that. Okay. 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. The fuck is this, man? Hold on a second. What in the fuck? Hold on 1 second. See how that went? That did that. Okay. Where's my fucking cue at? Hold on a second. Okay, now pay attention, family. There you go.
It looks like Marjorie Taylor Greene is not the only former MAGA faithful to learn that everybody in Trump's orbit eventually learns that loyalty to Trump is a one-way street. So here's what just happened. Trump used his very first veto of his second term, but it was on a bill called the Finish the Arkansas Valley Conduit Act, which passed unanimously in both the House and the Senate, and importantly, was introduced by Lauren Boebert. It would fund a pipeline project bringing clean drinking water to 39 communities on Colorado's eastern plains. So again, introduced by Lauren Boebert, passed unanimously in the House and the Senate. So why would Trump veto legislation introduced by his political ally and passed by Congress by unanimous consent? The answer might be in Lauren Boebert's response. She wrote, quote, President Trump decided to veto a completely non-controversial bipartisan bill that passed both the House and the Senate unanimously. Why? Because nothing says America first like denying clean drinking water to 50,000 people in Southeast Colorado, many of whom enthusiastically voted for him in all 3 elections. I must have missed the rally where he stood in Colorado and promised to personally derail critical water infrastructure projects. My bad. I thought the campaign was about lowering costs and cutting red tape. But hey, if this administration wants to make its legacy blocking projects that deliver water to rural Americans, that's on them. I'm going to continue fighting for Colorado and standing up for our rural communities, our farmers, and every family that deserves safe, reliable drinking water without decades more delay. And I sincerely hope this veto has nothing to do with political retaliation for calling out corruption and demanding accountability. Americans deserve leadership that puts people over politics. This is not the last Southeast Colorado will hear from me on this critical infrastructure project. Now, you might have caught the line where she says, I sincerely hope this veto has nothing to do with political retaliation for calling out corruption and demanding accountability. What she's referring to is the fact that she was not only one of the 4 Republicans to sign on to the Epstein discharge petition in the House, which of course enabled the full vote that would ultimately lead to the law's passage, but even when the White House summoned her into the Situation Room to pressure her to take her name off that file's discharge petition, she didn't bend. According to the New York Times, top officials met in the White House Situation Room on Wednesday with Representative Lauren Boebert, a Colorado Republican who is backing the effort to force a House vote on whether to demand the release of the files. She was summoned to sit down with top Justice Department and FBI officials, according to 2 people familiar with the matter. One of the people said the session included Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel. Both people spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to comment on the private discussions. Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, confirmed that the meeting had taken place, calling it an example of transparency and how administration officials are willing to sit down with members of Congress and address their concerns. Ah, yes, because nothing says transparency quite like summoning members of Congress to a closed-door meeting with top Justice Department brass to be pressured into removing your name from a discharge petition so that Trump can continue to suppress the files. The definition of transparency. In fact, Caroline Leavitt went on to say this.
Government reopening because of Republicans and President Trump.
But given your interest in transparency, Caroline, why are White House officials then meeting with Representative Boebert in an effort to try and get her to not sign this petition calling for the release of the files?
Doesn't it show transparency that members of the Trump administration are willing to brief members of Congress whenever they please? Doesn't that show our level of transparency? Doesn't that show the level of transparency when we are willing to sit down with members of Congress and address their concerns? That's a defining factor of transparency. Having discussions with members of Congress about various issues, and I'm not going to detail conversations that took place in the Situation Room, in the press briefing room.
To answer Leavitt's question, doesn't that show transparency? No. I'm sorry, but what the fuck are we doing here? Does it show transparency to try to get a member of Congress to remove her name to help you bury the Epstein files? No. That is the opposite of transparency. That is literal secrecy. I understand that we're in a world where words don't mean anything anymore and up is down and black is white, but dear God, at this point, the Trump administration is just playing their supporters for absolute fools. Either they're morons or they think all of us are. Take all the time you need with that one. And of course, the impact of Boebert's actions here were widely felt, including by Trump, as evidenced here.
He's calling it totally pointless exercise and completely moot. What do you make of his comments? Do you agree with those?
Well, the White House spent a lot of effort in the midst of a shutdown to stop a totally pointless exercise that's completely mute. And by the way, I got to give credit to Lauren Boebert to walk into the White House, the center of power, the free world, really, and to sustain that and to come back out and to be solid. And also to Nancy Mace and Marjorie Taylor Greene. There was all the speculation that they might take their names off, and they never did. So it's not a hoax. It's not a moot point. It is a very serious thing. There are 1,000 victims, and there are survivors who have had a press conference with Ro Khanna and I, and that's what we're fighting for, justice for them.
And let's not pretend that Trump did not feel the sting of that move, especially as Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna ran a victory lap and invoked Lauren Boebert's name specifically. Now, I know what you're thinking. Hold on, Brian. Are you saying that Donald Justice Trump would stoop so low as to retaliate against Lauren Boebert for voting for transparency on the Epstein files by depriving the people of her state, including in districts that voted for him, clean water? Do you really think this champion for the little guy would stoop that low? And to that I say, fuck yes. The only thing more on brand for Donald Trump is if he admitted to it by emblazoning it on a gold plaque and slapping it outside the Oval Office. He 1000% retaliated because that is how loyalty works in the Trump era. You give him 100% loyalty, and if you relent even 1%, you are persona non grata in Trump world. You are excommunicado. You are dead to him, which raises the obvious question: why do all of these other sycophants and doormats keep groveling at his feet as if it'll never happen to them? Newsflash, it will. Just ask Michael Cohen, George Papadopoulos, Gordon Sondland, Rex Tillerson, Ronna McDaniel, Mike Pence, Kayleigh McEnany, Mike Pompeo, Rance Priebus, Christopher Wray, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and now Lauren Boebert. Here's a message to the rest of the GOP. You are not special. You will be discarded. It is not a matter of if, but a matter of when. The faster you learn that, the more likelihood there is that you might retain just a shred of your dignity. All of which is a point that Mark Elias made here.
We have seen this over and over again, in that loyalty is only a one-way street. Donald Trump does not have loyalty to anyone. He is only loyal to himself, and yet he demands complete loyalty from others. What is more mind-boggling than that, Brian, is why one after another, none of these people figure it out until it happens to them. Like, right. You would think that right now there'd be a bunch of Republicans in Congress looking at what happened to Marjorie Taylor Greene and being like, that could be me. And by the way, she could have looked to what happened to Liz Cheney and said, that could be me, right? And we could go back and go back and go back.
Liz Cheney could look at Ronna McDaniel. Ronna McDaniel could look at Michael Cohen. Michael Cohen could look at Roy Cohn. I mean, it's a never-ending cycle of people. Donald Trump. It's just this trail of discarded people in his wake.
It is. And it is that fact that they are so willing to compromise themselves and to surrender their dignity and surrender their self-worth in order to try to be in his good graces, knowing full well that their time may come, and that their time may come over something like this that they can't even have imagined possible. I mean, I can't believe that Lauren Boebert, when she introduced this bill, and Mike Johnson said, we'll put it on the floor, and Hakeem Jeffries, says, great, all the Democrats are going to support it, right? Like, this bill is now sailing through the House on the way to the Senate. And then the Senate, it sails its way out there. She couldn't possibly have thought that this was going to be the thing that would bite her, that this would be the place where he would draw the line. And yet, for the rest of us, it's completely predictable what was going to happen, because this is how he operates. It is always going to be the thing that is the most petty, the thing that is the most disgraceful, the thing that shows the least human decency that Donald Trump will do. Like, you can always count on him doing
So you don't have it. So we'll see where that goes. But you see already, they're taking. You got to take down.
Stop buying ammo for the zombie apocalypse. Put down the EMP shield and listen. You are preparing for a movie script that was written in the 80s, while the actual planet is running a very different, very specific simulation. The data does not point to a sudden nuclear winter or a fungal zombie outbreak. It points to a slope, a slippery, jagged slope of rising heat, shifting water, and economic strangulation. The scientific consensus has mapped out 3 distinct roads we might travel down in the next few decades. We call them scenarios, but for you, they are survival environments. Scenario 1 is the 4-degree nightmare, a systemic collapse where geography decides who lives. Scenario 2 is the managed struggle, a 1.5-degree world of high taxes, hard choices, and expensive safety. And Scenario 3, the most likely path, is the messy middle, a 2 to 3 degree world of chronic stress and uneven chaos. Today, we are not talking about general prepping. We are running these 3 simulations. We are going to drop you into each timeline, look at the specific threats like wet bulb heat and supply chain failure, and figure out the exact physics of staying alive in each one. This is not about fear. It is about calibration. Welcome to the curriculum. Here is how this works. We are going to treat these 3 scenarios like distinct video game levels. Each level has different enemies, different rules, and requires a different loadout. If you bring a bunker mentality to a managed adaptation scenario, you will go bankrupt. If you bring a paperwork mindset to a 4-degree collapse, you will die of thirst. For each scenario, we will start with the sensory reality, what it actually looks and feels like to wake up in that world. Then we look at the failed reaction, the mistakes the average person makes that gets them killed or displaced. Then we hit the logistics, the hard skills you need. And finally, the twist, the specific, nasty detail about that climate reality that most people miss. Before we start the first simulation, I need you to understand that the most likely outcome, the one we are currently tracking toward, is the third one. But to understand why that middle road is so treacherous, we have to look at the edges first. We have to look at the nightmare scenario. Let us load Simulation 1. Extreme warming. 4 degrees Celsius by 2100. This is the failure of all mitigation. This is the edge of habitability. It is late July in the year 2060, and you are living in a region that used to be considered subtropical, maybe parts of the American South or Southern Europe. The forecast called this a once-in-a-century heatwave, but you have had 3 of them this decade. The air is not just hot, it is heavy. It feels physical, like a warm, wet blanket wrapped around your face. You step outside at midnight to check the generator, and it is still 95 degrees Fahrenheit with 90% humidity. Your sweat does not evaporate, it just pools on your skin, hot and sticky. This is wet bulb territory. Inside, your neighbours are quiet. Too quiet. The power grid buckled 6 hours ago under the strain of 1 million air conditioners fighting a losing battle. Now the silence is heavy. You can hear the hum of a drone overhead, scanning for thermal signatures of bodies that have not moved in a while. The heat isn't uncomfortable, it is metabolic poison. Your body's internal cooling system has shut down because the air outside is wetter and hotter than your lungs. You are cooking from the inside out.
That's what I feel.
In this 4-degree world, the masses die because they treat heat like an inconvenience rather than a predator. They rely on active systems. They think, I have a great AC unit, I will be fine. But in a 4-degree scenario, the grid is the first casualty. Infrastructure melts, transformers blow. When the power dies, the house they built, a glass and concrete box designed for a climate that no longer exists, turns into a solar oven. They retreat to the basement, but in this scenario, the heat often comes with extreme humidity and flooding. The basement is a mold trap. They try to drink water, but they do not account for electrolyte loss, so they flush their systems and go into seizure. They wait for emergency services, but the ambulances have overheated engines, and the triage centres are overwhelmed. The failure here is a lack of redundancy. They bet their lives on the switch on the wall working forever. When it clicks and nothing happens, they have exactly 4 hours before heat stroke sets in. Survival in the 4-degree band is about passive cooling and geography. First, geography. If you are watching this channel, you likely have some ability to choose where you live. In this scenario, living in the wrong latitude is a death sentence. You need to migrate toward higher latitudes or regions with reliable water tables and moderate climates. Do not buy property in the Sunbelt if the models show it becoming a furnace. But if you are stuck, you need physics on your side. You need a home that cools itself without electricity. This means exterior shutters, not interior blinds. Once the sun hits the glass, the heat is already inside. You need cross-ventilation designed to pull cool night air through the structure. You need radiant barriers in the attic. And for the body, you need low-tech evaporative cooling that works when the grid is dead. A simple wet sheet hung in a doorway with a draft can drop the temperature by 10 degrees in dry heat. In wet heat, you need a stockpile of chemical ice packs or a designated safe room that is super insulated to hold the night's lower temperatures through the day. Here is the twist for the 4-degree world. You might nail the heat survival. You might have the shutters and the water systems. But the real threat in this scenario is systemic isolation. In a world with 4 degrees of warming, adaptation limits are breached. This means roads wash out and are not repaired because the state is bankrupt. It means the internet goes down and stays down. You are not just hot, you are alone. The government retreats to protect core assets, usually the capital and key industrial zones. If you are in the periphery, you are in the grey zone. Security becomes the primary survival asset because desperate people migrate. And they migrate to the places that still have water. Your survival plan must include a social element. You cannot defend a homestead alone in a systemic breakdown. You need a community that functions as a microstate. We are about to shift gears to the managed world, the 1.5 degree scenario, which brings a completely different set of headaches involving money and bureaucracy. But before we switch simulations, a quick note. If you want the raw data maps showing which specific regions fall into these wet bulb danger zones, I have linked the resource packet below. It includes the hazard maps for coastal inundation and the heat stress projections. Don't guess where to live. Look at the math. Secure your spot on the email list while you are down there, because that is where we share the intel that doesn't play well with the algorithm. Okay, let's cool things down. Simulation 2. Reset the simulation. Now we are in the optimistic timeline. Scenario 2. The world got its act together. Carbon emissions plummeted, governments coordinated, and warming was capped at roughly 1.6 degrees. It sounds great on paper, but let's look at your Tuesday morning in this world. You wake up in a city that looks green. There are trees everywhere to combat urban heat islands. But you open your mail and it is a notice from the insurance conglomerate. Your premium just tripled because your neighborhood has been reclassified as a Zone B flood risk. You are not fighting zombies, you are fighting actuaries. You drive to work in an electric vehicle that forces you to charge at specific times to balance the grid. The seawall protects the city, but the cost of maintaining it means your taxes are astronomical. This isn't the apocalypse. It is a world of intense, managed friction. Every decision is regulated, priced, and monitored to keep the biosphere stable. You are safe, but you are broke. The failure mode in the managed world is financial and legal drowning. People panic in the wrong direction. They buy guns and gold, thinking chaos is coming. But in a strong mitigation world, the government is powerful, not weak. The danger isn't a marauder kicking down your door. It is a zoning board condemning your property for managed retreat. The person who fails here is the one who ignores the hazard maps. They buy a cheap house on the coast, thinking they got a deal, only to find out 6 months later that the area is being decommissioned and services are being cut off. They try to fight the climate adaptation measures instead of aligning with them. They become uninsurable. And in a modern, hyper-connected economy, if you are uninsurable, you are invisible. You cannot get a mortgage, you cannot start a business, and your asset value goes to zero. Survival in the managed 1.5 degree world requires a different toolkit. It is less about bushcraft and more about adaptability and financial literacy. First, you need to understand climate gentrification. Safe land, high ground, temperate weather, good water access will become the most expensive asset on Earth. Your survival strategy involves getting a foothold in these resilient zones early, before the prices lock you out. Second, you need to retrofit your life for regulations. This means your home needs to meet the new strict efficiency codes to be viable. It means water retention systems in your garden, because water rationing will be a standard municipal policy, not an emergency measure. Skill-wise, you want to be in industries that plug into the transition. Renewable energy maintenance, adaptation planning, resilient agriculture, retrofitting construction. The economy will pivot hard to these sectors. If your career is tied to industries that are being legislated out of existence, you are vulnerable. The twist in the managed world is that the crisis becomes invisible to the privileged and crushing to the poor. We call it the resilience divide. If you have the capital to upgrade your home and pay the green taxes, life is good. But if you fall behind, you get pushed into the sacrifice zones. The areas the government decides are too expensive to save. The seawall stops at the rich neighborhood. The flood pumps prioritize the financial district. Your survival depends on staying on the right side of that line. It is a class war disguised as environmental policy. You need to be hyper-aware of local municipal plans. Attend the town halls. Read the 20-year development plans.
That's what I do.
Know where the new flood defenses are being built and move there.
I'm trying to get
In this scenario, information is more valuable than ammunition. Now, wipe the slate clean. Forget the total collapse and forget the utopia of perfect management. Let's look at the data. Current policies, pledges, and economic inertia point to one place, the middle road. Scenario 3, roughly 2.3 to 3 degrees of warming by 2100. This is the baseline. This is the world you should actually be prepping for. It is not a Hollywood movie. It is a grinding, uneven, messy reality where some years are fine and others are catastrophic. It is a world of chronic stress. The supermarket has food, but the prices fluctuate wildly because a drought in Brazil killed the soy crop. The power works most of the time, but rolling blackouts during heat waves are normal. The government exists, but it is overwhelmed, constantly putting out fires, literally and figuratively. This is the boiling frog scenario, and it is the hardest one to prepare for because it lulls you to sleep. Let's zoom in on place in this middle road world.
See?
You live in a suburb that was built in the 2020s. It's late summer, the news is playing in the background, talking about a Category 5 hurricane hitting the coast 1,000 miles away. You don't care because you're inland. But then you go to the tap and the pressure is low. The regional reservoir is at record lows because the snowpack didn't form last winter. You get a text alert. Mandatory water restrictions. You look outside and the lawn is dead. The trees are brown. The air quality index is red because of smoke from wildfires in the next state. You aren't in immediate danger of dying, but the quality of life is eroding. The infrastructure around you is crumbling faster than it can be fixed because the freeze-thaw cycles and heat expansion are tearing up the roads. This is the texture of the 3-degree world. It's the pothole that never gets filled, the brownout that ruins your fridge food, the water that smells like chlorine because they had to over-treat it. The common reaction here is what psychologists call normalcy bias, mixed with misplaced hope. People stay in deteriorating regions because they have family there, or because it's always been like this. They treat the mega drought as a dry spell. They rebuild the house in the floodplain exactly as it was, thinking the last flood was a freak accident. In a 2 to 3 degree world, these aren't accidents. They are the new statistical norm. By staying put in a fragile region, like a water-scarce city in the desert or a sinking coastal town, you are bleeding resources. You spend your savings repairing the roof, buying bottled water, fixing the AC. You are running on a treadmill that is speeding up. The failure is refusing to retreat when the signal is clear. The logistic move here is strategic mobility. You need to audit your location on 3 criteria: heat, water, and governance. Look at the projections for 2050, not 2024. Does your region have a secure water source that is not dependent on a shrinking snowpack? Is your local government solvent, or are they drowning in debt from disaster recovery? If you can move, favor regions with moderate climates and strong institutions. If you cannot move, you must micromap your hazards. This means knowing that the basement apartment floods, but the third floor is safe. It means understanding that the south side of the city gets trapped in a heat island, while the north side, near the park, stays 5 degrees cooler. You adapt your housing choice within the city. You rent or buy based on resilience, not just the view. Avoid the top floor of glass high-rises. They become greenhouses in a blackout. Avoid the bottom of the hill. It's basic topography, but in this scenario, it saves you thousands of dollars and immense stress. The twist for place in the middle scenario is the concept of the stranded asset. You might think your home is your nest egg, but in a warming world, property values in high-risk zones can evaporate overnight. Not because the house is destroyed, but because the insurance market collapses, or the banks stop issuing mortgages for that zip code. You could be left holding a deed to a house you cannot sell, cannot insure, and cannot leave because all your wealth is tied up in it. The trap isn't the fire, it's the market's reaction to the fire risk. Survival here means liquidity. It means not having 100% of your net worth in a piece of real estate that sits in a climate crosshair. Let's talk about systems. The specific threat here is supply chain volatility. Imagine it's November. A freak late-season hurricane disrupted the ports, and simultaneously, a heat wave in the wheat belt killed the harvest. You go to the store. There is no bread. There is no pasta. The prices for rice have tripled. This isn't starvation. There is food, but it's expensive and scarce. Then the power flickers. It's a brownout. Your smart home hub disconnects. The electric locks jam. You are standing in your high-tech kitchen, surrounded by appliances that don't work, holding a bag of rice you paid $20 for, and you can't cook it because your stove is electric induction and the grid is down. This is the friction of the middle road. It's a series of small, cascading failures that make modern life exhausting. The failed reaction is reliance on just-in-time living. Most people have 3 days of food and 0 backup water. They treat the grocery store as their pantry. When the shock hits, they panic buy, which worsens the shortage. They have no way to cook without the grid. They have no way to cool off without the central AC. They are completely dependent on the macro systems functioning perfectly. When those systems hiccup, they become desperate consumers, paying gouged prices for basics. They react with anger, blaming politics instead of adapting their household infrastructure. They wait for the lights to come back on, and while they wait, the food in the freezer spoils. The solution is micro-resilience. You cannot fix the global supply chain, but you can buffer your home against it. This means a deep pantry, not a bunker full of MREs, but a 3-week supply of staples you actually eat. Rice, beans, canned goods, spices. Rotate them. It means diversifying your energy. If you have an electric stove, get a camping gas burner for outages. If you rely on city water, have a rain barrel or a bathtub liner and a gravity filter. For heat, look at passive retrofits. Insulation is the best survival gear you can buy. It keeps the heat out in summer and the warmth in during winter, even when the grid fails. Install backflow valves on your sewage pipes. This is a non-negotiable item in a world of increased flooding. It costs a few $100 and prevents raw sewage from backing up into your basement when the city drains get overwhelmed. That is the unglamorous reality of survival: plumbing and insulation. The twist here is maladaptation. This is when your solution to the problem actually makes the problem worse or creates a new one. The classic example is AC. As it gets hotter, everyone buys bigger AC units. These units dump waste heat outside, making the street hotter. They strain the grid, causing more blackouts. If your only plan is run the AC harder, you are part of a feedback loop that will eventually break. A true survivalist in this scenario looks for solutions that work with the physics, not against them. Using shade, airflow, and timing your activities creates resilience that doesn't depend on a fragile power plant 300 miles away. Don't build a fortress that requires a massive energy input to remain habitable. Finally, let's look at skills. In the middle road scenario, the crisis is often medical. The vector-borne diseases are moving north. Ticks, mosquitoes, new viruses. You are at a neighborhood barbecue. Someone collapses. It looks like heat stroke, but maybe it's a heart issue triggered by the stress. The ambulance is 20 minutes away because they are dealing with a flood on the other side of town. The hospital is understaffed because half the nurses are out with a respiratory virus from the wildfire smoke. You are standing there. The person is convulsing. Do you know the difference between heat exhaustion and heat stroke? Do you know how to cool them rapidly without shocking their system? Do you know how to clean a wound when the tap water is under a boil advisory?
Oh, yes, but I got
In this world, the gap between life and death is often the skill set of the bystander.
bottles of it because I was,
The skills you need are not tactical. You don't need to know how to clear a room with a carbine.
like my whole abdomen.
You need risk literacy. This means being able to read a weather radar and understand what a wet bulb warning implies for your physical limit. It means distinguishing between a rumor on social media and a credible alert from the meteorological agency. Practical skills include advanced first aid, specifically treating heat illness, dehydration, and infection. Learn basic home repair. If a storm blows out a window or a pipe bursts, you might not get a contractor for weeks. Can you seal a room? Can you patch a roof? Can you purify water with bleach? These are the skills of the 21st century. And socially, you need community skills. You need to know your neighbors. In a localized disaster, they are your first responders. If you are the weird loner in the bunker, you are on your own. If you are the guy who helped Mrs. Higgins fix her fence, her son might come help you clear the fallen tree off your driveway. Let's bring it all together.
Yeah, like I got social.
We looked at the edge of the abyss,
I don't even
the 4-degree collapse. We looked at the hard, expensive road of managed safety.
I've been taught like that.
And we looked at the messy, likely middle.
I'm not
The
really
common thread across all of them is
like
agency.
to get in your business.
You cannot change the global temperature
really
trajectory.
Secretive.
You cannot sign a treaty for the planet. But you can maneuver within the probability curve.
Not only secretive.
Survival is not a binary switch. It is a game of margins.
No.
By insulating your home, you gain a margin of safety in a heat wave.
All it is takes
By diversifying your income, you gain a margin against economic shock. By building a community, you gain a margin against
I'm like
isolation.
the last person to talk about it.
The goal isn't to survive the end of the world.
I've been really,
It is to live well in a world that is harder, hotter, and faster.
like,
Start today. Pick one domain, place, systems, or skills, and make one upgrade. Check your flood map. Buy the extra bag of rice. Learn how to treat heat stroke. Adaptation is cumulative. The more layers you add, the harder you are to kill. If you want the checklist version of this curriculum, including the specific gear for wet bulb survival and the financial audit for climate risk, I've dropped the link below. It is the intel you need to navigate the simulation. Don't be scared, be prepared. I'm Tom. This is Survival Curriculum. Stay cool.
I like it because it give me it's realistic things, because I tuned into a whole bunch of different preppers and stuff like that because I like to say that I was one of those prepper types. I used to coupon with my friend that really had it down pat, couponing and stockpiling and whatnot. And then I felt like, well, because she has a house, she can really do that. And then when I moved into my apartment where I'm at, there's pros and cons of having an apartment like mine. Mine is older, so I have more space for being one person. You know what I mean? However, there are certain things that are not going to be conducive for me. Like I'm on the ground level. So now I have to, my defense of my crib is getting a little bit better, but it could be a lot better. I can defend myself to an extent. You know what I mean? And I have a problem. You come in my crib, it's up. You know what I mean? So you know what happens. I don't care. You came in the wrong door, I guess. These are really serious issues. So yeah, like I find it to be very, 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 very important to know. The things that I see from just being sick is to know that how are you going to deal with waste, the cooling and stuff like that, especially if you're older. You know, I used to be able to. I trained my body not to sweat, and I can't remember how to do it. I trained myself how to walk like 5 fucking times. I feel like I'm gonna have to train myself again. You know what I mean? This will be 6 times that I've trained myself how to walk how to walk from being like paralyzed. You see what I'm saying? So it's possible, but I don't want to be in that condition. I don't want to be any conditions. You know what I mean? And I noticed that my dude has stuff. If he's prepared to an extent. Now I have to get prepared on the same level, just in case. That's another thing about being out on the street. A motherfucker can make a lean-to. A motherfucker can collect the resources in the street to provide myself cooling and not. You know what I mean? I move around. Like I know how to be without electricity. I know how to cook with fire. I can make a fire in my whole motherfucking room, keep my whole room warm. You see what I'm saying? And like natural arsonist. Me and my brother, you know what I mean? So we like got certain skills that we just know we had to have just from being a latchkey kid outside. You know what I mean? So let's tell my brother about that. But we were having a discussion about his son. And I was like, man, I was outside in the earth. And I know electricity. I just was outside in the earth. I felt safer in the earth. See what I'm saying? These are going to be things where is the earth really going to be safe then? Who knows? Who knows? Mm-hmm. All right. I want to play that, but let's see.
With everything happening in the world right now, I'm still trying to figure out exactly why the hell we are arguing when governments literally all over the world are quite genuinely trying to kill us all.
Mm-hmm. It is on smart. Yes, indeed. So. This motherfucker. I'm not gonna lie. When I saw this video, oh my god, what the fuck? Again, this is gonna be like this crazy shit. All right, come on, baby, come on, start. Hold on, family. Let me see. Every time I want to play some Riz Islam. All right. Stay with me, family. This is temporary thing. Let's move forward. Let's move forward. See? And when it does this. The page is unresponsive. All right. All right, let's see. So I was like, oh my God. I just stop and go for the field. I just the truth down. All right, oh my God. 1 second.
Microphone and a laptop and just start talking. We're not interested in that. We have been doing this work in the community for over 20 years, and the people need answers. I'm actually going to go into something today that I think we all need to look at, and that is people are out of their damn mind. Okay, what do I mean by this? The average person in America currently cannot do 5 push-ups. Over 70% have a basic level of literacy where they can read stop signs and ABCs, basic things. But over 40 million people in America currently are functionally illiterate, meaning they cannot read nor write in an adequate, needed fashion. So they are functionally illiterate. You're talking about wars are all over the planet. There are more wars currently right now than there have been within the last century, to be exact. We know about the Ukraine dealing with Russia. We know about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. We know about the Congo. If you don't know about what is happening in the Congo, you need to know about that. You have wars happening in Sudan. You have Myanmar. You have Nigeria and many, many others. Hell, you have a domestic war here with people in America versus people in America, dealing with religious arguments, dealing with political arguments, currently dealing with ideological arguments. You have a rise in so-called white supremacy, white fragility, a rise in people wanting to argue over nonsense. And my biggest issue is the average American currently is living paycheck to paycheck, meaning you are one paycheck away from being in poverty. The average person in America currently is eating some of the most poisonous food, toxic filled food, genetically modified food with tons of chemicals, soybean oil, heavy seed oils, destroying your genetics, everything. And we have the audacity to argue over nonsense. This makes no sense to me. We understand that being divided, you will be conquered. If you don't get that by now, you should. I looked at this, right? First question, why is it, for example, the whole Israeli-Palestinian conflict? We know that that's been happening since the 1940s. We know that this is something that goes back thousands of years as it pertains to back and forth. But just let's go to the 1940s up until now. your question will be, well, why don't these leaders stand up? Why don't they actually speak out against what is taking place in Israel? Why don't they just point it out, openly condemn it? And there have been plenty who have, but why don't the ones that matter right now, either in Israel or the people who fund it here in America, etc., why don't they really come out and just say what needs to be said? There is a fear of being assassinated, right? That's one small part. I'm going to say small because it is small, but it is quite relevant. There is a book that I'm going to refer to. We have to go into references. This book is titled Rise and Kill First by Ronan Bergman. And this book, Jewish person, by the way, who wrote this, Rise and Kill First, The Secret History of Israel's Targeted Assassinations. I recommend you get this book because you need to know what is the list, what is the history, what has been the pattern when it comes to Israel, Zionists, that nation, and people who stand against it, people who want to expose it, people who genuinely just want to put the facts out there about what is really happening. This goes over the list of past assassinations, tactics of how they go into assassinations. I'll just bring up one that blew my mind because this is the stuff that movies are based off of, but many movies are based off of what is happening in real life. And this one, I think, might surprise some of you, but I don't think it's going to shock the majority of you. We go to 1978, and this individual, who was a Palestinian leader by the name of Wadi Haddad. Wadi Haddad, again, a leader over in Palestine, of course. They did not like this man because of a number of things that not only he said and did, but when it comes to assassinating, there was a particular way that they wanted to get rid of him. And they employed something that you would not consider out of all the different ways to target and potentially assassinate a person. This is the one that made me say, wow, that was wickedly creative. What do I mean? They took him out with a toothpaste poison. Assassination through toothpaste. Very creative. Something you use every day or you're supposed to use every day. But they took him out by way of toothpaste. And I said, that was by far one of the most creative ways to take someone out. Again, that was 1978. This book goes over a laundry list of different ways that they assassinate people. But outside of assassinations, which, okay, that's been talked about quite often. They'll say, well, reason the blackmail. Maybe they've had a list of pictures and videos of people doing things with underage children, boys and girls, you know, pedophilia things, bribery, sexual exploits with other celebrities, politicians, high profile individuals. Maybe that's something else that they have. Okay, you have that. So you have the assassination circumstance that certain people are afraid of. That's why they're not going to speak out against Israel. You have the blackmail circumstance, which, okay, that's another thing. You know, they have all this stuff on them that maybe that's why they're not going to speak out. Okay, but here's a third thing that I think we should consider. All of the things that have been taking place between Israel and Palestine have been recorded. The bombings, the headshot assassinations of children, the assassinations of journalists, the bombing of the churches, the bombing of schools, the bombing of hospitals. All of this has been documented. Video evidence for the majority. They have it. They've been had it. What are they doing with that? Why are they documenting it? Is it just to see, you know, how they are big victims, Zionists in Israel, how they are just victims and they have a right to exist? I mean, it's that big psychological, nonsensical, operational word. The right to exist. Okay, what are you talking about? So does Palestine, so does Palestinians, so do all human beings for the vast majority. But what are they doing with the recordings? Why are they recording so much? It's not just to have it documented for no reason or just to say, this is our proof that we are the people that are being attacked. No. I bring your attention to something called auditioning. And they've been utilizing these documented happenings to not only show how effective they are. It's not about proving on their end that they're the victims. It's to prove how effective their methods are. They have been recording these to show other nations who have people that are rising up against their wicked, corrupt governments, that these are the things you can do in your nation to control your population. I argue that they have been using these recordings and sending them and meeting with leaders in other nations to show them that if your population is rising up against your corruption, they're not going to just use the word corruption, but they're going to say things that your people don't agree with. Here are some tactics you can use to control them, to re-enslave them, to put them back under your thumb. And they're using this footage as evidence, as proof to say this is how effective we are. I bring your attention to a book written by Anthony Lowenstein, another Jewish person here who wrote this, because we understand how some people say, well, Reese, that's biased. Was it written by a black person, a Muslim, or this or that? No, it's written by someone who's Jewish. And this book is called The Palestine Laboratory. They document in this book, the overall title is How Israel Exports the Technology of Occupation Around the World. They are showing nations how you can put your population in check. And here is how you can do it. And they show them all these different things that they are doing. People all over the world have seen it. So while you may be looking at it with the eyes of, this is horrible as a human being, as a black man, as a white man, as Muslim, as if you say, I'm a Jewish person, I'm a Christian, if you're saying any of these things, you look at it from that lens. But someone who was a corrupt politician, a wicked leader, a person who just wants money and control over resources, and they want the people to be their slaves, they're looking at it saying, these are methods I can use. We can use this to keep these people in check. If they don't want to be in check, then we'll starve them. If they don't want to be put in check, if they don't want to go along with the plan that we have, we can murder journalists. We can find ways to get around violations of humanity. We can take out hospitals. We can take out children. Doesn't matter. We can just do whatever we want to do because, well, that nation does it. And not only that, they'll train our people on how to do it. It was Mossad that took out Wadi Haddad. It was the Mossad, and they did it very well. But what happens when you have police officers in the United States from New York, from Los Angeles, from parts of Texas, from parts of Florida, different parts of this country, fly over into Israel and they train with the IDF soldiers and they train with the Mossad. They train with them in domestic terrorism tactics, right? They have all these nice terms to basically say, we're going to do here what they did over there to the people here. These are things that we have to take a look at because I'm trying to figure out if you go and train with these people who are doing these human rights violating tactics and maneuvers and murders and cold-blooded killing theater type of things, because again, it's being shown all over the world. If that's what you're going to do, then you train so that you can bring it over here into your city, our cities, talking about Compton, talking about Watts, talking about South Central LA, talking about the Bronx in New York, in Brooklyn, in New York, in Harlem. You're talking about different parts of Texas, from Houston to Dallas to you really have to conceive of something here. And that is that evil, wicked, rich people don't give a damn about the average person. They don't care. See, when you think that people genuinely care the way you care, that's where you make the mistake. We made a big mistake thinking that these rich people, some of them genuinely care. They don't. That's really where things are at this point. So what's happening over there very much so can, and I believe will happen here. Why am I saying that? You have something called ice, and we ain't talking about no damn freezer. We ain't talking about your drink. We're talking about ice. That circumstance that is now causing a lot of divide within the black and brown community. It's causing a divide locally. It's causing a divide between a number of people. And that's because, well, you have some people who fell into the psychological trap. Well, these illegal immigrants are taking our jobs. Okay, I hear you. Well, these illegal immigrants are criminals. Yeah, we already had criminals, but okay, I got you. Well, these illegal immigrants, you know, they're doing this, they're doing that. I agree with certain things. I definitely do. But ICE, who was rounding up not just illegal immigrants, just so you know, ICE rounded up people who are not illegal. ICE rounded up people who are black, born in America, people who are born here. They have rounded up people in a terrible way, mind you. They are absolute Vigilantes given a license to do whatever the hell they want to do, and they cover their faces, don't show their identities. You have to be mindful here. Hold on. If you want to say, well, Reza, hold on now, bro, I'm with you, but we got this issue with the brown folks, and we got this issue with these folks, and I hear all of that. Here's what I want us to look at. What can they do to us with what they are saying they are doing for us? If they say, well, ICE is here to protect the people who live in America, to secure our borders, to secure our jobs, to secure our streets. Okay, sounds noble, sounds nice, sounds righteous. Remember who you're hearing it from. The same bastards who tell you that the food is safe, it's fine, that the vaccines are safe, they're fine. You don't have to worry about that. It's okay. Things are good here. America's the greatest nation on earth. You don't have to worry about anything. Okay, you're listening to the same people who lied to you on a daily. And now they're saying, well, ICE is here to help you. To help who? Be careful listening to this devil. That's all I got to tell you. Just be careful. Many of you work for ICE who listen to your brother because you're broke. Let's make this very clear. It's just like signing up for the military for a lot of people. It went from patriotism and me loving my country and my nation to I want to go to school, but I don't have money to pay for it. And I need a bonus. I need that money because that'll help me out with some bills, these student loans, this stuff that I'm backed up on paying. Let me go ahead and sign this couple-year contract for the military so I can get this little bit of money. Okay, ICE is the same. The difference is you get to wear a mask. You get a badge. You can go do horrible, borderline human rights and real human rights violating things on a regular in the name of cleaning up the streets. I just want us to be very clear of how we're looking at this, because I don't support how this is evolving and where it's going. I don't support that. What I do support above all of this nonsense is us protecting and securing ourselves. And this is why when you continue to rely on this system, you have things like this that take place. When you don't secure your own street, you let the government come in and secure it for you or control it or take it over for you. When you don't secure your own health, well, you leave it up to somebody who doesn't really know much about health. We call the average medical doctor who doesn't know about nutrition for the vast majority. You leave it in their hands. You put your life in their hands. You put your overall livelihood into the hands of somebody who they themselves more than likely won't be living 10 years past you. So this is what we end up getting when we do not take care of ourselves. This is my biggest issue at this point. And I went through a number of topics for a reason, because we have to get back into reality. What the hell is going on in the world where while all of this is taking place, wars all over the place, domestic and foreign, food is poisoned, water is poisoned, air is poisoned. All these negative things are taking place on a regular, and you and I are sitting here arguing on the internet about nonsense. Why is it that we are arguing as men and women over men and women? What the hell is happening with this thing that we call gender wars all of a sudden? You're broke, you're fat, you're illiterate, you are uneducated about what is going on around you, and you take this moment in time right now to argue about women and men. You're not arguing about your illiteracy. You're not arguing with yourself about why the hell am I continuing to eat these donuts, these cookies, pies, and cakes? Blood pressure's the roof. I have all this. My brain is messed up. I don't know what the hell's going on in life. I need to take control of myself. I'm broke. I don't know what's going to happen in the next 6 months, let alone 6 years. But no, let me go ahead and focus my attention on a podcast talking about men and women. Let me argue with this woman about her role as a woman, when me as a man, I'm not surviving. I'm not thriving, should I say. Maybe surviving, but we're not thriving. I don't get this. I purposely sat for a moment to just analyze and pray and meditate on what am I going to talk about. And I kept getting caught off guard with so much bullcrap, nonsense, and distractions taking place all over the damn place. Most people are not in a position to argue. This is what baffles me. I don't understand it. We are not in a position to argue. We need more schools that we control. We need more farms. We have some, and shout out to the farmers who are farming, who are buying land, cultivating the land, and providing food, because your brother goes to the farmer's market. I go to the farmer's market to get my fruits, my vegetables, my meat, all that kind of stuff. Yes, Brother Reese, Islam eats meat. We're not doing that today. To my vegan family, I love y'all, but see that distraction. Pause. I go to the farmers market, so shout out to the farmers. What I'm saying is we need more resources and things that build ourselves within the communities outside of government authority and control. Now, again, you can be a pessimist. You can look at all the negatives. I'm looking at the solutions. We need our own. We need more policing systems within our community, literal patrols in the community. You can do that. You don't need a permit to protect your own street. You do know that, right? All you need is a group of men and women who agree to take turns to patrol, walk up and down the street, or come together, buy a vehicle, get some radios, patrol the street, make sure that it's safe on a regular. And then the community puts a couple dollars in to a pot that is the community patrol bowl, the community patrol pot that we put a couple dollars in. If it's 1,000 of us that live there, we put a dollar in, $5, whatever, and that will help to pay for our own community patrol. This is just some basic ideas, because once we do that, we rely less on domestic terrorists, potential race soldiers. Not all police are like that, not all of them, but too many of you are like that. And the ones who don't speak up allow the negative ones to run free. But we won't have to worry about that if we patrol our own community. So we need that, more of it. We need more of our own manufacturing, building, all this stuff. If we focus more on that, then we won't have to worry too much about what these corporations are doing. It's all falling apart, is my point. That's the biggest thing that I want us to look at. You are arguing in a gender war fashion, which is the perfect goal of this government when it comes to the area of psychology, the area of psychiatry, and how they manipulated military tactics. You go after the mind of a people. You start with the spirit, obviously. If you can get there, you go after that first. They got us with the religious argument. Y'all know that's the number one. Then second to that, you go into the political, the ideological, how people think, what they live their life through, what type of behaviors and ideas that they live through, right? Right now, the gender war has taken over. So the majority of people are using generalities. You know, women this, men that. Be mindful. When a person starts speaking in generalities, they are less and less in present time. The more you speak general, the less intelligent you are, because you can't separate things and specify a thing. No, it's not all women. It's not all men. It's some men, some women, or this particular type of woman, this particular type of man. The biggest issue that I'm seeing now is too many people are literally making nothing but content about women or men, and both men and women are suffering today because of the same system that we are all living under. I'm trying to figure this out. The same system that we're living under is coming after men and women. Why are you arguing? Oh, but Reza, hold on now. Some of these women, you got to be honest, bro. Some of these females have lost their damn mind. Yes. Yes, some of these women have lost their damn minds. Absolutely. Why? Because they didn't have one to begin with. Many of these women have been miseducated because the woman who taught them was miseducated. Then you have some women who were miseducated by men. Plenty of them. Then you have men who were not raised by men. They were raised by broken individuals, people who just got out of prison, people who didn't have a daddy. You're talking about an entire society of people who were systemically, intellectually, spiritually, mathematically, surgically destroyed. And you want to tell me that, oh, I'm going to point at that sister because she's the one behind all of it. No, all of us are victims of this crap. Not one of you are better than the other until you are mature enough to see the big picture of what the hell actually happened to us. Really what happened to us. This will not change. You are arguing over something that is so small. It's not the issue. It is an issue, a issue for sure. Some sisters, yes, you need to sit down, please, because you are making a fool out of yourselves. Some brothers, you have to sit the hell down. We have to sit the hell down because we're making a fool out of ourselves. Then the men and women who are totally miseducated with large platforms are misleading large groups of people. And now it's going to cause a bigger problem for all of us in the future. So those who are mature need to check those who are immature. Those who are immature need to be faced with the reality of what is really happening. What is your current trajectory going to cause for the future? Weaker boys. Let me specify it this way. More effeminate boys, buck-broken boys, more masculinized, man-like girls. A society where the genders have scientifically been interwoven, confused, and mixed up. Less reproduction, more destruction, more chaos in the society. And who benefits after all of that? Because it ain't you or me. It is this government, this system, and those who run this whole thing, because the overall agenda is and always will be depopulation. I will always tell you the truth about this. There are great women and great men all over this planet. That's a fact. That is a fact. The majority of black women are phenomenal. Brothers, argue with your damn self. You ain't arguing with me. The majority of black men are phenomenal. That is a fact, and you got to deal with it. And if you keep thinking, well, no, reason the majority of the ones that I know are garbage, gutter, terrible people. Yeah, because those are the ones you hang around.
Yeah.
That's not the majority. It's just who you surround yourself with. And the question is, why the hell are those kind of people always around you? What does that say about you? Right. And also, again, above all this, what does that say about our condition is my point. Who the hell did this to us? Look at that first, and then look at the second part, which is, why do we perpetuate it? Slavery did a number on us. It damaged the hell out of us. So much so that many of us don't even want to talk about it, because you're like, oh, Reza, come on, you blaming on slavery, you blaming on old things. No, 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 no. Something that caused something still controls that thing until it is resolved. We're still being controlled by it. The residual effects of slavery, post-traumatic slavery syndrome. Shout out to Dr. Joy DeGruy. Yes, it is still affecting us. If we don't confront it, it will not be solved. We're going to continue to perpetuate this nonsense. Yes, the white man did this over here, and he's still trying to do some things now. But who is perpetuating the circumstance? That would be us. And guess what? It's in every culture now. Men and women are going back and forth because that is a part of the psychological operation. Get the genders to argue with each other, attack each other. Why? Because if we're disunited, then there is no family structure. If there's no family structure, the government becomes your daddy. The government becomes your mama. And then you start to attack each other to the benefit of the government. Then you look crazy. Then you have nothing to stand on. You have no actual security. You have no stability. We have nothing to go back to because we gave everything over to a system that destroyed us from the very beginning. We have more wars happening now all over the world, as I mentioned earlier, since World War II. Since World War II, according to visionofhumanity.org, there are currently upwards of 92 countries involved in roughly 56 conflicts currently, right now. And what blows my mind, again, is I think it's because, you know, we're so stuck on this. It is doing the job of distracting us so well that we are not aware of what's happening. And we don't become aware until the end of it, until it actually hits our front door. But by that time, it's too late. This is why I want us to kind of get a reality check as of right now. I'm just like, damn, 43% of the average people in America are obese. You can't argue with nobody. I'm going back to this for a moment. Brother, sister, ma'am, sir, why are you arguing? Your body is arguing with itself. You need to resolve the conflict internally because you can't do nothing outside right now. Reason why are you talking about people who are overweight? Are you fat phobic? Shut the hell up. Stop it. We cannot sit here and continue with this nonsense. People are dying because of their lack of discipline. People are destroying themselves because of their lack of discipline. We cannot validate insanity. If you want to live a better life, you make that decision. The system is going to do what it's going to do. They will continue to do what they're going to do until we decide to change it. Currently, right now, the average individual in America, as I mentioned before, cannot do 5 push-ups. 43% are obese. over 40 million, by the way, when I say that percentage dealing with illiteracy, 40 plus million are functionally illiterate. You're talking about the average person that works with you, the average person next to you on a train, on a bus, at a stoplight, walking with you. The average person might be someone who can't read or write. Here's another reason why I want us to kind of pay attention to that.
Wowzers.
If you can't read or write, how can you make actual intelligent decisions about your own health when you can't read studies? You can't read books that give you information. You have to rely on somebody else. So there you go again. You have to put your life in someone else's hands. Now, if you can't read or write, how do you know who is a good candidate if you want to vote for somebody? How do you know about the history of someone when you can't read it? How do you know anything? I mean, let's be clear here. Some people just rely on this.
Mm-hmm.
You chat GPT in your life because many of you have no other choice because you can't read.
Everything.
This is a sobering thing that I'm saying.
I'm like, oh my God.
Many people need a tutor. A tutor. You have to get in a literacy program. Remember phonics? Y'all remember phonics back then? ABCs, 1, 2, 3s, phonics programs. Don't be ashamed to get into a phonics program. I'm saying this to the grown adults, white, black, and all in between. The largest percentage of people who are functionally illiterate in America are white people. Let's make that clear. Yes, because they're still the majority numerically in America. Yeah, but just that's a fact. Then black people, then brown folk. There's a lot of people who can't read. I'm not listening to somebody entirely who can't read entirely unless they are divinely, I'm talking about with the spirit of God in them who have been divinely appointed. We had to take control of our lives. So if we can't take in ideas accurately with real facts and real information, where will you end up? There's so much going on in the world that has distracted us that it's done a good job of causing the conflicts and the back and forth. The podcast industry, if you notice and remember, blew up during COVID. It blew up at a time where people were forced to stay at home. They were forced to be inside. They were forced to be inside of their apartment, their house, with people or without people, but they were forced to be locked down. Do y'all remember the lockdowns? You have two parts of this. You have people who consume it, and then you have the person who produces what is being consumed. You can say, well, they ain't got to watch my channel. They don't have to watch my podcast. I'm just up here giving my opinion. Well, here's the side of that we have to look at. Personal accountability. Why are you on a platform lying, miseducating, or misguiding people simply because it's how you live your life? That is a part of the responsibility you must take. All of us with a microphone have to take that part of our responsibility. We have to. We have to. No, we don't. We have to. It's like sending your child to school and the teacher doesn't know what the hell they're talking about, which is a real thing, mind you. That's another thing we're going to talk about. But they're going to these schools, and imagine you putting your child in a math class with a person who doesn't know that 2 + 2 = 4. Would you keep them in that class? Well, no, but that's different. No, people are taking podcasts as school, education, truth, facts.
Okay, look, I'm gonna pause right there with that because I do listen to certain podcasts, well, certain creators, whatever, for the more revised edition of what happened with our people, right? Because the history books give their history, their lies, right? Hey, that'd be you. That's you, right? Right. Okay. All right. Reality gaming. That's you, right? Cuz. Word. Okay. No. Okay. So this is what I'm saying. Because That's what I'm saying. Them studies, like a lot of them, especially when it comes to what we talking about, like reparations, things like that. All them studies they've been making us go through. I feel like some could be like just a lot of ambiguous shit. Giving you a reference point because we're sitting we're going through it in our state. Me and Jesse are always the ones with the contention. You know what I mean? As we go and try to get them on the right frame of thought, what to really look for. You know, Jesse's a native, I guess, or whatever here. I'm gonna be standing in line in California, so that's just what that is. But what I'm saying is, some of the people that are doing the study have asked us for personal histories. You know, like how racism or whatever has affected us personally, shit like that, right? So I mean, these are real life things. So I've been sitting there. I have made an appointment, but my appointment is until like the end of January because they're busy. Okay, the sister's busy. I don't know what Jesse's is, but the sister's busy. And I was going to talk about my neighborhood when we came from California. We lived in a covenant and what a covenant really means, the redlining and whatnot. Okay, and in Aurora, certain areas have been constantly redlined. There's people that have lived in Aurora damn near their whole lives that have never been able to vote in Aurora elections for certain things. Real shit. Because they've been redlined out of it. It's stupid, but that's what it is. And it's really sad. Like, so I bring that up because it's important. So many studies are like, whoa. So when I listen to certain creators, right? For revised not the new way, but a revised history lesson, or the opposing narratives, I guess, of what we've been told. And then I look it up, I research it or whatever, because a lot of things have been propaganda. You know what I mean? Or you got like the fucking devils on both sides trying to push whatever narratives they want. In school, same shit. See what I'm saying? I only went to a certain level in school because I went into the system. I couldn't, I didn't have a consistent schooling, right? I wish I could have been able to stay in Job Corps because at least I would have continued with I went in there for accounting and a trade. You know what I mean? Where I went, I went to a Native American Job Corps because that's what my villain signed me up for. The jail or guilt, right? Or jail time. But them bitches was like, no, they want to fuck a motherfucker up, call you out your race, and you're not like them, that type of shit. So I wish I could have had that experience longer than what I had it for. See what I'm saying? But I'm looking for the more revised, the more there's content creators now that are going back through talking about more of our native stuff here. Like our native black histories or tribes and things like that, or certain states and whatnot. So those are things I'm looking at. Like I watch a lot of Ubi TV, right? Like Ubi TV. So shit like that. Mike TV. I like certain things that are giving us more in-depth knowledge than I ever got. See what I'm saying? I'll speak for myself. That I ever got. Because, having a European mother or European looking mother who's a racist, who wants you just to check one certain thing and try to exist in that racism, white supremacy type shit, knowing goddamn well that I can't fit that mold. Never ever could I. You see what I'm saying? Never ever could I go and live like Caucasoid. You know what I mean? And never could I. Ever. So, it's kind of difficult. that's just because that's just I couldn't. My nature wouldn't allow it. Okay, nature would not allow it. So, and Indians were. Yep, that's what I've been watching. That's what I've been reading about and learning about all that, because it just doesn't make sense. All the it goes back to the everybody's from Africa state of mind. You know what I mean? And in reality, that's not our narrative, family. That's not our narrative. That's not what happened with us. You know what I mean? FBAs. That's not what happened with us. Okay? So, yeah, that's not what happened to us. So I'm more learning about that, what really happened to us. And in that, I'm on this lineage trace back, because I'm like an orphan, really, if you think about it. You know what I mean? So I'm on the tracing I was on this colorism speech, even going on in my crib and shit. I don't like that shit. Let's put that all that to an end. Come from these type of peoples here. I can show you a picture. Eat a dick. Eat it. Versus, what else, right? And then caused me to want to look into the villain. I just thought she was a white lady. Apparently, she's something else. No, I'm not knowing. I probably got a collective of maybe 3 years' time of really knowing this, bro. So how am I supposed to know? You dig? So now about to start looking at her and trying to figure out her, because I don't really know who she is, let alone who her peoples was, or where they come from, or anything like that, because let her tell it's none of my motherfucking business. That's how she's always said. But I have questions. I've always had questions. Okay? And unlike my brother, nobody wanted to answer my questions, but he seems to know everything about everybody and where they come from, who belongs to who, whatever. But I don't know, and I came first. Make it make sense. Is there a reason nobody want to talk to me about my motherfucking lineage, but they could talk to him about his? I mean, he has both his parents alive, baby. You know what I mean? He can pretty much figure it out. He knows where he comes from. He knows his lineage. You dig? But is there a reason why they didn't want to tell me anything except this is what your father looked like and he died? Mm-hmm. And you only get to now you gotta be a grown ass motherfucker because we're doing God's work, caused me to want to look down the rabbit hole and really look. Say like, what, you know what I mean? Can't trust these DNA shits. A whole bunch of reasons why. They just gathering data. They only to fucking put you in some other shit. Next thing you know, we're all gonna be locked up. Real shit. You know what I mean? So all these things are meant to take your money and give you possibilities and generated populations of where they think you may or may not have came from based on certain attributes in your blood, or your, not really blood, but your saliva. How the fuck does that work? You know what I mean? How the fuck does that work? It don't make sense, does it? If you think about it, maybe you should took some blood and then try to figure it out. I bet you if they turned it around and made it a blood thing, we'd have a whole bunch of different leaves lighting up and a whole bunch of different areas lighting up to say, you know what? You come from this section versus this section. You see what I'm saying? How the fuck they get all those mysterious wannabe answers from you spitting in a motherfucking tube? When I saw my geneticist a long time ago, they gave me all the answers that I already know. They try to explain for fucking ever and a day. Nobody wants to believe it. He did it off of a blood test. When I go get blood work done, there's certain attributes or certain tests that say with certain gauges and numbers, like, well, if you're African, we'll use the African American term because that's what's written on the paper. it goes from this range to this range, right? And I'm always on the cusp of right, like 1 point off from being on the African American section. You dig? Only because I fall in the range of that, and we'll just go ahead and say the European blood probably prevents it. Maybe. Who knows? I got I got a whole bunch of little qualified factors based on blood. So how the fuck you spinning a tube is gonna say you come from motherfucking the south, like, you know, Mexico and all that shit? It don't make sense. How's it only gonna say you have 5% of this and 2% of that, and you probably got more of this based on spit? Just answer that question. Right? Technically, anybody can spit in a motherfucking thing. How do they even know if you're a girl or not, or a boy? Just answer that question. Just think about it long and hard. Okay? Anybody can spit. You commit a crime, you smoking a cigarette, you gleeked on the fucking sidewalk. And that's how they got you. Right? Took your saliva from a motherfucking back of a cigarette. And they just knew you were there smoking at the crime scene. For real? Like, seriously? I'm like, seriously? That's the defining factor. That I had the cigarette in my mouth too long, got a little wet, and you think I committed the motherfucking felony? I was there? Really? Maybe the cigarette butt blew fucking 2 blocks away. Who knows? It was a windy day. I mean, I'm a master of creative doubt. But do you understand what I'm saying? Just understand that. When you go into fucking jail and you committed a felony, and they like this, swab your motherfucking mouth. Bitch, you know you did this. You know what I mean? And you got that in there. What you think they doing with it? Not to mention, you go to jail and they really want to do some shit. They take blood in jail. Oh, I guess y'all didn't realize that. Yeah, they take your blood in jail. Yeah, don't be sick or nothing. You know what I mean? Don't be sick. Don't be sick. They take your fucking blood just like they test. Make sure you got your fucking, you know, they want to make sure you take certain medicines so you're not playing with the system. You dig? Come on now. Think about it. That right there is a more defining factor of what happens in jail versus the motherfucking genetic test that you spit in a tube. Anybody can spit in a tube. Right? Check this out. I'm going to the hospital right now and just managed to run by some fucking kid's spot, sitting there talking to them while nobody's looking, spun in their mouth and shit, put it in there. Now the fuck they gonna know if it's me or not? They don't. You know what I mean? Because I had to put my name on it and somebody Googled it. Like, what the fuck? What if I put it in an alias? Will you figure it out? Come on now. Seriously. I didn't know. How do they even know if a motherfucker's related? All of a sudden, you may have a relative over here. Bing, ding, ding. A relative over there. And your population is over there from the Sudan and the Congo and blah, 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 blah. And now you got 80, 90 fucking percent air, 15% motherfucking European blood. What part of Europe? That part. See what I'm saying? You might be Native American. Right? And then the $5 Indian rolls want to fucking have you do the most. Come on, now you're a $5 Indian. You know what that means? It means you had them peoples up in there. $5 get you in. Come on now. This is stupid. Don't make no goddamn sense. We gotta go off the histories of what we know. Some people got a fucking family, they can just look back and they be like, yeah, you come from a whole tree, whole family tree. So they know what that means. You ask me about the fucking family tree, I have no motherfucking idea what is what. So I ain't never had a fucking family. So I don't know. You see what I'm saying? I don't even know where it starts, how it fucking ends. It's fucking weird. What's a second cousin? Don't know. How is that defined? Whose cousin is who? You know what I mean? Is that based on brothers and sisters of your mother and father? I don't know. Got questions. Don't want to know. Really, don't think I want to know. And even if I did know, what the fuck does that matter? The main thing I wanted to know about is not existent. Or is it? It's all weird. It's too many questions now that I didn't have before I had the questions. Just think about it. And you're just throwing money at it only for them to turn around and sell it to 5 other agencies or for whatever, put it and give it to the government. And next thing you know, you're in their database as per usual if you weren't already in there because you keep getting in motherfucking trouble. Or you're at the hospital and you keep getting sick and you're in their system. You see what I'm saying? All these systems all tie back to the motherfucking government that we fucking created. Only to our detriment. Does that make sense? Fucking, this is so much. So much. He almost.
Gospel. And then last but not least, entertainment. And I know some of you want to say, well, Reese, it's all entertainment. People get controlled by things that they get entertained by. People that they know it isn't true, it controls how they think. It maneuvers inside of their mind and it causes their behavior to change. It absolutely does. You could say all day long that it's the person watching. It ain't me. It is you. I'll be damned if I get up here and knowingly, intentionally lie or make up some stuff when I know that there are people listening to what I say, who believe what I say, who actually take what I say to heart. They're going to go out and eat what I say to eat. They're going to go out and spend their money where I say to spend their money.
That's another thing. Like, you know, we're listening to this right now, and in its own hypocritical way, this is the nation. Like, come on, this is the nation. See what I'm saying? Another factor, another faction of our people, another ideology, or whatever. Not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? It's kind of hypocritical in a way. But it's
they're going to do what I tell them to do. Some people genuinely do this. And it's not just because, oh, well, what he said is true or that. No, it's because it's you. People worship personalities. Some people just love Brother Reza because it's Brother Reza. They like how I do what I do. But if I'm out here misguiding people, that's something that I have to take responsibility for. Some of y'all don't want to hear that because, again, you got up here and got on a damn mic because you were locked down and you hadn't sat down in years. Some of you don't know how to just sit the hell down. Just relax and work with yourself. Some of you can't stand being by yourself.
Dude, like, I like it. Well, you know, I've learned to be by myself, right? But I don't have that problem. I know how to just shut down. Like, when I go home, you think I'm doing podcasts and shit? No, man, I'm fucking giving Jesse a hard time for being on podcasts and stuff. Like, see, that's your motherfucking problem there, cause that's how you hear me talking. What am I doing? I'm watching mindless fucking television. Desensitizing. Not watching nothing. I have to come here to get fucking a week's worth of motherfucking whatever's going on in the world type shit. I mean, I pay attention. Like, I think I touch the internet maybe once a day, and that's to watch the news, and just see what's going on in politics and check out stuff. You know what I mean? Aside from that, I'm mindless television, or I'm doing some other shit. Now that I can turn my internet back on, I'm gonna be working on these fucking policies and bills and shit that I'm supposed to be working on. Because we need things. We need a crime bill. See what I'm saying? We need things, and that shit needs to get done. So that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm supposed to be doing. And I've been waiting for a minute to get it done. And I was gonna do it. This early yesterday. I turned around and was like, I can't do nothing in this motherfucking room until I get it handled real quick because I've been so sick it's just not a conducive place for me to work. You see what I'm saying? I've been really, really fucking sick. And it's just like, I just need to, feng shui that shit real quick. And I can't do it by myself. So I have to rely on certain individuals to help me. And then I can go ahead, turn it back on, bring my podcast stuff back home, and I could turn the computer back on, and then it'd be all right. But if I did it now, I would feel like, God, man, I'm gonna have to hide everything because, you could just see that life just like, fell apart for me in reality. So I have to, regroup. And that was like a big thing. I was like, because I didn't want to come over here and do this show. I wanted to do it in the comfort of my motherfucking house. However, my place was not conducive to be productive. So I couldn't work on these bills and things and doing the language, which is the most important part, making it concise. Because I've already talked to them. We're going to walk that shit through. They already gave me their word. So I'm like, y'all's all you got right now. I'm going to hold you to everything. In the city of Denver. I couldn't do it because I couldn't fucking do it. I mean, I couldn't financially do it. And I kept saying this, everything's gonna work out. Just give it a minute, give it a minute, give it a minute. Now it's finally here. Now it's all working out. And when I turned back around, I was like, oh my God. Oh my God, I can't do this right now. I need to figure it out. And so I had to come back over here, and which is crazy because we don't live in the same spot. And I don't like he's on a laptop. I don't like the mouse on the laptop. Everything in my house is like kind of old fashioned. Like I got an actual desktop and a motherfucking wireless mouse and keyboard. And I'm like, you know what I mean? Real shit. And now like I'm like saying I gotta put my studio back together. Because my initial dream about Frontline Black News, when we started it, I had got this real long table. I felt like me and Jesse were gonna be doing the news at the table. You know what I mean? And it just didn't work the way I wanted it to work because he was being dysfunctional about the shit. But I had this really long motherfucking table that, I do everything at now. But at that point, I was like, we put the computer right here, and me, you go sit right here, and we just gonna do the news at the table, like every other news little organization. You know what I mean? I was like, said we like the black media. When he was on motherfucking Mile High News, they were sitting at a fucking table, like a long table. The camera was on them, and they would do their little sections. You know what I mean? And that was inspiring. And I thought, well, maybe maybe we could do the same thing. This shit was just not conducive at the time. My eyes are leaking, sorry. Broken face. Just wasn't conducive. Because he was fighting the magic, goddammit. So now I'm like, well, all right, well, now I want to do different things. You know what I mean? Because it's hard to do the RVA when I'm the one that does the RVA. So we're on different alignments when it comes to bringing stuff to the attention of us.
That's the other thing that happened.
That's also
many of you had your trauma multiply during the lockdown, and you couldn't take it. It was like being locked down. You thought you was in jail for real, and you just went crazy. The other side of this is the consumer, the person who watches the podcast, the person who listens to it on audio, the person who is at work right now watching this on YouTube, sitting there at the desk doing what they're doing, driving the car, driving the truck, doing whatever. The person who is listening to this, you have the side of your responsibility. So it's my side as a person who produces the quote unquote content. I don't even like using these words. The person who produces something for you to watch. And then you have you who watches this thing, who listens to this thing. You have a responsibility to research whatever it is that you hear.
Mm-hmm.
This is the laziness that we deal with. You want to hear it from somebody because you don't want to research it.
That's another thing. Like, I feel like, how the fuck is everybody so illiterate when it's all at your fingertips? Like, you got questions, look that shit up and do the research, right? That would be TBA. Look it up, right? Same with words and shit. Look it up, right? I'm like, come on now, like, how the fuck is everybody illiterate? Like, that's part of being an adult. Like, how the fuck you gonna have children and you don't know how to read? But in our city, there was like a little study that said the children aren't reading or doing math. They function at a low level. And I was like, that's that social media shit right there. That's because these motherfucking parents are lazy and they don't want to fucking be parents. That's why their kids is weird. You know what I mean? Like, I had this whole little speech to myself about it. You know what I mean? Because I was like, what you mean that my kid don't know how to read? That shit's ridiculous. What you mean? How the fuck is that possible? I was, contrary to popular belief, my villain, prior to, my villain leaving the household, taught me how to read. I was reading, like, before I went to school, how to write my name in cursive. I don't even know how to write in print. If that's illiterate, I don't know. I'm never taking that back. ABCs, 1, 2, 3s, you know what I mean? How to do, just the basic adding and subtracting right before kindergarten. So, just basics in 2 languages, okay? Mind you, 2 fucking languages. So I don't understand, and none of them were Spanish, okay? It was like English and French. I could do it in French. You know what I'm saying? So I don't understand how I come from a motherfucking mother that probably has like 90 motherfucking boxes filled to the brim of fucking books. Not to mention, I got family that got books upon books upon books. Okay? And I didn't know how to read. I would like to read books. I got books right around here. All kinds of books to read. Because I like the paper feel. I like this flipping the paper. Not to mention on my fucking desktop, I got like easily 900 motherfucking PDFs of books. You know what I mean? Easily. Some shit is just really important. Some things if you look for a certain book, that book now is like so much. You see what I'm saying? I can't even look at it. I study palmistry. Let's just put it this way. I study palmistry. I remember I get my book, one of these books that I study. It's called a chiromancy, right? The classics of palmistry. That book, I could find it and it would be like $6. Now that book's like $60 in certain realms. You see what I'm saying? In certain realms. They got the streets all fucked up, so I can't go into the cheap bookstore that still exists. Where I can go in there and tell them I'm looking for this, and that. And I get it for the low, like under $20 and walk out with like 15 books. See what I'm saying? Can't do it. So reading, like, and I can't think, like, why they don't know how to do math. Everybody wants to go out and try to live, on this side of the fence. Want to go out there and try to sell drugs and do the most. How you not gonna know how to do math? That's simple fucking basics. How you not, like, you know what I mean? Like, I have to do it. I have to live on a budget, so I have to keep pretty straight books. See what I'm saying? Why? Because I don't want to look at my shit and have to wonder where the fuck that money went. Because that's what happens when you live in a digital world. Case in point, somebody has sent me like $30 on PayPal, right? Let me tell it, I never received it. Because if I received it, I wouldn't have loaded my card with money to pay all the bills. I had loaded it with like $200 like 2 months ago. Let me tell it, okay? So if I would have received it like they said I received it, like the shit shows that I received it, I would have known it was in there and I wouldn't have loaded so much. I would have just loaded what I had to instead of putting down there $200 in there. I would have put like $160. You dig? You see what I'm saying? And even then, when I have money that I could save, I save it until I can't save it no more. Like every dollar is so fucking important. It's fucking ridiculous. And so cheap. Why? Because I went from having a lot of motherfucking money to just being bad to no money being good. and then having some money, they're being able to live off of something, like just a little change, but it was enough, and learning how to balance that to get through. See what I'm saying? And still manage to take care of like 3 people on it. You see what I'm saying? With the limited of like, motherfucker like me could take care of 3 people off of $300 a month. That's crazy work. Diabolical. I'm proud of myself about it. And scared to death about it. See what I'm saying? So a little blessing here and there from like, my brother's father or something might be a rip. But if I didn't see it, meaning I didn't get the notification, I didn't see it, how the fuck was it in there and where the fuck did it go? You see what I'm saying? Because if it was in there, it would have added to the fucking balance. Didn't make sense. I argued about it, and then I was like, man, no need to ask the sender, because the sender, it was a blessing. Out of no motherfucking where. You know what I mean? Somebody just, fucking brother's father was thinking about me. Said, motherfucker might need a couple of dollars. It was just $30. I did need it too. You know what I mean? Because I did need it. So it just happened to be right on time. I didn't ask for it. It just happened. But to have to put all this extra money in the things to pay, like I have actual bills, you know what I mean? Like electricity, right? Electricity is fucking like crazy. We don't even have the lights on like that at my house. We really don't. We're all about conserving electricity. We don't have no heat or no heater and no motherfucking AC. Why the fuck is it so high? See what I'm saying? And I got a machine, so I figured it's probably the machine. I'm starting to really wonder, because it don't make no sense. And I'd be like trying to argue about the shit, like with Excel. But I was like, let me just pay this shit, because I remember I was like, man, fuck them. They kiss my motherfucking ass. You should just do the poor people a solid. That's how I feel about it. But it's all right. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not turning the lights back on. Shh, don't worry about it. You know what I mean? Don't worry about it. But I'm like, I had a little bill, so I was like, man, how the fuck? So now I just hand write, and I keep all the notes, and I keep notes of where it come from, where it went, what I did with it, how much it was, blah 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 blah, because digitally anything can happen. Digitally, dude, me and Jesse went through where we got all our shit taken off just because motherfuckers are scammy like that. I changed my codes, I changed my shit. You know what I mean? Cash is like hardly ever used. Keep a little cash though, because you need to keep a little cash. So, that's important, because you never know. But motherfuckers, like, everybody's like, oh, we don't take cash, we only use cards. What the fuck? Gotta start wondering about things like that. It is a wonder now.
Some of you can't read or write. Again, I'm not coming down on y'all. I'm pointing out factors that show why the hell we shouldn't be arguing in the first place. We have too much self-improvement to do. We have too much self-work that is needed. And we are out here running rampant, insane, broke, fat, out of our mind. And we want people to take us serious. You have to research everything that you hear. If you don't know already that it is factual, we, me, us have a responsibility to go and verify that what we have heard is the truth. Else we cannot get out here, make a mistake, and then blame it on the podcast, blame it on the person who we heard over there. You damn sure not gonna blame nothing on Brother Reason. That's what you're not gonna do.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Now, if you do something and it is right, you can blame that on me. But if you get out here and you do something crazy, I'm not going to encourage you to do nothing crazy. Other than stand up against this government and stand up against Satan and do something better for yourself in your life and take responsibility, educate yourself, eat better, work out, get closer spiritually. But you can't blame. You must research. Please verify what you hear on these podcasts, because there are people up here who are just trauma dumping all over the internet, and they're calling it episode 3. There are people who are trauma dumping relationship advice, relationship trauma. They're calling it advice. People are trauma dumping so heavily that most don't even realize that they're destroying the community even more than where it has already gone, I would say. I mean, we've already had issues. We've already seen families breaking up. We've already seen all kinds of nonsense go on. Some people will say, well, Reza, it's just all being exposed now. It's all coming out. Yeah, that too. Yeah, that too, for sure. Yeah. But while you're tearing down other people, while you're arguing about this person, this woman, that woman, in these relationship so-called podcasts and platforms and all of that, are you working on yourself? Are you working on your own relationship and your family? Are you saying maybe there are things that I need to work on as a woman because I am wrong and can be wrong? Are there things that I need to work on as a man because I am wrong and can be wrong? Is it something that you're doing that is dealing with self-improvement? Are you being a better example for the children, a better example for society, a better example for the community? Are you looking at things to do to improve, or are you just blaming and trauma dumping and regurgitating and throwing up and passing on the throw up to somebody else? Ooh, girl, you heard what so-and-so said. Oh, this celebrity did this. Hey, bro, you saw what so-and-so, 50 Cent, Marlon Wayans. Oh, P. Diddy. Oh, just a bunch of pigs, bro. Pigs just love the gossip and slop and nonsense. None of you are sitting here arguing about how quickly we can get more farmland and build our own everything. If that's what you're doing, then shout out to you. But that's what we all should be doing. I don't take no interest in gossip, slander, none of this BS out here because it doesn't do anything. It doesn't build anything. You have a government that genuinely 24/7, 365 and 1/4 days are out here not only contemplating, but absolutely activated on destroying you. And you cannot come together for 10 minutes to unite to do something for yourself. It's embarrassing at this point. I don't like it. If you want a strong society, you have to focus on a strong family. That means be quiet and build. That means focus on yourself, work on what you lack, build that. And then the other person who is doing the same, they will come. It's like magnetism. Magnetism is magnetic. You both will attract each other. That is a fact. But if all you're doing out here is blaming each other for everything, then you are doing exactly what this government wanted you to do. And that was destroy each other by being divided from one another, because the third party, that hidden hand, group, organization, person, entity, is still controlling your mind. And you are being its slave to this very moment. It's something that I despise to the utmost, I promise you. Last point that I'll bring up. With this whole trajectory after the lockdowns, not only was there this major divide when it comes to family, but the health of people tanked heavily, specifically after they took the shot. So I'm specifying that. And there is a whole lot of science that has come out dealing with that. And that is another episode that I will go into heavily, but not right now. I will just mention one piece, which is there's new viruses on the scene all of a sudden. And these new viruses are going to require what? New vaccines. Oh, ho, ho. Whoa. How did you figure that? New viruses going around. H3N2 flu virus. Have you guys heard about that one? Yeah,
the motherfucker's like, did you like your flu shot and a vaccine today? And I was like, no, ma'am. They were like, why? And I was like, because first of all, it's just against my good motherfucking nature. Take that shit, because I had an experience, family. I had an experience. Last time I had a flu shot, I got really fucking sick, like immediately. Like the shit went in my arm. 10 minutes later, I was fucking ill. Real shit. Like, I mean, to tell you how sensitive and delicate my fucking ecosystem is, I could tell when shit is just not right. And it's that quick. It was like 2000 and fucking, I want to say 2018, 17 or some shit. And I gotta look at the documents. So it's documented. I was in a nursing home. I was teaching myself how to walk and shit. Right after I got sick. That shit was like, bam, in my arm. Next thing you know, 10 minutes later, I was like, nose running, throwing up. I was like the flu. and it didn't go away. It stayed for a good long minute. Like it's gonna be okay. It has flu properties. What the fuck you give me this shit? No. Right? Enough vaccines when I was motherfucking a little kid just to go to school. I was like, I don't need that shit. And then when the COVID thing happened, we was the main propagators, just like him, talking about don't get that shit. Especially us, don't get that shit. You know what I mean? And say no, because first thing they want to do is hold a commercial or whatever and show a sister getting the vaccine. And all of a sudden, well, she doing it. Then all of a sudden, we all got to do it. No, we all don't got to do it. And we didn't do it. You know what I mean? They catch COVID? Yeah, a couple times. I caught it and I brought it home with me, but I caught it because I'm delicate like that. I couldn't go from my apartment up to Jesse's apartment in the same building, going through the elevator without fucking running into somebody coughed in the elevator, coughed in the hallway, and they were sick and I caught it. That's how quick my ecosystem is. You see what I'm saying? You just walk by, the wind blow wrong. I got the virus. I got sick. Went to a restaurant, my sister was giggling, drinking, chopping it up, eating, fucking having a good ass time. You know what I mean? And we left and I had caught COVID in the restaurant. This is right when we could start going back to the restaurants. You know what I mean? We were always having a good ass motherfucking time. It's nice little for us spot. There were a number of beautiful black people in there. We was having a good ass time. Talk about over tipping, ridiculous. Anyway, I got caught it somewhere in there. Don't know how, but I did. So I came home. I was sitting with Jesse. Then Jesse got sick. Jesse got well within 2 days. I got really sick, and it stayed sick for like damn near 2 months, and had to go into this whole thing. My brother CDC'd me off. He was like, "Get yard time, nigga. Like, don't come out your motherfucking room. I left your water and your shit on your crate right by your door. Don't dare cough in the motherfucking hallway, and you get to use the bathroom. Be quick about it too, because going in there with a mask and disinfecting, I'm like, man, fuck you, I'm leaving. I didn't go nowhere. You know what I mean? And the second time I got it, whole body shut down, and it was like everything. It took fucking everything to like just to breathe. It was like I couldn't even lift my body to go to the restroom. That's how much work it was. I don't know what the fuck that was about, but after that, I was like, So then we stayed masked up and gloved up. You know what I mean? And then when me having what you call unspecified COPD, meaning they don't know where the fuck it came from. They don't know how I got it, right? Because I don't smoke like that. I like smoke some weed, occasional cigarettes. Occasional, I'm drinking, I'm smoking some cigarettes. Okay? But if, like today, I was drinking right now. I'm drinking right now, right? Probably smoked more cigarettes than I have in the last week and a half. Why? Because I've been singing a lot lately. And the cigarette smoking is fucking me up. So I stopped smoking cigarettes just because I felt like it. You know what I mean? And I only really smoke when I'm drinking. So I was drinking. Still drinking. See what I'm saying? I had to look for it because I put it behind the speaker. But you dig? I probably smoked more cigarettes in this last little 4 hour, 5 hour, 6 hour show than I have all week long. See what I'm saying? Just cuz. But the mask and shit, all that shit is stifling. They don't know where it came from. So, like, these are things I have to work on if I'm going to survive the motherfucking, the crisis that we just watched. You see what I'm saying? I doubt in the nuclear, like in a zombie apocalypse, if it's going to be like that and I'm walking around with an oxygen tank. Come on, cuz. Not do that. I'm not going to do that. See what I'm saying? But I'm also not going to be fucking stifled. It's just weird.
H3N2 flu virus. Okay, what are they going to say? Well, you need to go ahead and take this shot. The question is, will you take it? Remember, learning from the past is good. History is a beautiful subject that you should study. How many of you are going to take it? How many will take it? That is a question that I leave you with. Are you going to fall into the same trap, or will you learn from the past and do better things in the present that will secure your future? I will leave that there for this episode of the Intellectual Extremist Podcast. This is the reality check. Wake up, take control of your life. Stop arguing with each other, please, because this government does not argue with itself entirely. Maybe right now under Trump, there's some back and forth going on for sure. And I love to see it. I love to see it, really. But I definitely want us to focus on getting things together more so. We're not in a position to be arguing with each other. We're not. I don't care what justification you come up with, or reason you don't understand what he does or what she does, bro. Yes, we're out of our minds. Get back inside of your own head. Work on yourself.
Working on myself.
Upside.
This is a little just a little bit. But not for anybody, just because we're getting older.
Pop quiz. Which of these statements is true? Eggs raise your cholesterol. You need 8 glasses of water a day. Milk builds strong bones and teeth. Trick question. None of those are true.
So we're gonna watch this. This is the White Files, the little White Files. I watch the White Files. Helps me. I learn better when I'm sleeping, so I listen to it at night. This and like I got a couple of things I play at night, and I really listen to them because that's the only way I learn. I'm just a night person. Just what it is. And I just learn better sometimes when I'm sleeping. I have no idea why. We're gonna learn about psyops, and there's a little test on how you can figure out everything's a psyop. And if you watch the Church of Black Power, shout out to Church of Black Power. He was doing a little test. I kept saying, everything's a psyop. And no one want to believe me. But it was like, everything's a fucking psyop. All this shit is a psyop. Can't trust anything the fucking media is saying is a psyop. Everything's a fucking psyop. Okay, so this is when I was saying that, he happened to do a show, an episode on it. And so there's a little test, and I run the little test. It's shorter than what Church was doing, but I run the little test on everything I watch in the news. I'm like, yep, psyop. Knew it, psyop. See what I'm saying? So we're gonna watch it together. Then you could do it on your own.
True. Diamonds are rare, right? No, they're not. Depression comes from a chemical imbalance in the brain. Nope. Now, these aren't mistakes or outdated science. These are psychological operations, psyops, designed to control what you buy, what you think, and how you live. We're being programmed every minute of every day, and most people don't know it. But after today, you'll know exactly how you're being manipulated, because all psyops follow a pattern. And I'm going to show you a simple formula that can detect a psyop with scary accuracy. We'll even use it on real cases. But I'm warning you, once you learn the pattern, you'll see it everywhere. And it's going to make you angry.
Matter of fact, you using the whole fist talk?
Hey there, Debunk Daddy-O. I got a little situation here.
No, whatever this is, I don't want any part of it.
No, don't be like that. I'm living that jazz life now. I'm mellow and possess a world where it's sharp. I got a Barry sax and everything.
Barry sax?
Baritone saxophone.
I know what a Barry is. What's this about living the jazz life?
Hecklefish and the smooth operators. We've been hitting the clubs every night. Real underground scene. Mostly because the fire marshal shut us down. But the crowd digs me. They say I'm unforgettable.
Why? Because of the music?
Because I won't leave when they close. Listen, gig life ain't cheap. Gas, groceries, shrimp cocktails. My sax may be smooth, but my wallet's playing the blues.
And here it comes, the part where you need money.
Yeah, I prefer to call it financial improvisation. Speaking of which, what's the difference between a jazz musician and a large pizza?
What?
A large pizza can feed a family of 4. But seriously, can you throw a little dough my way?
Look, why don't you just use Upside? You get cash back for everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and snacks.
Oh, did you just keep up a do-bop, shop-a-dub-a-woo-bop right in today's sponsor, perchance maybe you did that there?
Yep. The holidays are meant for giving, but between road trips, family dinners, and all those grocery and gas runs, the costs add up fast. That's why I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back on gas, groceries, and dining. It's already given users over $1 billion back. No points, no gimmicks, just cash in your pocket. Here's how it works. Claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. Pay as usual with your credit card or debit card. Follow the steps in the app and get paid. With over 100,000 gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants, cash back is always nearby. And Upside users earn 3 times more cash back than credit card or loyalty programs. I check the app every time I gas up. The other day, I claimed an offer at Chevron. It took maybe 30 seconds, and now I'm earning cash back for just doing what I was already going to do. Frequent users can make as much as $280 a year. Download the free Upside app today and use code the Y-Files or scan the QR code for an extra 25 cents back per gallon on your first tank. See? Earning beats begging.
Earning's fine, human, but jazz takes commitment. I'm up every night expanding my repertoire. The ladies love a musician. What a big chord.
So nasty.
Let me step outside the script for just a minute. For a couple of years, I've been wanting to do an episode on PSYOPs and the techniques to detect them. So when Sean Ryan asked if I'd help spread the word about his new podcast series, I immediately said yes. I'll link below to where you can listen to it. It's an 8-part series on PSYOPs. And Sean said I can cover PSYOPs however I wanted. So here's where the simulation or the universe or whatever you want to call it comes in. I thought it'd be interesting to talk about something called the NCI Engineered Reality Scoring System. Now, this is a 20-question test designed to detect manipulation. The guy who built it, Chase Hughes, spent 2 decades training military and intelligence personnel. Navy SEALs, CIA, FBI. This guy literally trains the people who run PSYOPs for a living. Now, I followed his work for years, and his system is so simple, but so brutally effective, it completely changed the way I consume news. So I told Sean's team, hey, I'm thinking of covering Chase Hughes and the NCI test. Perfect. Chase is on the show this week. I believe in signs. That was a sign. Now, when creators say this is the video they don't want you to see, it's usually clickbait. And I should know because I've done it. But this truly is information that the people in power don't want you to know. This is the secret sauce, the 11 herbs and spices. Today, we're going to name names. We're going to speak truth to power. And yes, I'm going to expose people you admire. So the NCI test, what is this thing? Well, NCI stands for Narrative Credibility Index. And Chase Hughes studied hundreds of PSYOPs, government propaganda, corporate lies, social media manipulation, all of it. And he found 20 patterns that appear consistently in every PSYOP. Things like timing, emotional manipulation, tribalism, specific messaging. 20 questions, score each 1 through 5. Total above 70, that's a PSYOP. Below 40, probably legit. Between 40 and 70, that's the most dangerous of all because that's a PSYOP based around the truth, but with an agenda. And that agenda is never to help you. Okay, that's the scoring system to keep in mind, 0 to 100. Here we go. October 10th, 1990. Now, fossils like me will remember this. A 15-year-old Kuwaiti girl named Maria testified before Congress. She was volunteering at a hospital when Iraqi soldiers stormed in.
The second week after invasion, I volunteered at the Al-Adan hospital with 12 other women. While I was there, I saw the Iraqi soldiers come into the hospital with guns. They took the babies out of the incubators, and left the children to die on the cold floor. It was horrifying. I could not help but think of my nephew, who, if born premature, might have died that day as well. The Iraqis have destroyed everything in Kuwait. They stripped the supermarkets of food, the pharmacies of medicine, the factories of medical supplies, ransacked their houses, and tortured neighbors and friends.
Now, Congress demanded action. Senators called for war. And a few months later, the United States was at war with Iraq. So let's run the test on that story. Timing, 5 out of 5. Her testimony landed exactly when the Bush administration needed public support for a war that nobody wanted. Emotional manipulation, 5 out of 5. It doesn't get more emotional than dead babies. That's psychological napalm. Uniform messaging, 5 out of 5. Every news outlet told the story the same way, with the same language, same talking points. There was no independent reporting. Missing information, 5 out of 5. There were no other witnesses, no follow-up interviews, no verification allowed. Authority pressure, 5 out of 5. This was congressional testimony, not some rumor on Usenet.
Did you just say Usenet?
It was 1990. A lot of the internet in the 80s and 90s was Usenet, news groups.
No. I know what Usenet is. Let me ask you 2 questions, yeah?
Go ahead.
1, were you on the internet before 1990?
Yes.
2, could you find a date for prom?
No.
Uh-huh.
Now, we could run through all 20 questions for this, but you can already see the pattern. The final score was 88 out of 100. That's an overwhelming sign of a psyop, and that's exactly what it was, though we didn't know it at the time. 10 years later, the truth came out. Naria was the daughter of the Kuwaiti ambassador. There were no dead babies. She was never at the hospital.
It was all part of a campaign to turn Saddam Hussein, at least in the public consciousness, into Adolf Hitler. And the feeling was that they couldn't sell the Gulf War without this. In other words, they had to cheat to win.
The NCI system predicted the lie a decade before anyone admitted to it. Over 100 Americans dead, 500 wounded, 30,000 Iraqis killed, and a bill to U.S. taxpayers of $1.3 trillion. Those closer to $1.9 trillion if you factor in the interest we had to pay to borrow the money to fight a war based on a lie. But where did the lie come from? A company that few Americans have ever heard of. But every politician and business person knows. The first Iraq war was the product of the PR agency Hill and Knowlton. And when you look into the history of Hill and Knowlton, you know what you find? A whole lot of dollars and a whole lot of death. The Gulf War wasn't the first time Hill and Knowlton weaponized public opinion for profit. New York City, winter of 1953. The executives of America's tobacco companies gathered at the Plaza Hotel. They had a problem. Their own scientists had confirmed that cigarettes cause cancer. The research was simple and clear, and the public was starting to ask questions. And if this information got out, the entire industry would collapse. We're talking billions of dollars, millions of jobs, all gone overnight. So they called in a specialist. John W. Hill, co-founder of Hill and Knowlton, the PR firm that would later orchestrate the lie that dragged us into the Gulf War. Hill understood that doubt was more powerful than truth. People wanted to smoke. They like smoking. But if it was dangerous, most people would stop. But if it might be dangerous, they'd keep smoking. So Hill and Knowlton worked their strategy. They formed the Tobacco Industry Research Committee, which sounds official and scientific, but it wasn't. The committee existed to create doubt, nothing else.
Yes, doubt. The duct tape of corporate crime. Can't prove it safe? Make sure nobody can prove it's dangerous either. It's a beautiful thing in a completely evil sort of way.
Mm-hmm.
Hill and Knowlton funded studies designed to muddy the waters. They hired scientists who would testify that more research was needed. They paid for ads saying the health risks weren't proven. And they made sure that phrase was heard over and over. No proof. No proof. Journalists believed they had a responsibility to show both sides. So the media gave equal airtime to tobacco-funded researchers and actual cancer specialists. That made it seem like a fair debate. But it wasn't, because one side was lying. 16 years later, an internal memo from Brown and Williamson spelled out the strategy in one sentence.
Doubt is our product, since it is the best means of competing with the body of fact that exists in the minds of the general public.
Doubt is the product, and the plan worked perfectly for years. So let's score it. Cherry-picked data, 5 out of 5. They only published studies that supported their narrative, studies that showed cancer risks were buried or attacked. Authority overload, 5 out of 5. They recruited credentialed scientists. They created fake research committees. They flooded medical journals with industry-funded papers. Suppression of dissent, 5 out of 5. Scientists who published research linking smoking to cancer were harassed, discredited, or had funding pulled. Financial gain, 5 out of 5. The industry made billions of dollars, so every year of delay meant billions of more dollars.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor? Once again, the brand named most was Camel. Yes, according to this repeated nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
The final score? 82 out of 100. Clear signs of a psychological operation. And here's the proof. In the 1990s, whistleblowers leaked 30 million pages of internal tobacco documents. The memos spelled it all out. They knew cigarettes killed people. They knew nicotine was addictive, and they lied for 40 years. The NCI system predicted it decades earlier.
40 years of lying to the public? Those are rookie numbers. The Fed's been doing it since 1913. Audit the Fed!
The fossil fuel industry used the same type of manufactured reality to cast doubt on global warming, which became climate change, which became controversial. And that's perfect. Remember, it doesn't matter if the climate is changing. What matters is that people keep fighting about it. The sugar industry said sugar played no role in diabetes or heart disease. They blamed fat instead. Remember when there was a lot of food labeled low fat that was marketed as healthy? Well, it wasn't healthy at all. And you know what those low-fat products were loaded with? Sugar. Now, opioids might be the most documented corporate psyop in modern history. False claims that OxyContin wasn't addictive. They paid doctors to lie. Scientific studies were written by PR agencies, not by scientists.
A source tells ABC News that Purdue offered a package that could be worth up to $10 to $12 billion. In a statement, the company explains that while Purdue Pharma is prepared to defend itself vigorously in the opioid litigation, it sees little good coming from years of wasteful litigation and appeals.
Different issues, same high NCI scores, same patterns of manipulation used for 100 years. But when those patterns went digital, there would be consequences that nobody predicted. Corporate psyops have been running for decades in print and on TV. Then social media put those same manipulation tactics in everyone's pocket. Ethiopia, November 2021. Professor Mahareg Amare taught chemistry. 60 years old, father of 4. He was Tigrayan living in the Amhara region during the Ethiopian Civil War. That made him a target. A Facebook page with 50,000 followers posted his photo. They called him a junta, accused him of being an enemy. They posted his home address. Now, his son reported the post to Facebook right away, multiple times, begged them to take the post down. No response. 3 weeks later, men followed the professor home from work. They executed him in front of his house. The killers chanted junta as they walked away, the same word from the Facebook posts. 8 days after the murder, Facebook finally responded and removed the posts. 8 days too late. Frances Haugen was a product manager at Facebook. She quit in May 2021, 4 months before this murder. She testified before Congress about what was happening in Ethiopia. She said the platform's algorithm was causing ethnic violence. Posts that made people angry got more engagement. More engagement meant more ad revenue. So the algorithm promoted hate. And everyone with a Facebook account knows this. Facebook employees warned executives the feds are asking questions, but nothing changed. Haugen said that conflicts fueled by Facebook had resulted in hundreds of thousands of deaths across multiple countries.
So there used to be a part of the company that was focused on making sure Facebook was a constructive force in the world, in society. You know, positive force in elections, that kind of thing. And they dissolved it right after the US 2020 election.
So let's score it. Emotional manipulation, 5 out of 5. The posts weaponized hate during a civil war. Uniform messaging, 5 out of 5. The same false claims spread across multiple pages and posts. Financial gain, 4 out of 5. Facebook's algorithm promoted hate because hate generates engagement. Engagement generates ad revenue. Missing information, 5 out of 5. There was no fact-checking, no verification, just viral hate. The final score, 78 out of 100. Strong signs of a psychological operation, but not run by a government, not run by a corporation selling cigarettes, run by an algorithm optimized for profit. Same patterns, same high scores, same deadly consequences. But now we're going to test something harder, because psyops aren't always black and white. Sometimes both sides of an argument use the same manipulation techniques, and that's when things get really dangerous. Algorithms can amplify manipulation from any side. Sometimes that means both sides of a debate score high for PSYOP tactics. Early 2020, COVID-19 was spreading and the world was shutting down. Scientists scrambled to understand where the virus came from, and two narratives emerged. Narrative one, natural origin. The virus jumped from animals to humans at a seafood market in Wuhan. This happens. SARS did it, MERS did it. It's called zoonotic spillover, and it's normal. Narrative two, lab leak. The virus escaped from the Wuhan Institute of Virology, a few miles from that market. That lab studied bat coronaviruses. Maybe an accident happened. Both seemed plausible. Both needed investigation. Then on February 19th, 2020, The Lancet published a letter signed by 27 prominent scientists. The letter said anyone who claimed the virus was a lab leak was a conspiracy theorist. That shut down debate immediately.
Anyone can say anything, right? It's conspiracy theories. Everybody has a theory.
The letter showed up on every news network. Social media platforms flagged lab leak posts as misinformation. Some users were thrown off the platforms. One side said natural origin is the only scientific answer. The debate is over. So let's score that campaign. Suppression of dissent. 5 out of 5. Scientists were afraid to discuss lab leak publicly. It was career suicide. Authority overload. 5 out of 5. 27 scientists in the Lancet letter. And a quirky little man named Fauci worked for the government, said that he was the science.
But they're really criticizing science because I represent science.
Uniform messaging. 5 out of 5. Every outlet said the lab leak was a debunked conspiracy theory, word for word.
The sharing of biased and false news has become
all too common on social media. More alarming, some media simply aren't true without checking facts first. Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Missing information. 4 out of 5. Critical details were hidden, like the fact that the letter was organized and signed by Peter Daszak. His organization, EcoHealth Alliance, funded research at the Wuhan lab. He did not disclose that, but his emails prove it. Financial gain. 4 out of 5. If the lab leak was true, funding for gain-of-function research would be at risk. So the natural origin is settled science campaign scored 70 out of 100. That's a PSYOP score. But now score the other side, the lab leak. Those supporters said the lab leak was obvious. Anyone who denied it was a shill or an asset for the Chinese Communist Party. Authority overload. 5 out of 5. Politicians and commentators were saying it settled science before any real investigations were complete. Tribal division. 5 out of 5. They made it a political issue. And by the way, that's how I knew COVID was a PSYOP from the start. Anytime you see an issue politicized that initially wasn't, it's probably intentional. Remember, at first, all we cared about was a cure or a treatment, but we needed to know the origin of the virus to fight it. But suddenly a health issue became a political issue. Cherry-picked data. 4 out of 5. Lab leak supporters only discussed research that supported their side. Emotional manipulation. 4 out of 5. Anger at China. COVID is a political issue. Turned Americans against each other. The lab leak is obvious campaign scored 66 out of 100. Again, that's a PSYOP score. Both sides scored high. You were being manipulated from both directions. Now, the NCI system doesn't know which side is right. It doesn't care. It tells you when someone is trying to control what you think. High scores on both sides of an issue mean you never get an honest debate. You get information warfare. Look for the patterns. They are there. And they apply to everything controversial from 100 years ago to right now. For example, let's talk about UFOs. The same manipulation patterns appear in every controversial topic, including UFO disclosure. January 2025, Jake Barber stepped forward as a whistleblower. Former Air Force Special Ops, combat control, helicopter pilot. He told News Nation he worked on secret UFO retrieval missions for 30 years. Barber described flying a helicopter to recovery sites, lifting objects from the ground. One night, he got within 150 feet of something he'd never seen before. An egg-shaped craft, white, metallic, about the size of an SUV, no engine, no thermal signature. News Nation verified his credentials. 3 other military vets backed up his story on camera. Russ Coldhart, the journalist covering it, said the footage was about to change everything. But he said that before. This is why I'm skeptical of UFO whistleblowers. Their stories always have high PSYOP scores. So let's score Jake Barber. Timing, 5 out of 5. The story broke in January right before Trump's inauguration, during massive drone sightings over military bases. The perfect moment for maximum attention. Overuse of novelty, 5 out of 5. Look for hyperbolic words and phrases like unprecedented, groundbreaking, could change the world. Uniform messaging, 4 out of 5. Non-human craft, non-human biologics, government secrecy. All news reports use the same wording. Financial gain, 5 out of 5. Barber formed a company called Skywatchers LLC around the time he came out as a whistleblower. His company will conduct scientific studies of anomalous aerial phenomena. Now, we don't know whether he'll charge a fee for this, but get ready to have your mind blown. He's working on a book.
There's always a book.
There's always a book. Missing information, 4 out of 5. News Nation teased footage but showed very little of it. There's no way to verify it. Cherry-picked data, 4 out of 5. Jake Barber doesn't have the training for covert ops, but he says he'll testify under oath. Also, that video footage, it wasn't his.
And spaceship that looks like it belongs to Mork from Ork, 5 out of Nanu.
The score, 63 out of 100. Strong likelihood of a PSYOP. But here's the complication. A high score means manipulation, not true or false. The reality of UFOs comes down to one of 3 things. 1, disclosure is real, but it's being packaged, meaning the government is revealing the truth, but using PSYOP techniques to control how, when, and what we're allowed to know. Option 2, it's a full PSYOP. Classified aircraft testing needs a cover story. UFOs are perfect. As long as we're debating whether a craft is from Zeta Reticuli or Gliese, we're not asking Lockheed or Raytheon what they're up to. Option 3, it's a distraction. Remember all the drones flying over the bases for weeks? That was the real story. But a UFO story pops up and captures attention. And notice how the drone story just vaporized? Since 2017, this disclosure narrative has been building. David Grush, Lou Elizondo, congressional hearings, leaked videos. Each story scores high for manipulation tactics, but each could still contain some truth. And that's the gray area, where facts and PSYOPs blend together, where high scores don't give you easy answers. The NCI score shows you how information is delivered. You still have to decide whether you believe it or not. And that's what makes this so hard. Who can you trust to tell you the truth?
We see people going out on podcasts and stuff that have talking points from the government.
Do you believe our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something I can't discuss in public setting.
So this is 33 was the first documented?
That is the earliest one I can talk about, yeah.
This is something that predates that?
You could infer that.
And if you have someone that has talking points from the government, that's a spokesperson, not a whistleblower. If I'm sitting here and I say, well, I can't say this, but I can tell you this one thing, that's a controlled government release of information.
Psychological operations are weapons being used against you. So use the NCI scoring system as a countermeasure to manipulation. It's a 20-point test. That's it. It's just a number. No partisan politics, no agenda. Download it now and start using it on news coverage, corporate messaging, government statements, social media campaigns, anything. Once you see the pattern, you'll see it everywhere. Every news story will look suspicious. Every expert will seem bought. And everything you hear will sound manufactured. And that's exactly what the real power in America wants. They want us suspicious of each other. They want us divided, because that division creates paralysis. And that is a meta-PSYOP. Now, I want you to really hear what I'm about to tell you. Every time you fight about politics on Facebook or X or anywhere, you are being manipulated. So stop it. Remember, anger gets more clicks. And Americans hating each other means we're not watching the powerful, and we're not asking the real questions.
Like what really happened to Epstein.
I told you we're not going to...
Release the files!
But that's exactly my point. We need to focus on the things that unite us, not divide us.
Yeah, what you talking about, human?
Think of it this way. Two neighbors. One is a stuffy conservative. The other is a bleeding heart liberal. Now, those two neighbors have very different views on abortion, education, guns, just about everything. So they fight about all those things.
Yeah, I think I had those guys over for Thanksgiving. Exhausting, sheesh.
Right. But you know what those two neighbors with very different political opinions want? They both want to know the truth about UFOs. They both want to know the truth about COVID.
The truth about Epstein!
That's exactly right. It's that simple. That's what unites us. The truth.
Well, that and bacon.
You're stepping all over my dramatic ending, pal.
I'm just saying, everybody loves bacon. Let's start a Bacon Unites movement. Pork, nature's candy.
Psychological operations are running all around us all the time. Everyone is trying to control how you think. But I gave you a tool to fight back, and I showed you how it works. What you do now is up to you. And I don't think I can end with a better message than Sean does in his own PSYOP series.
This series started by asking who is pulling the strings. Maybe the real question should be, why do we keep handing them over?
That's a good question.
Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ. There's Hecklefish.
Yes, but...
This has been the Y-Files. If you had fun or learned anything, do him a favor, like, subscribe, comment, share. I've said this a few times before. Those buttons really help the channel. And like every topic we cover here, today's was recommended by you. This one was recommended by a lot of folks, actually. And I'm glad. I've been wanting to do this for a while. So if there's a story you'd like to see, it's on Discord. You can reach us in a bunch of ways. And we're always looking for topic ideas, so reach out. Now, remember, the Y-Files is also a podcast. You could take us on the road. About twice a week, I post deep dives into the stories we cover here. And I also post episodes that would not be allowed on YouTube. And those are...
All right, now we're going to get back into some.
100 frustrating years after the Emancipation Proclamation, the Negro community has arrived at a decision to celebrate this centennial in an all-out effort to achieve full rights now.
Your spring of 1963, it's more than 60 years old, and yet I feel it's so relevant to issues we face in the United States today. It's also amazing because of the eloquence of these five the American Negro. I'm David Hoffman, filmmaker. I didn't shoot this, but I was a college senior and I was watching this show on television with my parents. And what I saw affected me, and it made me decide. Black students in the South began to protest by sitting in at lunch counters. Martin Luther King in the late 1950s had his bus boycott and the march in Birmingham, and other things were happening around the country that those of us in the North, people like me, were watching, very sympathetic to what the students were trying to do, get people to vote. So National Educational Television, the forerunner of PBS, decided to do this live show with 5 Negro leaders, the top guys, talking about what they hoped would happen at this march. It's prophetic. What they're saying so long ago is so relevant to what people are saying and thinking and troubled by today. There was Roy Wilkins, the head of the NAACP. There was Whitney Young Jr., the head of the Urban League. There was James Farmer, the head of the Congress on Racial Equality, CORE. There was James Foreman, the head of SNCC, who had been training students in Mississippi to attempt to register voters. I knew young people who were attending these training sessions who went south, and I thought they were heroes. This was scary stuff. And there was the Reverend Martin Luther King, the head of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. The host was Dr. Kenneth Clark, a professor at New York's City University. So much of this is relevant, as I said, and I'm going to post a link in the description to the film I made as a result of seeing this program.
Gentlemen, I certainly want to thank you for taking time out of a terribly busy schedule to talk with us this evening. I know that the entire country and certainly the President of the United States and some congressmen would like to know about the plans for a march on Washington. Mr. Wilkins, would you like to tell us what are the plans as of this date?
The plan is for a huge march to the Lincoln Memorial and a meeting there. On the way, what was described as a brief demonstration at the White House. But we hope to have this an outpouring of expression on the part of the people who wish Congress and the nation to know how they feel, how very deeply they feel about civil rights legislation. I think it's fair to say, wouldn't you say, Martin, that this is no attempt to blackjack anybody? We want to show how we feel.
Exactly. We are not going to Washington to intimidate any congressman or any senator. It will give a large number of people an opportunity to articulate their longings and aspirations for freedom, their desire to see meaningful, forthright civil rights legislation in this session of Congress. And of course, we also intend to arouse the conscience of the nation over the economic plight of the Negro 100 years after emancipation. And I think it can have a great impact. I think it will dramatize the issue. It will have educational value in that it will allow many people to see and understand the continued indignities and injustices all
over the country. It has kept the imagination of hundreds of thousands of people. Now, we don't know how many of them will be marching to Washington, but a goodly number will. They feel keenly about this, and they want the seat of government. They want the American conscience to know how they feel.
You're aware that the president has cautioned that he would just as soon have the march postponed or not occur.
We see this as an all-inclusive demonstration of our belief in the president's program, and since it has with a rally at which time I hope to be one of the people who will speak in the interest of the Urban League toward preparing people for the new opportunities.
It's important that the march go off because for the substance, that is the lunch counter demonstrations throughout the South, have to be sort of brought to some climax, and it could be done in this public accommodations bill, which is before the Congress. Then, of course, just left the Delta and a lot of poor people over there, people who make $2.25 a day for 12 hours of work. And so some legislation has to come out of the Congress of the United States to deal with these problems.
People like Agnes Myers, the NAACP, and other white liberals and friends have cautioned against having a major demonstration.
It's our position in the NAACP that the opponents of civil rights legislation left no doubt as soon as the president spoke. In fact, they didn't wait for him to speak. They began announcing their opposition and what they intended to do. They were going to filibuster. They were going to hold up appropriation measures. They were scaring the country that they weren't going to get a tax cut on account of civil rights. They're doing all the boogeyman stunts. And if they're going to use Washington as their base of operations for opposition to this bill, we don't see anything wrong with using Washington as our base to indicate support for this bill. And in my estimation, this march is going to be a 100% outpouring of the disgust and distress of Black Americans and white liberals over the way the Congress has
planned. You will expect loud outpouring of cries of fears from many, many people who don't want it to take place, who are afraid that something might happen. But it seems to me that it reflects a lack of that Negroes all over the country are concerned years. And that's too long to wait.
Mm-hmm.
But what about white friends and liberals who have worked in these organizations for many years? Let's not go this fast. Let's not...
We don't have people like that. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
we don't.
Our telephone is ringing with white people who want to get into the march.
We don't judge our friends on the basis of the color of their skin. We judge them on the basis of the fact of whether or not they are willing to go all the way with us. If they are not willing to go all the way, then they are not friends of ours.
Now, we've said that these are interracial organizations, but you five gentlemen are Negroes. You are Asuls and white friends speaking through white surrogates.
I would like to make this point because I think there is a misconception that any white people who happen to serve on your boards or committees are therefore automatically there to exercise control and restraint.
Yeah.
This is not the experience of the Urban League. There are many white people who serve on our boards who are asking for more militancy. I speak for the National Urban League at their insistence, not at my demanding, because they feel that a Negro is best able to express the hopes and the longings of his people.
We ought to be clear that there is a desire on the part of Negroes for self-expression through leadership of civil rights organizations. This is important because Negroes have been denied that self-expression for so many years. But this does not mean, in any sense of the word, as far as I'm concerned, that white persons who are sincere cannot participate and cooperate.
Exactly.
And I think it's very important to have this participation. I think it would be very dangerous and even tragic if the struggle in the United States for civil rights degenerated to a racial struggle of blacks against whites, so to speak.
Amen.
It is a tension between justice and innocence. We appreciate the participation in this movement of white persons of goodwill, and we have many of them, fortunately, and I think the number's growing every day. And this helps to keep the struggle on the level that it should be on.
Sure. As far as I can understand, you just march of aroused Americans who want to demonstrate and assume their rights to petition and witness and support the president's civil rights legislation. The Attorney General would seem to disagree with you in terms of his testimony. For Negroes is the public accommodation cycle.
Unless people are adequately educated, they can't possibly find good jobs. And unless people can find good jobs, they can't buy good housing, which puts them in good neighborhoods where they can get a good education. So instead of being one
Qualifications matter, which is now being batted around in the Senate Commerce Committee, is the most abrasive and pervasive of the aspects of a Negro's life. Every time he steps out of his front door in the morning until he comes home at night, he runs the risk, and some of them don't run a risk, they run the certainty of this kind of denial and humiliation and mistreatment. And sometimes in the South, as you well know, in many subtle ways. You walk into a store and you're ahead of you're the next one to be waited on, but three white people come up and they get waited on first. This is a matter, Negroes meet this. Many places they would have to ride on the back of the bus. And they do want a Coca-Cola and can't get it. Now, these seem small things, but then I think the Attorney General was talking about the things that rub people the wrong way and make them say, oh, let's get rid of it, you know.
And, you know, there are other areas of life which are very subtle, but which are not even being covered in the bill. And then there's some pronounced ways. I'm just thinking of the fact that you drive through the South. In some states, you can't even stop at the restrooms, and this is humiliating to women, you know, and it's very...
And of course, uncomfortable.
Well, it's very uncomfortable, but it's one of these little daily things. But I think that there are two areas that should be covered, you know, and that's the question of the voting bill. I don't see why we can't have universal suffrage for all Negroes. I mean, I really don't see why it has to be just a sixth grade educational level, because that's a device, and I think we were talking beforehand about how many people will be covered.
The Nonviolent Coordinating Committee is putting a great deal of its effort on voting, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we have a great program now, and I think in the Delta of Mississippi, but Roy might want to amplify on just how many people would be covered by a sixth grade education.
Well, the literacy test bill,
Yes.
you know, we agreed, we estimated, we couldn't, that not more than 100,000 Negroes would be added to the rolls under the literacy test. This is, Martin, you remarked on the number of people who didn't have a sixth grade education in one state. For 58%, I think it was, in Louisiana.
We testified before the House and suggested universal suffrage. I mean, there's just no reason why a person is not 21, he can't vote. He can go into the Army whether he can read or write. So why shouldn't he be able to vote?
And this is no sign that the person isn't intelligent, that the person doesn't have some basic intelligence, but because of discrimination and other conditions, many of these people haven't had an opportunity to get an education, and I think they should have the right to vote, and this is very basic.
No president has recommended a bill of this scope before, regardless of how we who suffer may feel its limitations, and I think we ought to work with that. Dangerous, as Jim has said, Jim Farmer has said, to pick out priorities, and because the opposition will start concentrating on your target. They say, well, what do you think is the number one? And this is, we have to avoid.
Roy, you made the point that no president in certainly my lifetime has made this kind of civil rights recommendation to Congress. Why do you think President Kennedy did this?
He did it because a crisis was created that demanded the attention of the nation on the highest level. Just like, well, a dust bowl is something beyond the state, beyond the region, and demands federal action. A great disaster like Texas City demands national action. A great flood demands national action. And here we have a crisis in human rights brought about by one of the, in great part, by all of us, of course, but triggered by a man who sits around this table. And I think there's no doubt that Birmingham dramatized and brought into focus what Martin Luther King and his associates did in Birmingham, made it, the nation realize that at last the crisis had arrived.
It's necessary, it seems to me, and I just like to throw this out, to keep a considerable amount of pressure on. I mean, that is, a Negro does not, say in Mississippi, for instance, he has no constitutional means, that is, Eastland does not represent him, to achieve some solution. And this has to come from the government, or either he simply has to demonstrate. In other words, segregation may be like a piece of old iron, you put it in the fire to heat it up. And that so that people outside of Mississippi have to become conscious of what is going on there. For instance, there are 45 people in jail right now whose trials were held today for simply being at a voter registration meeting, and someone threw a smoke bomb in the church, and they marched down to the Justice of the Peace office to protest, or rather to the deputy sheriff, and they were arrested for disturbing the peace. And these are old ladies, some of them 75 years old, but yet they want to stay in jail.
The people that have the vote don't realize how much they could do by writing a letter.
That's right.
A congressman said to me, I have 8 letters on civil rights, 8 from his district, 8. And 5 of those were from white people. Now, you don't have to write a polemic. You just have to write a postcard saying, please vote for the Civil Rights Bill.
In traveling around the country, however, I hear many people make utterances which seem to indicate that they think the millennium will have arrived after we get civil rights legislation. That is not the case. Nothing could be farther from the truth. Even if we get the entire package that the president asked, plus various of the other good bills that are pending before Congress, a good legislation does not automatically enforce itself. We then have a problem of seeing to it that it is enforced in town after town, city after city, and only the will of the people will bring about the enforcement.
I would like to say that I have faith that the American people today are sufficiently convinced of the determination of Negroes to be truly free and the rightness of that aspiration, that I will be terribly disappointed if there is not a tremendous amount of support from all people for this legislation. But I would agree with Jim Farmer that this will just be, to me, the beginning. It's sometimes a lot easier to get people to walk a picket line than to walk to the library, or to get people to participate, parents to demonstrate, than it is to go to PTA meetings.
One of the heartening things about this aroused conscience that Martin spoke of a moment ago is the unprecedented activity of the organized faiths, the organized religious faiths. Yes. I think we're going places on this, but I'd like to put in a little sour note here. And I get some mail that I can't read on television, that I can't exhibit, and the postmaster delivers like this, holding it up by the people who say that Negroes ought to go back to Africa, and you're only apes anyway, and you think we're going to give you a civil rights bill, you're crazy, and we'll run you in the Mississippi River first, and a whole lot of other uncomplimentary things.
I'm really more concerned about the so-called gentle people of prejudice. The people who will say, I'm with you, I am for you, but what about property values, you know, and the man's right to run his business, and what about standards of the school being lowered? And so for these reasons, who would say, well, maybe you shouldn't have all of this right now. These are the people I'm really concerned about.
Could I comment on that? I agree with you completely. While I share Roy's concern about the extreme bigots, I'm far more concerned about the good, the decent people who don't throw a bomb as they do in Birmingham or other places in the South, but they quietly pack their bags and move away. And this, it seems to me, is more damaging to our cause and more dangerous to the total cause of integration.
I have an answer for you, gentlemen, but go ahead.
Yeah, I guess what I'm concerned about the one in between going back to Africa and moving away, and that's basically the public officials, you see, who inflict all of this brutality, because the millennium is not going to come primarily because we have no laws to deal with police brutality in the South, which I think is a fundamental issue in this whole thing.
Jim, I suppose you are very conscious of this because your membership is on the firing line, and
yeah, and I've seen
daily
people,
the victims of police.
And Dr. King just came from Danville, and over a month ago we saw 35 people with holes in their heads as big as a size tray, inflicted by the police. And nothing has been done about it. And the government, it seems to me, ought to do something about this.
What specifically would you suggest for dealing with this?
Well, I would suggest, you see, that the government go in and file some suits. When the constitutional rights of a person is denied, the government ought to file a suit in behalf of that person. I think this gets back to part 3.
That's right.
Now, the government says that the existing laws are inadequate, but yet they're not asking, or it is not asking, for adequate laws in this legislation.
I think the only thing that changes the mind of a policeman like that is to sue him and to convict him and to convince him that the Constitution has some control over that billy club he has in his hand.
Is there anyone who is planning to do this? Roy?
Well, now we're entering into one of the most difficult areas of civil rights, because the whole area of convicting a policeman for depriving a man of his civil rights has to be proved down to the last period and comma. Not only that, his intent has to be proved.
Jim?
Yes, I think we have an additional weapon, and that is the ballot.
Yes,
the vote, and which is why all of us here are pushing a voter registration drive. If Negroes are registered in large numbers down there in Greenwood, then the police, of course, will take a different point of view. And in Danville also, because they'll know then that they have to be responsible and responsive not only to white voters, but to Negro voters as well.
White people in the South and in the North need education on this matter. I don't mean education on humanity as to Negroes, but they need education on the constitutional rights of Negroes and on the fact that he's a citizen. He's been here 344 years, and to hear some of them talk, they'd say, look what we're doing for you people.
If you've never been in Mississippi, and Roy was born, and I just have to get back because I think I have to just try to help. Well, I'm sorry, your family was. I was raised down there, and I want to talk about these people. See, I think the president ought to go through Mississippi because I don't think he has any conception any visual conception. Intellectually, he knows the suffering that's going on there. But just to see some of these shacks that people are living in, it's frightening in a sense, you know, down in Itabena. You know, it's just very depraved.
Itabena?
Itabena, yeah.
I've been to Itabena.
Isn't it a depraved?
Oh, it's really
just
something.
pitiful.
Well, I think what we need to get at here is if we could get the total society to somehow lose this making a god of state rights and begin to see citizens as national citizens.
Right.
Because what's actually happened in this country is much of the miseducation, lack of education altogether, much of the social disorganization we see in the North that concerns us can directly be traced back to the indifference of the people in the North to the problems of the South. These people later become the welfare load, the crime rate of the North. If we had adopted the concept of a citizen in Mississippi being a citizen of the United States, then we would have avoided all these problems. That's the way they're seen overseas.
That's right.
I think the president ought not only look at the housing in Mississippi, he ought to look at the slum tenements in Harlem and in 100 Harlems across the country. And indeed, we might say that our people not only being bitten by dogs in Birmingham, Reverend King, but by the rats in the slum tenements.
Well, aren't we saying, gentlemen, that a program has not yet been worked out to grapple with the magnitude of this problem in the United States, both North and South?
It's not regional.
So right. Isn't there a need now, because of the urgency and the seriousness of the situation, to develop a sort of crash program to lift the standards of the Negro and to get rid of the underlying conditions that produce so many social evils and develop so many social problems? I think this is what we face at this time, and I know it leads to the whole question of discrimination in reverse and all of that. But I think we've got to face the fact in this country that because of the legacy of slavery and segregation and the seeds of injustice planted in the past, that we have this harvest of confusion now, and we're going to continue to have it until we get to the root of the problem.
Well, that's that root and the rats go together.
Yeah.
The announcement of the Real Estate Brokers Association some time ago advising their members not to pay any attention to fair housing laws, that property rights still came first. And when you think of the billions of dollars in this country tied up in real estate, there isn't much that the President of the United States could do by going and looking at some slums, let's be fair.
Yeah. Well,
the real power and obstacle there is the property rights structure in this country, which isn't concerned with how many kids are bitten by rats or how many people live in slums.
Most of you recall that we did announce recently, our board adopted this domestic Marshall Plan, and this was consciously given this name because, if you recall, this country has spent some $12 billion on rehabilitation of Europe, war-torn Europe. In a 4-year period, we have spent millions on refugees from Cuba and from Hungary. We spent all kinds of money giving free education to veterans after the war and making it possible for them to buy homes. I think the time has come for us to honestly face up to the fact that this tremendous gap due to historical deprivation that the Negro has suffered will not be closed not quickly enough unless we consciously and deliberately establish programs that call not just for equal schools, but better schools and better teachers and provisions for housing and conscious recruiting at the level of employment. This has to be done in order to get rid of what I see too much of, and that is the feeling of despair and hopelessness.
I think that Negroes have had special treatment in this country for 350 years, special treatment of a negative sort.
That's right.
Now what Whitney and the rest of us are asking for is some special treatment of a positive sort to wipe out that gap.
Are you united in this, or is there any...
well, I want to be understood on it.
But I'm not asking people to hire people who aren't qualified.
And we're not asking them to skip over white people or to deny white people their chance, but we're saying that just giving the Negro an equal break is not enough.
I wonder,
Across the
gentlemen, if
board.
you're in asking for this special break, you're not asking for a special break for the nation rather than just for the Negro.
Oh, indeed. Look, if this country, if this doesn't, they don't solve the human rights problem of the Negro.
Right.
The manpower problem.
This country morally is sunk. Absolutely.
Well, what about
Not
the
only morally.
practical manpower?
Well,
resources.
they've been suffering from manpower all along, and I anticipate what Jim's going to say. Not only morally sunk, but they'll be sunk.
They'll be sunk economically, too.
Economically, politically, and morally.
The President's Council of Economic Advisors said some months ago that discrimination in jobs against Negroes costs the country something like $13 billion a year.
If you gentlemen are correct that it cannot survive without instituting justice, is it possible that the society will choose not to survive rather than to...
Not conscious.
Not conscious.
Not conscious.
Well,
no, I seem to sense that increasingly more people are beginning to see integration as an opportunity and not just a problem. The fact
are
that
these only articulate people, though? Are these only the people to whom you talk? What about the masses of American whites? Could it be that they are so conditioned to hate Negroes that they would rather see the society go under rather than to provide?
Well,
I
don't think politicians might articulate.
No, the average white person in this country doesn't want to see his country go under rather than give a fair deal to the Negro. He believes in a fair deal, but he also wants to protect himself and his job, and I don't blame him.
I have read a number of writers on this, and the most eloquent of the writers seem to me to be Mr. Baldwin. And if I read underneath his lines, there seems to be a deep sense that maybe the American white man is not prepared for survival and justice. But as I listen to you gentlemen talk, you do seem much more optimistic than this, Jim.
Well, Kenneth, I would not go so far as to say that the American white man is prepared not to survive in order to avoid giving Negroes equal rights. But I will say that I would not be prepared at the moment to put our cause to a general referendum in this country.
No.
I don't think we'd win it.
I don't think civil rights are negotiable.
I think I could almost predict what the figure would be.
Of course.
2-1 against you.
I'm sure it would be. Well, isn't it true that we're grappling with a problem that constantly emerges in history, that you have a few people who are crusaders in the right direction. You always have a few people who are crusaders in the wrong direction. And the vast majority are out there in the middle somewhere, with a great deal of apathy and complacency. And I think we have this in our country today. The vast majority of people are not active integrationists or active segregationists. They are passive adherents to the status quo.
But
and
they
I
have
think
been
the
socialized
job,
in a society that in which racism is dominant.
I agree. And I think the job here is for the creative minority to work on this large group, because I think these people are pliable to the legitimate and just demands of the Negro. And I do not choose to follow the path of despair, because I think that there is a way out, even though we do have to face the problems that have developed and the conditioning that has developed as a result of this problem existing a long time. But I do think there is a way out, and I think that with the creative minority standing up with determination to solve this problem, we can solve it.
Whenever the American people have been faced with a crisis, they've come through. Now, they may have come through in ragged and bloody fashion, but they've come through. And I'm convinced that they'll come through this one, even though it involves very deep-seated emotions. I think they're going to solve it.
I've always had the feeling that one of the major problems was that the average white citizen somehow drew a correlation between status and exclusiveness, and in many cases racial exclusiveness, so that the more exclusive the neighborhood, the school, the place of employment, the higher his status. Now, I think...
But he's been taught not to like you either.
Yes, but now
because of the color of your skin.
Yes, but now he must be taught that this is a sign of his basic insecurity. that for years, as Baldwin put it, he has had a reason, a need to feel superior. Now we must change the norm and get people to understand that it is insecurity that makes you want to take advantage and to hate, that only the secure people now can move toward inclusiveness. It is the more intelligent, the more mature people who want this kind of thing, and only the tragically insecure need today to surround themselves with sameness.
Gentlemen, I certainly want to thank you for what certainly is the most stimulating and to me quite instructive discussion. I think that America is indeed fortunate to have men of your breadth, your perspective, your sense of responsibility and intelligence as the leaders of probably the most significant social revolution since the 18th century. It certainly is my personal opinion that you 5 men are the contemporary versions of our founding fathers who risked so much and dared so much for freedom and liberty.
Mm-hmm. See, that's what they were talking about back then. And he was like, we're going there to get our check. You know what I mean? Soft pause. Yeah, you know what I mean? That's what they were talking about. And did anything really, I don't know why that jumped in there, but nothing changed. You see what I'm saying? There was a lot of pushback like with this conversation. One more. And then I gotta go.
SNCC forum, not because we didn't have that public forum. I don't think that you could articulate the sentiments of black people last year any better than they did in Detroit. So I think the movement is a leaderless movement, whereas we might influence people, we do not control people.
Well, how does this solidarity come about if there is no specific leader?
I think eventually there will. I think as the struggle progresses, see, revolution does not occur in one stage. It's an evolutionary process. You know, like people go through different things. The masses of people become involved, then leaders are chosen. Right now you have a vanguard struggle that's occurring, where like groups are fighting about discussing political ideologies, which are relevant, which should be incorporated into the struggle or will be incorporated into the struggle. That's not to be misinterpreted with, like de-revolution, because it's just a phase of evolution.
What about politics? Where do black people fit into the political spectrum right now? Or should they at all?
Well, politics as defined by the geographical and influential spheres of this country is irrelevant to black people and is irrelevant to the masses of people. The vote has been used as a tool of oppression against black people. I mean, Camus raises a very good point when he says, what better way to enslave a man than give him the vote and call him free? See, it does not profit black people or poor people anything to have the vote and not be able to select the candidates who they want to choose. Now, how can you choose between Lyndon Johnson, Nixon, Agnew, Wallace, and Humphrey? There is no choice. Evil is evil. There's nothing in between that.
There was some lesser candidates, Dick Gregory running for office, Eldridge Cleaver.
I think the vote can only be used as a tool of organization. We can only use the vote to organize our people. Now, to really believe that we can put someone in office and that these people would be responsive to our needs is naive, politically naive. Because even if one of the black candidates who ran for office was to take the office of president, then black people must be prepared to fight against that person.
Why?
Because, you see, the system mandates the action of the individual. The individual does not determine how this country will function. This country works off the military-industrial complex, which means that it's profitable to wage war. And unless you, devise another plan, another scheme to sustain, to boost this economy, then it's going to be necessary to wage war. Whether, a black individual is in office or a white individual is in office. So we're talking about a complete
This is a long time ago.
change in
Look,
system.
this is
If Mr. Cleaver did win the election, don't you think that he could have conducted the presidency in a unique manner that may not be, compromising to the system you speak of?
No, because as I said, the system dictates the response of individuals. You see, individuals do not influence, politically, economically, or socially, the attitudes or functioning of the system.
Well, if politics as we know it here in this country is not the answer, what is?
I think there has to be a reevaluation of politics. Now, there are definitions of politics that are relevant to black people. Chairman Mao says that politics is war without bloodshed, and war is an extension of politics. I think black people have to begin to address themselves to the politics of revolution, because we are caught up in revolutionary struggle, whether we want to believe it or whether we want to be or not. So I think, black people have to begin to think in a revolutionary fashion and create and construct a politically revolutionary platform.
Is this going to be a race revolution, or is it going to be a class revolution?
I think, like in terms of struggle and who will comprise the revolutionary front of that struggle, it will be oppressed people. See, black people are in the vanguard position of the struggle because we've been the most dispossessed. However, there are other oppressed people in this country: Mexican American, the Spanish American community, the Puerto Ricans, American Indian, Japanese Americans, and even poor whites. But racism, I don't believe that racism will allow poor whites to form alliances with the revolutionary groups in this country.
Do you feel that black people will ever have a strong political voice in this country in the formal sense as we understand it? You mentioned that you don't think that this could ever come about. Is there any chance that it might?
No, I think that's a reformist, position to assume for me to say that black people will one day occupy in this system political offices of importance. Now, this brings on a whole discussion of control, you see, and how you control. Because anything that you don't control is used as a weapon against you. Now, in terms of black people occupying positions, America has created in Cleveland, Washington, D.C., and Gary, Indiana, a type of neo-colonialism. In other words, the man has set up a puppet regime. These black people, they are responsive to the needs and the whims of the Democratic Party and not of the masses of black people. If Johnson is president or whoever is president was to tell Stokes or Hatcher or Walter Washington to send black people to concentration camps, then there would be no discussion, because they would see it as their job, because they hold a position that's, responsive or that's sensitive to the Democratic Party.
Do you view those that are in prominent positions that are black sort of a token gesture on the part of the establishment, like a member of the Supreme Court bench who was a black member of the cabinet, and so forth?
I think that has to be examined in the sense of progress and as to whether black people have made progress in this country. My contention is that black people have not made progress in this country. America has given blacks some concessions out of political necessity, bad political necessity. They gave Thurgood Marshall a position on the Supreme Court to appease black people. In other words, we didn't put Thurgood Marshall there. They can take Thurgood Marshall whenever they get ready. We put Adam in office. They took Adam out. They gave black people an astronaut, and they killed him. So what happens is that has to be viewed in the light of concessions. The very fact that the man can concede a position to you tells you that you do not have a position of power where you can demand or that you can mandate something.
How do you think that the press has affected the black situation in this country?
I think news media and media in general are very negative in terms of any revolutionary movement or any movement that, forces the change of the status quo. Now, media has always been an enemy of black people, because what media has done is media has always singled out people who had vanguard positions or vanguard attitudes and tried to make these people an enemy of the masses of people. In our case, make individuals enemies of black people. Malcolm X would be a good example. More Negroes feared Malcolm X than white people, because news media told black people that Malcolm was bad. Muhammad Ali, the reason that Muhammad Ali could be given the maximum sentence and the maximum fine and the black community did not revolt was because Muhammad Ali had been made an enemy of black people. Adam Clayton Powell could be legally lynched, politically lynched, and black people did not revolt. It was because the man had told black people that Adam Clayton Powell was an uppity nigger. He had legitimatized his own action through news media. So the news media is a tool of oppression.
What about your personal experience with the press? Do you feel that the press has given you a fair shake?
You see, in terms of myself as an individual, whether I get coverage or not, doesn't make any difference. But in terms of ideas, in terms of the flux of ideas, or the flow of ideas,
Right, your
I see that.
philosophy,
Yeah, I see that the press has deliberately created a vacuum in terms of deliverance of attitudes or positions to the black community, which is to be expected. We cannot rely upon white news media to convey black revolutionary messages.
Nope.
So, like the press is doing their job.
True then,
And
it's true
to
today.
me, like what happened to me last year with the press was that was a boycott against me. ABC, NBC, and CBS. Anything that Rap Brown did, like you blacked out. Just like that, no question about it. And this was the whole attitude that has been assumed by news media. And black people do not control news media, so they cannot expect to turn on TV and find out what's going on in the black community. Just like, for example, in New York Times, one of the biggest pieces of white nationalism that exists in the country.
You have been quoted in the media and you have been given some exposure. I think what you're saying is that the quality of that exposure leaves something to be desired. Or do you feel that you weren't totally excluded?
It's not an exclusion of individuals. It's an exclusion of positions, of vanguard positions, which again, I say, news media being what it is and serving who it serves is to be expected of news media. I think, black people, the total community of black people are for revolutionary change.
Okay, so that's roughly 11%.
And any group, any oppressed group, who wants to better their situation, out of necessity has to be for revolutionary change because the system is incapable of changing itself. So by the very fact that it is incapable of changing, it says that you're for revolutionary change.
I see. It follows then that it will not be, there's no way of forecasting when it's going to come about. It's sort of a pressure that is building constantly.
See, as I said, I think revolution is an evolutionary process. I think as repression increases, people must respond to that repression. The dilemma that the black movement is in today is that, there's a divisiveness that exists in the black community between what's considered cultural nationalists and political nationalists. Now, understand, the man, the system, endorses cultural nationalism. He will give people money to open up dashiki shops, give people money to open up bookstores, because he knows that if you keep the people thinking culturally, then they won't move politically. My position is that culture has to be political. Everything has to be political. And in terms of the struggle, that political direction will give rise to the revolutionary struggle as a result of the repression that will be brought down because of the political struggle. See, I think that it's significant to note that the laws that have been passed in this country for the past 10 years have been laws of a repressive nature to deal with black people. In other words, the Omnibus Crime Bill speaks directly to black people. So the Anti-Riot Bill tells black people when they can travel, how they can travel, and if they can travel. The McCarran Act of 1950, Internal Security, which came as a result of the Internal Security Act, created concentration camps in this country for black people. And so I think, in terms of the repression and in terms of the role of the vanguard groups, I think the role of the vanguard group is to bring that repression down before the timetable that has been set up by the system runs its full course. I think it's our responsibility to get the masses involved. And the way you get the masses involved is that you bring the repression down. And you begin to execute political programs. And out of necessity, the system has to do certain things to control or try to put an end to the type of political action that you're executing. And by doing this, they involve the masses of people. The masses of people, from our position, from our viewpoint, is unorganizable. You can't hope to organize the masses of people. Oppression organizes the masses of people. White folks make more revolutionaries than I ever could make.
Well, let's go back a bit. Let's backtrack. What happened with you and SNCC? Why did you leave?
Well, my term as chairman expired.
Yeah.
And there was an election, and Brother Phil Hutchins was elected program secretary. There was a restructuring of the organization because what had happened was that the man had effectively directed his repressive laws against individuals. And when this had happened,
Right. I don't think they
created a
really were. I
vacuum.
don't think they really
I
thought
was
that.
off the
They're
scene,
really just
like
trying to
people who
be
responded to
positive,
me
but in
did not
reality,
respond to other individuals. So what we
white people
did, we
gonna
created a
try to
decentralized,
wait it
like
out, like always.
decentralization occurred, in whereby we created other people to be spokesmen. People have to get out of the idea that individuals lead movements. See, it's the revolutionary is the individual who's on the other side of that camera. These are the people who will make the revolution. They have responsibilities to the revolution and to themselves. And like if individuals articulate positions, it's perhaps because they have public forums, not because they know more than anybody else, not because they are more oppressed than anybody else. So black people have to begin to understand the role that they have to play in that revolution is determined by them.
What about the future for you, Rap? Where will you fit in as this revolutionary process evolves?
Good question. In terms of the legal cases that I have in court now, the man, like is moving against me as an individual to put me away, to get rid of me and get me off, out the streets. Now, I think, everything hinges and pins upon the nature of the struggle that's conducted in this country. And black people wage successful revolutionary struggle in this country, then every black cat in jail. He doesn't have to worry about being in prison because he's black. But my fate, as the fate of every other black person in this country, depends upon what we do.
You feel that that the law is justice is truly blind, or you feel that it's a...
No, justice ain't blind. Justice see white folks mighty well. As a matter of
Mm-hmm.
fact, justice means just us white folks in this country. See, for black people, justice is a joke. No such thing as justice in this country for black people. The courts are a tool of oppression. The courts, help to execute the genocide, the type of genocide that has been practiced against black people in this country for 400 years.
Why is it that there's not much exposure about what you feel, if it is true that justice is not blind, that it does favor one segment of the society? Why isn't it attacked more by responsible agencies?
The very reason that they're responsible means that the very statement responsible agents say that they're not going to respond. Because, in terms of the status quo is never attacked by the comfortable people, the people who profit from it.
Yep.
And so, as to expect, the responsible Negroes or responsible white people, to attack the system from the basis that poor people and oppressed people will attack it, is out of the question.
Mm-hmm.
You say that America as it stands just cannot be as far as the black man is concerned. Does this mean that the democratic idea, not how it's practiced, but the idea of a democracy is not valid?
I think that in terms of, there has been no successful example of democracy as it's taught in this country. I'm not even talking about as it's practiced. I'm talking about as it's taught in this country.
How about the Constitution?
Looks good on paper. I think, the Constitution has a lot of valid ideas and thoughts. But you see that the contradictions that exist in this country are created out of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. And otherwise, Constitution is nothing but white people's paper.
Mm-hmm.
It's advantageous and it's favorable for white people. They created contradictions to the Constitution when they added the 14th, 13th, 14th, 15th Amendments.
Rap, what effect is the end of the Vietnam War going to have on the situation here in this country?
I think that if, America has ever run out of Vietnam and defeated, as they should be in Vietnam, then black people over here will have to, be in a position where they can defend themselves. Because I think that aggression that's being directed against the Vietnamese people will be turned inwardly against black people in this country. See, America, in terms of where she goes and who she controls, a whole sphere of influence is diminishing. America is fighting on about 5 to 6 different fronts right now. Latin America, like Africa, Middle East, and Vietnam, and here domestically. So I think that, given the system and given that it operates off the military-industrial complex, which means that war is profitable and that, General Steel, USS Steel, must make steel for tanks to hire people, to give people jobs so they can spend the money to buy other goods. The very fact that the system operates off that principle means that when the man comes back, when the man is run out of every country, then it will become necessary to wage war in his own country.
This is an utter contradiction to what a lot of politicians said, that when the war in Vietnam ends, then we can use all that money to sort of solve our racial ills here.
No, it's not true, BC, because money has never been a problem for this country in terms of allotting money, because you see, money here, it's not based on gold, it's not really based on the goods that produce. This is the lie that's been told. It's been sold to black people as green power. Green power is a myth. See, because as long as a man possesses the power to change the color of money, then, like the color of money is not significant in struggle. He can give black people all the green money in the world and tell them they're using red money tomorrow. Black people have to go work for red money. In terms of what he did to the international monetary system. Now, the United States has a budget, annual budget of $800 billion. They had only $12 billion worth of gold. In terms of their foreign spending, it exceeded the quantity of gold that they had in this country. So France was putting pressure on the United States by demanding payment in gold from paper currency. So what the United States did was that the United States said, okay, we're going to change the rules. They put pressure on the international monetary system, and they changed the whole international monetary standard from gold to paper gold. And they did that because they have power, not because the money they had was so good. They had power.
Thank you, Raf.
Imam Jamil Alamin has been behind bars in the Georgia State Prison in Reidsville since March 16, 2002, for a crime he insists he did not commit. In August of 2007, he was transferred to another solitary cell in the Florence State Prison in Colorado, 1,400 miles away from Georgia, impeding family and friends from regular visits, also being isolated from any contacts with other inmates, barring him from worship with anyone else. Like It Is will continue to follow this story.
See, they always come back to Colorado. We got like SUPREMACY here.
100 frustrating years after the emancipation.
All right, family. That's that. Join us here shortly in about less than 45 minutes to an hour for Grand Rising with Shabak and the Chase. Hopefully Shabak will be around to do it. Jesse has to get the show together. Thank you as usual for watching and hoping you learn something. With me on the RVA. Hope you learned a lot because I showed you a lot. Which is cool. Which is really cool. Do I know when I'm going to do another one? I was told I was going to be able to do my shows here today, yesterday and today. As you can see, it's always a conflict. I get to do it like once a month, man. Like once a month. It's hardly anything. That's it. Hardly anything. But we'll see. We'll see if Jesse lets me do another one because I got a couple more things to show you guys. I haven't been able. I don't know if I want to do one for my crew yet because I just don't feel like that's a conducive work environment for me just yet. I got to do a couple of things that would actually make it more of a conducive work environment. One second. Jesus Christ. Trying to figure that out right there. So thank you for watching. I'm sorry that it's I'm glad you stayed around and watched actually, and thank you for all the viewers who showed up and didn't say nothing. I saw you. Just know I saw you. So thank you for watching at least and coming through. I hope you hit the like button. If you didn't, it's alright. Hope you learned something. And who knows what Jesse's going to show us on Grand Rising. So I'm going to go ahead and end this here. Probably have to do some editing, just do some math sharing. But there's things that I feel like we need to learn or know about. for our betterment, because like shit's happening right here, right around us, and we're not really focused on it. Although, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, no, thank you, twin. Ray, is that you? Cause I've been asking like this whole time if you're still in here, cause I had to talk to you about something. But I just know how to pick up the phone, so that's you. I'm gonna pick up the phone and call you in a little bit, maybe. I don't know. Let me know. Message me. Let me know when a good time is, cause I need your help on something. So, anywho, thank you, twin. And everybody who's watching. I really hope you learned something, because part of the RVA is to show you things that we aren't talking about because we're too busy talking about other shit that may be important. And I'm just a signal booster. But I'm also can show you some other shit that we need to be focused on, especially here in the city, in Colorado. So that was like a big thing, especially what's going on with the environment. So anyway, stay tuned. We'll be back shortly for Grand Rising in the Chains with Chewbacca and the Chains. Yeah, so stay tuned for that. I'm gonna go eat something and bother Jesse for 5 minutes and get out of this desk, because this desk make me nervous. For like everything I moved is just teetering and just falling. Oh yeah, thanks for reminding me, twin. Come Monday, because I was asking questions. I'm like, man, what happens if I turn around and just be like, ooh, because they hate me. But it's okay. I didn't come over to make friends. Tired of this motherfucking propaganda. It's us. Like again, we just learned about psyops. So that some of this situation is a psyop. I wonder how to figure out how to say that in Spanish. But yeah, no, I'm gonna make sure that I have it written down. Sometimes I get like super nervous really quick, and I just be winging it. I'll stick to my script. I'll be reading it, and then I'll have to switch over or something like that. So, but I'm going to be in person, and I wonder if I just turn around and just be like, and start talking to the illegals in Spanish, and I can tell them to catch me outside. Because I'll say the same shit, and I'm hoping that I'll run into the motherfucking the transgender person. I really didn't want to say it like that. Oh yeah, when I say you get nothing, I'll say it in Spanish, right to their face. That means you're really standing on what I'm saying, because if I said it there, I didn't have the computer, I didn't have the camera on, because I just wasn't I'm always not on the camera, because sorry. Not like I'm not pretty or nothing, I just wasn't on the camera. Hair all messy and shit. A lot of times I'd be like, oh fuck city council. I want to fucking city council. Then I'll be watching this shit and some salacious shit will happen. It'll be like, I'm like, that's how Jesse get me. That's how Jesse gets me into shit. Like, really, I'll be like, man, fuck city council. I don't want to do that boring ass shit. Fuck city council. I don't give a fuck. They ain't gonna listen anyway. They already made up their motherfucking mind. That's the conversation, right? And they'll be listening, and I'll be like, man, I'm listening. I'm like looking at other shit, reading, looking at the other shit. Then I hear some crazy thing, and it'd be too much for me. It'd be something stupid like the budget or something fucking stupid at 3:30, and then all of a sudden you got me going off, and I'll just be in the background just talking shit. Major wolf tickets, like not even wolf tickets. It's just, you can actually, they're not wolf tickets. I cash them in. You hear me? But I'll be sitting there just talking just major shit, and then when it comes time for city council, I'm like, they ain't gonna let me speak because they normally don't. But occasionally we have to wait. We be praying for motherfuckers either not to show up or fucking not be able to speak. Praying. I'm like, cross my fingers. They put us all the way at the bottom of the list. especially because we're picking topics that are salacious. Like I'll be like political theater, clout chasing, like stupid shit, like mammyism. That's gonna be stupid things. I would put it out there. What you want to talk about? Mammies? No, yeah. Tethers, anchors, illegal immigrants. You know what I mean? Especially want to talk about that Jeanette and that Jeanette thing real fast. I'm gonna give you real fast little dialogue about that. The broad was picked up, alleged activists hiding out in the church and shit, right? It was all over the news. Well, like I told y'all there was a private bill passed by one of the senators. Okay, next thing you know, broad going to court and shit. Next thing you know, broad out. No way. Because if that means she could get out, that means everybody else who got in there right now can get out. Right? But it also gave me a little inspiration to do our work on that little level. See what I'm saying? Oh, you want to do private bills. I like private bills. Walk this shit through though. Not asking, walk it through. That was that when we was at the state house. I wasn't asking, I was telling. You mean you gonna walk this through? Yes or no? I'll give it to you in your language, easy. You gonna walk it through? Yes or no? You said yes, I'm holding you that. You said yes. And I know I can focus on at least 3 people that are foundational. At least 3. Everybody else, questionable. Talk about hit the Black Caucus. Why would I want to hit any of the way I feel about the Democrats here? Here in this city is like everywhere else. We've seen it up close and personal though. So all these people we know personally. So we could say a motherfucker's a shill. It really is one. We could say they're on some bullshit. They don't give a fuck about black people, even though they're saying they do. That's some bullshit. You know what I mean? Because we could actually say it. We've seen them. We know how they operate in real life, and then through watching them at work, and then watching them in the cultural center, and just talking that shit but not acting on it. You know what I mean? So pandering is pandering, even if it is in a blackface. But now what's happening is we're in 2026. So standing on business is real shit for me. So check this out. No longer will you let motherfucking white people come into black people's places and pander. No. And then we voted for that. We voted for them. Just said I wasn't supposed to be able to get menthols over here. We're not even getting vapes, menthols. What is it? Flavored anything? I bought me a pack of menthols right down the street. Is it not in Denver? I don't live in Denver, baby, but I got one from right here. I was in Denver today. You know what I mean? But I was like, whoa. And then you had white people on the news talking about their business was affected. Well, this is what you get for voting for that shit. Now you sad. Now you feel some kind of way. That's all your fault. It was your children, remember? I was so affected by my baby getting a hold of my vape. Or the vapes, they're smoking vapes. It was all white people. Vapes are so bad. Flavored menthols just target the black community. As we fucking farm that motherfucking tobacco. You don't think we allowed to enjoy the motherfucking tobacco that we grew, farmed, and fucking taught you motherfuckers how to profit off of? Punishment. But anyway, these motherfucking shelves is empty. Business is like, I don't know what I'm going to do. That was all my income. I don't know what you're going to do either. But I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to talk shit about it at city council. How you feel about your shelves being empty? And this is what happens when you vote. You over there, stupid asses over calling and shit out of the city council. Talking about vapes are detrimental to our children. They're in the schools. Look, if you was a better parent, kid wouldn't have a motherfucking vape. If you kept your motherfucking shit to yourself, like in your purse and shit, and your kid wouldn't be over there digging around for it, taking it to school and be like, look what I got. I think it's menthol. It tastes like bubble gum. Because mama over there fucking stupid ass. Not trying to be a motherfucking parent. I remember clearly in my house, don't touch nothing that don't belong to you. I'll cut your motherfucking hands off. Don't go in my room. What room? I didn't even know my parents had a room. That's just how much we weren't allowed to go downstairs and move around. You hear me? How many think back? Did my parents have a room? Everything was off limits. Couldn't touch a motherfucking thing in that house. I get beat or fucking corporal punishment. I'm surprised me and my brother, we shared a room, so really had to question what other rooms was available because barely seen them motherfuckers sleep. They were too busy kicking our ass or not being home because they were working. They definitely knew when we was touching shit that didn't belong to them. Trust and believe. Wake your ass up and get fucking spanked, real shit. So I knew that I couldn't be digging around in my father's top drawer to see what kind of, mischievous shit he had in there. Or when I was visiting my mama, who was doing that? That brought. I was sneaking in weed pipes and cigarettes. You know who was going through my shit? My mama. I was hiding it in my clothes, folded up in pants. You know what I mean? She's like, I found this. It's mine now. Bitch. You see what I'm saying? That's weed though. These motherfuckers late, okay? But did she give it back? Fuck no. Did I bring anything else in that house? Fuck no. Learn my lesson. Shit. You can keep taking my shit. I'll hide it in the bush. I'll hide it in the trash can. Bitch. You stupid. Learn my lesson. But in reality, in my house, we were not allowed to touch other things that didn't belong to us. You think if Pops was over there had a little ashtray smoking blunts and shit, you think we was touching them? Think we was cracking open liquor that was just, in the cabinet, that he had? Think we was cracking them open? No. Think anybody was calling talking about my children got a hold of? No. Keep in mind, I'm a child of the 80s. So 92, I was like, what, 12? 91, 11? You think anybody was calling city council talking about we need to ban this from our kids? No. See what I'm saying? Now we got all these parents that got issues with everything, but they ain't even being parents. So how the fuck they really got an issue? You just want to create a problem to solve a problem, and now you're going to cry about the problem being solved. Oops, I guess you won't be making no money. I don't know what you going to do about that. What you going to do about that? I don't smoke no vapes, so I don't really know. And once we find, they're always broken, so I don't know. I do like smoking weed, though. We'll see. Anyway, family, I will be doing a little shit talking. I got to break it down into 3 minutes, so I kind of have to create me a little speech. Anyway, join us for Shabaka and the Chains Grand Rising here shortly. Thank you for watching. Thanks for giggling. Hope you had fun. I know I did. And let's see. Yeah. They're definitely getting nothing. Anyway, talk to y'all soon. Peace out. We'll see you in a little bit. Get out here. In the stream. All right, peace. Stay black and dangerous.